in Asian countries and the health administrators are not aware of the burden of the fungal infections. Next is according to Kapili et al., which is our dear panelist right now. Unfortunately, he is not around, which is Sir Julius Kapili, Ma'am Jinky Mariti Chua, and Ma'am Lily Ann Malabo. Ma'am Lily Ann Malabo, the municipality of Tuguegarao, or the province of Cagayan, of the municipality of Tuguegarao, is one of the low-lying areas which is frequently flooded during rainy seasons and typhoons. So they actually identified three core shelters, which is namely Anapunan East, which has 100 housing units, Kataggaman Pardo having 57 units, and Mabalan having 51 units respectively. So there, through the high risk of flooding, there is some difficulties, which is the transport facility and accessibility substandard housing structure, large household size, and improper waste disposal, and poor sanitation. Aside from that difficulties, they also stated that Alipunga, Buni, and An are the mostly skin disease identified in that core shelter residents. So these fungal infections suffered from a lot of the children itself. So next is we move into the statement of the problem. Generally, we assess the community awareness on control and prevention of fungal infections ages 6 to 10 years old in Anapunan East. And specifically, this study seeks to answer the following question. So wait lang po. So what is the profile of the respondent in terms of age, gender, civil status, socioeconomic status, and the highest educational attainment. Next is, we actually put in the statement of the problem the intrinsic and the extrinsic level of awareness, wherein the intrinsic level of awareness of respondents on control and prevention of fungal infection regards to the levels of perception, wherein in this level of perception, we will assess the respondents through the questionnaire kung ano yung nalalaman nila o yung what are their idea or their knowledge about the fungal infections. Next is, what are all the problems that they encountered. So in this part, we actually assess those respondents kung ano yung ginagamit or kung ano yung, what are those remedies or first aids that they use to treat those fungal infections if these fungal infections acquired by their children. Next is the responsiveness of the community. So it is the respondent's responsiveness doon sa mga initiatives or organizations that actually related doon sa mga fungal infections, such as the promotion of prevention of and control of fungal infection. Next is, what is the extrinsic level of awareness of respondents on control and prevention of fungal infection. So in this part is it consists of extent of attainment of objectives, reliable of implementation, and eradicating child fungal infected cases. So next is what last part is, are there significant relationship between the intrinsic level of awareness of respondents and control and prevention of fungal infection and the intrinsic level of awareness of respondents on control and prevention of fungal infection. So that is why we came up a hypothesis that is, there is no significant relationship between the intrinsic and extrinsic level of awareness and personal variables of the respondents on control prevention of fungal infection ages 6 to 10 years old in Anapunan East. Next slide.
So for the theoretical framework, according to the study of Ravikant et al. 2015, a review on emerging fungal infections and their significance. So increase in surveillance, availability of rapid non-invasive diagnostic tests, monitoring of development of resistance to antifungal agents, research on pathogenesis, prevention, and control of fungal infection are few steps we may put together to cope up with these emerging health problems. So 5 populations are also susceptible to invasive fungal infections because of external pressure from antibiotic usage, which explains why the burden of invasive fungal infections is unfortunately rising commensurately with these medical advances. So according to this theory, even person with robust immune system can have the aforementioned fungal infections. So as a result, we are able to come up with a solution that a child 6 to 10, whether or not they have a fungal infection, is included in the respondents of our statement of the problem. Next is according to the study of Arena et al. 2021, entitled Estimated Burden of Fungal Infections in Kenya. Superficial fungal infections are common among school-going children due to their involvement in practices that promote the spread at school or home. However, practices, knowledge, and attitude of these children on the prevention and control of fungal infections are poorly understood. A cross-sectional study design and systematic sampling method were adopted. So information on knowledge, attitude, and practices on fungal prevention and control was collected using a structured questionnaire. Our sampling method was inspired by this study, wherein they used the sampling method to assess the knowledge, awareness, and attitudes towards preventing and controlling fungus infections evaluated in the kids in Kenya, where our objective of our study is the same as theirs. So third, according to Akansha et al. 2010, entitled Emerging Fungal Infections Among Children, a review on its clinical manifestations, diagnosis, and prevention. So despite having strong natural defenses against fungus, healthy children also experience a rapid rise in fungus infections. Yeast, mold, and dimorphs are all examples of fungi. Fungal infections on the skin, nails, and hair, such as oral thrush, Candida diaper rash, tinea infections, etc., are examples of superficial fungal infections that can affect children. Most superficial and subcutaneous fungal infections may be treated quickly and easily. Aspergillosis, zygomycosis, and other opportunistic fungal infections are illnesses that only affect immunocompromised people. So this idea complements our research by demonstrating that subcutaneous fungal infections like Candida albicans and aspergillosis are particularly common in children, which we also involve in our studies. So next, significance of the study. The study aims to focus on how much information the community of Anafunan East knows about the control and prevention of fungus to children ages 6 to 10 years old. The concepts and findings incorporated in this study are beneficial to the following. First, the Department of Health. The result of this study will aid the organization to understand the organism that cause the disease and better ways to address infection. Next, the RHU. This study will supply information to assess the knowledge and practices that could help the authorities to promote regarding the prevention and treatment of fungus. Community of Anafunan East, they will be familiar with the control and prevention of fungus infections. They will be able to benefit from the health and extension initiatives that are suggested to them. In times of health emergencies, this will provide community defense and self-reliance. So Cagayan State University, the study will help the organization fulfill its objective and vision, which is to offer communities instruction, research, and extension activities that are pertinent and useful researcher. So the research will serve as vehicle for them to actively contribute and share their knowledge in elevating the health and social conditions of youngsters in the neighborhood. Next.
For the scope and the limitations, the study will focus on how much information of the community knows about the control and prevention of fungus such tinea ringworm, Candida albicans, Aspergillus spp, and tinea versicolor, ages 6 to 10 years old, via interview-guided questionnaires that will be administered in Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City. It also intends to explain how the community treats them when the aforementioned fungal infections hit. As questionnaires are distributed from house to house, the subject will be guided by their own parents. The questions in this questionnaire largely concern preventative and treatment options for those who have developed fungal infections. Additionally, on the causes of these fungal infections, in order to gauge how conscious they are, these are put through descriptive research design. The distributed questionnaires will be gathered in Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City for the inhabitants of the aforementioned barangay who are 6 to 10 years old children, as well as from the internal stakeholders of this community. The protocol is limited by the young children's lack of interest and ability to coordinate. Just the amount of knowledge about preventing and controlling fungus infections among children aged 6 to 10 in the Anafunan East Barangay would be subject of the study. Next.
Ilan na to? Lahat sila puro Anafunan? Yung first 2, 3?
Yes, sir. Yes, Doc.
Ma'am, excuse me, Ma'am Jinky. I have a problem now having gone across the different titles. Most of the local will be in our adopted barangay. And they are exhausted already because this is only supposed to be student output. We reserve our outputs for the most important na mga activities natin in the barangay. All of the students will make use of Anafunan residents as respondents. That would be ridiculous. We choose those that has impact in the barangay. The rest naman, you have them out of that particular area. Magrereklamo sa atin ang barangay. Nakita ko yung mga title nito, puro na lang ang lokal niya, puro Anafunan is. Just 3 of it can do. After all, we are not to do our extension works to credit to ourselves. Tapos, estudyante ang magde-data gathering. That would be bad. 3 lang, that would be enough. You review the research and development as well as extension agenda of the College of Allied Health Sciences. There are 4 programs. Public health is not the only program that will have to go and do this in the community. Diba? Along public health, encompassing kayo. Nandyan ang medtech, nandyan ang RT, nandyan ang nutrition and dietetics, tapos tayo lahat ang gagawa sa public health. Wag naman ganun. So, nakita ko dito, yung 2 kanina, that is already Anafunan, correct? The 3rd is Anafunan.
Yes,
the rest still would be Anafunan. You try hard to redo all of this. Tapos nakita ko pa puro level of knowledge, attitude and practices. Gasgas na ang mga KAPs. Tapos nakita ko yung mga topics natin, puro KAP on cutaneous diseases, KAP on postnatal care. For the nth year that we are offering the master BS Public Health Program, ito na yung mga ano nila dati. Look at one, nakita ko randomly lang meron pang isang papel na proposal pa lang ito, meron na siyang mga conclusions, kasi nire-recycle na lang nila. There should be uniqueness in the programs that will be proposed. So for number 3, much as for items 1 and 2, yung rabies na yan, and it's Anafunan, correct? Kasi ang rabies nagawa natin sa Atulayan o rabies in Anafunan?
Atulayan dati, sir.
May Atulayan tayo. Ano nang nangyari dun sa Atulayan? Baka pwedeng i-replicate yan naman sa Anafunan. Ganun lang naman yun. It's a research-based extension. So in other words, meron na tayo nun. So kung ganun rin lang, Ma'am V, natapos na sa Atulayan, gawa na yung tool, tapos maging Anafunan lang tayo, that would be unfair to give justice to the efforts of those who had it before na Anafunan. Kasi sa kanila ng tool, ito ang dali na ng mga estudyante. expand the scope. I want it no northeastern barangays if that's the case. Kasi wala na. Tapos na yun eh. Di ba? Gagamitin na lang yung questionnaire nila. Kokopyahin na lang lahat nila yung proseso. Kasi parehong iisang barangay lang yan. So Ma'am Jinky, for number 1, may I request, they will have to scope the span of that barangay. Whatever barangay going there, select, hindi select barangays, that would be northeastern barangay, I think. No, that would be number 1. Now for number 2 naman, we talk about common colds, no? Common na nga yung colds, napaka-mild pa nung sakit, no? Ano pa problem? Ang common colds, bigyan mo ng biogesic, bigyan mo ng tuceran, bigyan ng ng bioflu. Tapos na yung level of awareness ng common colds, di ba? Okay, so hindi common colds ang number 2, no? Lagyan natin ng justice, naintindihan yung research. So I want something, naintindihan. For example, cancer is increasing. Why don't we look into, for example, lung cancer? O di ba? Mga ganun na lang para hindi lang naman colds lang. Yung colds ngayon kahit pa elementary na marunong na siya magbagsipon yan, di ba? Alam niyang merong bioflu. O tapos level of awareness lang ang hawak niya doon sa tatlong areas, K80 awareness ka lang tapos common colds lang. No, it should be awareness and attitude, no? And then we have to consider a cancer for number 2. No, I don't like common colds. Kung hindi naman ayaw nila ng lung cancer, it has something to do about how do you call it, the new strain for COVID. We have a new strain now to make it really unique. Diba? Maraming cases ng COVID ngayon, they have to check the strain for COVID now, and that's it. Okay. If otherwise, no, you bring them to Gonzaga, we have trematodal infections there. This is supposed to be public health. Where are studies on Echinostoma illocanum? Where are studies on Fasciola hepatica, Fasciolopsis busci, Capillaria philippinensis? Ang daming mga parasitic infections sa Gonzaga ngayon, nasaan lahat yan? Bakit ito lang? So yung number 2 natin, pwede na yan ng cancer, kung ano mang cancer ang pipiliin nila. Kasi even for, alam mo yung ang diagnosis sa Tugigaraw ngayon, I was with a meeting with DOH last time, we have 15.8% increase in prostate cancer compared to last year's census. Bakit nagkaroon tayo ng prostate cancer? O yun ang banatan nila. Hindi, ayoko yung number 2 na ganito. I want level of awareness and attitude they take. I think it would be best prostate cancer. Correct? Respondents. Yes.
Meron po may prostate cancer for this group po.
Okay, so another cancer. I think
Cervical
HPV.
cancer.
Yeah, HPV.
Yes,
Correct?
sir, marami.
Oh, cervical cancer naman. Correct? Oh, cervical cancer. Kasi mga ano naman to, kung ganun din lang, kasi HPV, isama mo na yung practices. Kasi meron HPV, knowledge, attitude, and practices. Sa 'di ba? Sa HPV naman ang number 2. Yung number 3 natin, one thing too bad, no, about, for example, fungal infection. If I will have to ask the students, when you deal with things like this, studies on prevalence or incidence should have been done. So if I would have to ask the group of Ayoba, how many of people, and are there confirmed cases of cutaneous mycosis in Anafunan? I'm sure you don't have that literature now because it's not actually something which is evident in the area based on the occupation of those who are there. To begin with, when you deal with fungal infections, ito for example, yung tinea corporis, mga ganyan, at saka yung tinea unguium sa nails. Sa ano to, farmers, at saka sa fisherman, at saka sa bankero. Doon mo makikita yung tinea. Ito, sa Anafunan, nasaan yung tinea natin dyan? You're going to assess level of awareness for what? There are no cases. Incidence precedes CAP analysis. If there are, for example, bakit hindi tayo pwedeng practices, for example, sa MERS? Wala namang MERS sa Pinas. So it only extends until knowledge and attitude. Bakit pwedeng KA? Because we have MERS in the Pinas. Correct? Now, cutaneous, for example, in Nafunan East, meron ba? Nakamap ba kayo? This is not something which is actually reported. It's not a notifiable case. Correct. So the first criteria for me for the research, aside from relevance, is usefulness. Okay. So please, buti pa si Ma'am V kumakain na, charing. So for the third
Padala
ma'am,
ko dyan.
for the third Ma'am V and Ma'am Jinky, I want it, if they stick with fungal infections, the choices are they choose farmers as lalo na ano ma'am, tag dito, ginagamit nila yung paa nila para tanim no ng mais at saka I think even mani. Correct? Yun. Kasi yung farmers ng palay, iba, isinasabog lang yan. So ang greater chances mo ng may coelinesia ay yung mga growers ng corn at saka peanut. Normally ano yan, magkasunod. Kung hindi magkasabay, I think sa amin sinasabay namin yun eh. 'Di ba? Para magpapatupag malalaki na yung yung mais, sa baba nun may peanut naman. Correct? So saan natin, for example, nasaan ang mga corn growers? Correct? Oh. Kung hindi naman, yung mga bangkero, ang daming bangkero, Gataran I think, Gataran, Alcala, di ba? Yung mga o kaya fisher folk sa Apari, mga ganyan, doon natin ilagay. Okay, so that would be number 3. I suggest now of course it's not level of awareness. Strike hard KAP for this, but stop for the KAP until number 3. Tama na yan. No? So KAP for number 1, KA for cancer, KAP still for number 2, choosing cancer, KAP for number 3, fungal infection. They need to get out of the local. Okay, and then what I also have had found out is nakita mo yung kanilang profile variables, no? Chapter presenters 1 to 3, no? We cannot have a chop suey profile variables, no? All of you chapters 1 to 3 until the last, if you need profile variables, cluster them, no? Cluster them. So for example, clustering would mean what are the demographic, letter B socioeconomic, letter C would be health if you need that variable, or the fourth one is health-seeking behavior if you still need that cluster. Okay? Parang ganun. No? Hindi siya maglilimit na ganyan, 1 to 5. So strong. We cluster the variables. Okay? So for example, here in number 3, what is the profile of the, this one are the farmers na, no? Farmers na tuloy. I think farmers or fishermen, whatever they choose, they profile even for employment. So we have already demographic, socioeconomic, health-seeking behavior. I don't know if you would have the 5th variable, which is employment. Kasi employment nila, farmers sila. I-separate nyo yon because we're trying to place here occupational safety and health. Ganun kasi siya. May tinutumbok tayong programa. Katulad ng number 3 nyo, if it would be as fungal infection lang, tapos knowledge, anong programa? Wala namang programa ang Cutaneous, blah blah ng Department of Health. Wala namang ganon. No? Is it linked even to occupation? Wala na, nothing that says it is. Naintindihan doon sa title niya. Correct? So, that is how it should be done. And then, there's no such thing as intrinsic level of awareness. No? Imagine, awareness is a lower concept as regards knowledge. Correct? Bottom line, I would wish to reiterate kasi sabi ko sa opening remark kanina, the tool of a public health worker is research. Dapat dito kayo magaling. Now, when are we to make use, for example, of a questionnaire for knowledge, attitude, and practices na Likert scale? At when do we make use of the score? For example, magte-test sila. We make use of a score kapag yung mga intended respondents natin, sila talaga yung nakaka-experience firsthand nung activity. For example, sabi ko nga kanina, cutaneous infection, tapos yung mga mangingisda, mga farmers, yung mga bangkerista, I don't know. Ibig sabihin, that would be test, score yan. But if you're going to ask the farmers, for example, about COVID-19, that's not directed to them literally, correct? That's the time when we are going to make use of the Likert scale 1 to 5. I hope that's clear. Hindi lahat ito Likert scale. Kung, for example, when you ask a teacher their knowledge about pedagogy, naintindihan, or instructional materials, you don't give them questions like Likert scale, strongly disagree to strongly agree. Of course not. To determine their competence is core. Para talaga alam natin. Okay na, ganun yun. So, for example, if they choose that, no, farmers or fishermen here, we need to give them an exam, no, to be very specific about, no, the measure of knowledge. Okay, so practices and of course the attitude, no, is encompassing naman. No, you cannot cluster them. Okay, and then you look into, for example, item number 4. When is it essential to say, is there a significant difference or there is a significant association? Okay. You look, original title niya, level of awareness, associating it with fungal infections. Okay. Pwede. But level, the profile associated with the infection, the profile associated with awareness, wait lang. Intindihan. Okay. So, parang dapat ito is significant difference. Mas mataas yung knowledge ng mga babae kaysa sa lalaki na farmers. For example lang, farmers. But you can't say na nagkaroon sila ng fungal infection kasi lalaki sila. I know, that is association. That's the difference between the two words there. When are we to make use of the significant difference and the association? Yung isa is may kinalaman. Yung isa naman may pagkakaiba. Ganun yung analysis mo. Okay? So that would be for basta Ma'am Jinky, we make it a bit complicated every year. Ma'am Vilma, we make it a bit complicated every year. Naintindihan? Kasi hindi pwede yung nagawa ng iba, i-replicate lang nila ngayon. We are not practicing critical thinking here. Ang nangyayari na copycat na lang ito mamaya. Bigyan nyo sila ng iba. Or kung hindi man bigyan, gawing mas komplikado para mas pasaya. Divine? O, ganun ang gawin natin. And then, for this type nga rod, no, kasi Ma'am Jinky, this is good as like a title defense pa lang, di ba?
No,
No, direct. This is proposal defense. Actually, the others ay ikaw nang nagbigay no last time. This is proposal defense. The title defense natin ito last.
Pero itong
April.
tatlo, okay na siya. Okay na dun sa sinabi kong suggestions.
For ika-cancel na yung na title defense last time, direct. We change it to the new one na sinabi mo ngayon.
Yeah. Yung number 1 natin, KAP rabies. Hindi lang level of awareness yan. KAP rabies. And
Rabies,
then,
no more, not anymore children tayo dito. Sa
and
residence
then
na naman
yung scope. The eastern, ano bang tawag doon? Basta i-cover niya yan ganyan. Anafunan, Atulayan, Linaw, lahat yan. Okay. Tapos yung number 2, level of awareness, knowledge, attitude, practices, pa ito, HPV naman siya. Pero ang HPV natin, ipasok mo lang sa anafunan lang. Intindihan? Kasi yun ang wala pa tayo sa anafunan in fairness. Tapos yung number 3 naman, gawin mong fungal infections pa rin to, di ba? Pero palitan mo yung farmers at saka yung, I think marami namang farmers sa bandang eastern barangays pa din eh. Correct? Ang scope pa rin niya, dyan pa rin. Magsimula ng Atulayan, going Linaw. Maraming farmers dyan. Ng mais ang tinatanim nila dyan, mais. So tama lang napupunta dyan sa area na yan. Pero not to limit it in anafunan. Okay? So that's for the first 3. And then careful lang sa paggawa, naintindihan ng ating mga questionnaire. By the way, these are katulad nito there should be I think, Ma'am Jinky, you have to gather them together for the appraisal of the questionnaire. Example, for the questionnaire, close-ended. Like, for example, civil status, gender, naintindihan, they don't write, right? And then one of the biggest
Only.
I would want to correct, no, in the first three, no, groups, when you talk about average monthly income of a family, you derive it from PSA standards. We do not, and we are not allowed to have our own bracketing. Kasi later on, dun sa chapter 4, pagsasabi natin, poor income families, middle income earners, wala tayong basis, correct? Anong later magagawa natin dyan? Hati-hati. No? Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na middle income earners kasi ang bracket niya is 23,000 to 35. Hanggang 25,000 yung middle income mo. So may problema na tayo. So that's what I was like looking for, yung mga standards, no, doon sa questionnaire. Okay? As much as possible, we get rid of the fact na magsusulat sila. Example, now, mangingisda, mga farmer, and then your what's this? Your question would be source of income, o divine. Kung pwede namang mag-check na lang tayo dyan kung anong pwede niyang gawin. Okay? So go over sa lahat sa kanila, no, dun sa first three natin, I would like, no, that they would have to go over, intindihan yung kanilang questionnaire vis-a-vis patterning it from the objectives. I'm not sure, naintindihan kung if ito yung kinds ng objectives na meron nung sa bagay, title defense lang, no? Proposal pa lang naman pala ngayon. Okay na, title is title. Pero yung profile nila, ma'am, clustered. Naintindihan? We don't have. Okay. Tapos from the clustered, naintindihan, they will have to proceed with the profile. Kasi, number 1, finalize the questionnaire because the steering wheel of the research paper. Number 2, finalize the research design because that would be the framework of the methodologies. If the research design was finalized, you know already who are the respondents, where is the local, and what is the data gathering tool. That's it. The statistical tests comes later naman. So yun yung nakita ko doon sa doon sa paper nila. Okay? So that would be number 3. Okay. Mamaya na yung iba. Ngayon naman, yes.
For the 4th and 5th presenters, anapunan pa rin kasi itong mga to.
Kaya as much as ito kasi, for example, amoebiasis. Saan ba ang low-lying naman in fairness? Naintindihan? Pero tanggalin na natin dun kasi yung tatlo pa lang, yung dalawang grupo pa lang na pupunta dun, pestered na yung mga tao. Ano ba naman yan? Di ba? Magre-reklamo na sila sa atin. Correct? So kung ano naman ito, kung amoebiasis, saan pa ang low, yung laging flood-prone areas, I would want in select depressed barangays na lang to, ma'am. The flood-prone are Kapatan, Larion Alto, Larion Bajo. Tatlo lang. Ano bang, yun lang naman. Kahit tatlong areas lang doon.
Tagga.
Tapos sabi niya, level of awareness, amoebiasis, 6 to 12. Alam naman nga rod ng children yan, amoebiasis, tapos 6 to 12.
Others na lang, sir.
Di ba? I'd rather na mothers na i-capacitate natin sila kung anong gagawin. Di ba? Yung best practices, for example, nila sa what's this? Water treatment, kung nananatan, di ba? Yun siguro. So, tanggalin yung number 4. No? Pwedeng amoebiasis, pero change local, the 3 barangays, and then mothers na lang of their children. But I would like na malaman din natin, Ma'am Jinky, yung prevalence. Intindihan? Prevalence of intestinal amoebiasis. Prevalent kasi maraming ibang amoeba, intestinal at meron naman tayong cocci na meron tayong ibang mga amoeba na hindi naman intestinal. Okay?
Doc Bruce, ano yun? Yes. Mothers of 6 to 12 years old?
Hindi na. Kasi kahit
Mothers as a
antibiotics,
whole na
kahit,
lang po, Ma'am
yes,
G.
kasi kahit old people, ma'am, dyan pa nadadali yung mga matatanda eh. Nade-dehydrate yung mga super matatanda na kasi sila ay tag dito, nagka-amoebiasis, di ba? So lahat na, generally, mothers of the households na lang yan.
Okay, Doc.
Okay, but I would want na yung tatlong barangay, na sinabi ko kanina.
Sige,
And
Doc.
then, pero I'm not saying na this is the be all and would be all of the thesis defense. Magdi-defend pa rin sila, but now at least guided na tayo kung anong gagawin, no? Yung number 5 naman, ma'am, would be KAP pa rin ito. Ito na naman, common cutaneous diseases, kuna naman nun. Anya dahil ito, gadil, good, kura, di naman din, di ba? Kasi even the fungal infection is a cutaneous disease.
Yes, yes.
Di ba? So ano ba ito, boils lang ba sila? Kaya? Di ba? Boils.
Limited.
Saan bang maraming mga ginadil na mga tao? Doon siya.
Gadil.
Correct? O kaya yung saan ba saan ka natin makikita itong mga areas na ito, ma'am? Yung maraming channeling kunsing. Common cutaneous diseases kasi, ibig sabihin, oo nga. Kasi pag cutaneous disease, madami nga, di ba? Eczema, fungal
Farmer pa din.
infection.
Sa farmers pa rin yan.
Hindi, ma'am, ako na lang, ma'am Jinky, kung ako yung number 5, ano lang natin, siguro it has something to do about sa dogs naman, alam mo yung galis aso? Anong tawag mo doon, ma'am Jinky, sa galis aso? Public health. Hindi ko magana ang utak ko sa dami-dami yung ginagawa. Galis aso, pet owners. Saan maraming, di ba maraming aso around? Sarcoptes. Correct? Sarcoptes, di ba?
Ay.
Sarcoptes.
Oh, yun. Sarcoptes tayo. Tapos, sa maraming aso, where is maraming aso? Paggaw, for
Ganyan,
example.
somewhere.
Wag nang adulayan, we get rid kasi magrereklamo. Kami, kaya kulalan ko, madamdaman ta.
Sir, San Gabriel, maraming aso daw.
San Gabriel, direct.
Pero maraming aso doon pero hindi naman sila ginarapata. Mas marami yung sa poor community that they live with their dogs, they sleep.
So, yung mga dogs sa San Gabriel.
So, ganun ang puntahan pa rin. Yung mga ganun pa rin na lugar. For example,
Sir, sa ano na lang, na Balan, Taga.
Wala na. Itanong nyo na lang mamaya kung taga saan yung mga bata naman. To give
sige,
justice
sir.
naman dun sa kung saan nakaris. Kasi we cannot just pinpoint them into a lokal na wala namang silang access. Yung sabihin ng isa, dalawa kami po, taga Solana. DJ Solana, select barangays or siguro, alam mo yung sabay papuntang CSU Iraga? Ano ba yun? Iraga ba yun? Northwestern, Western, Eastern? Hindi ko alam kung anong Solana yan.
Sige, sir.
Ganun. Di ba? Kasi, di ba sa communities, ma'am, ang mga bahay nila ay wala namang flooring. Tapos yung mga tuta nila, mga aso nila, kakaidada. O kaya, tapos, di ba? Ganun, hindi naman naliligo yung mga dogs. Yun, yung mga premises na ganyan. That would be for number 5. Pero syempre, we will hear from the students mamaya. Okay? And then, number 6, ito na naman, level of awareness regarding parasitic infection. Bakit parasitic infection on domestic animals? Hindi naman sila vet med. Divine?
Ba, gusto nila mag-shift.
Kaya nga, hindi naman sila vet med. Tapos, parasitic infection, ibig sabihin, mag-i-stool exam, public health kaya ito, di ba? O, di kailangan na naman nila na how valid will be their analysis. Wag na. Yung number 6 natin, kung ako naman to, pwede namang parasitic infection. Ito yung sinasabi ko kung merong sa kanila, ma'am. Kung parasitic infection, ma'am, kumuha nga sila ng doon sa mga tania siguro, ang hindi pa na-explore, ma'am Jinky. I-limit nyo, we cannot get out of tania infection. Pero, ang tania infection ay doon sa eaters ng mga grilled foods. Correct? Yung mga barbecue, ganyan. Tania kasi yan. Tania solium. Consumers ng ang tania solium kasi would be pork. Maintindihan? Ang tania sa ginata would be beef. So, ano yung, ma'am, ano ba dito? May rhino roast ba na beef dito? Saan yon?
Bihira, sir. Usually,
Yung, hindi, pero meron tayong beef mascara like that, di ba?
Ay, ano yun, sir?
Direct ito,
Pork yun.
Group 6A is ano sila, parasitic
Eh,
infection
meron-
on domestic animals. Ito ata yung sa mga ticks, fleas, and mga garapata ng mga dogs and cats na nasuggest last defense po.
Parasitic infection on domestic animals.
Yes po.
Parasitic infection. Sige, we limit nga rod. If that's the case, ma'am, for example, for dogs, Dicrophilaria immitis. Dapat alam nila, no? So for dogs would be Dicrophilaria immitis. Kasi common yan. The cause of death for puppies, no? That transmits infection to man, lung infection in particular, coin lesions in man would be Dicrophilaria immitis. And then for our i-limit natin doon. Sa dogs, ano ma'am, pigs. They domesticate pigs because we have hog racers, right? Balantidium coli for the pigs. I-limit na lang natin, no? Balantidium coli for the pigs. For cats, the most common would be hookworm infection in cats, better than Toxocara. Toxocara kasi is, we would have Ancylostoma canino, hookworm galing sa cats.
Hookworm.
Hookworm sa
Mag-alaga
cats.
ng cats.
Oy, ganoon na lang, yung tatlo, dog, cat, tapos ibon tuloy, baboy. Di ba? Dog, Dicrophilaria immitis, cat would be Ancylostoma brasiliensis. That's a hookworm in cat. And then the third would be Balantidium coli, no, in pigs. O di ganoon, 'di ba? Ganyan lang siya, no? Parasitic infection in domestic animals, pero pagdating sa papel niya, nakalimit sa tatlong sakit. Okay na.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next. Pero ma'am, pakinggan niyo pa rin sila ha. Kailangan lang talagang madalain ko lang para may pag-guide tayo mamaya. Yung knowledge, attitude, yung prenatal, ano na lang to. Ma'am, 'di ba? Perinatal kunanan encompassing the 3 ma'am V. Pre, intra, post. Di perinatal care.
Okay, doc.
Diba? Tatlo lang yan. No? Ngayon, perinatal care. Indigenous people tayo. So, hindi ma'am. I don't like KAP here. Baguhin natin naman ito. Yung ano na lang siguro ma'am, compliance, gano'n na lang siya. Compliance
din, sir.
Diba? Compliance of indigenous mothers on perinatal care, on perinatal care provisions of the Manchan program. Diba yun? Ma'am, ito yung gusto nilang mangyari, ma'am Vilma, diba? Hindi siya KAP. Ito yung compliance, ito what is needed to be complied kasi 3 areas yan. Pero ang pagkakaiba lang, indigenous sila. Okay na? So compliance of indigenous matters on perinatal care provisions of the DOH Manchan program. O di umalis tayo sa KAP. So yun lang muna. Ganun muna yung takbo ng paper. Ma'am Jinky, maganda yun, di ba? KAP rin yun, pero wag na natin i-KAP. 7 ng KAP. Diyos ko, kung pagkain ito, ayoko nang kainin yung pang 7. Busog na ako. So, yung 8 and the rest, mamaya naman. Pakinggan muna natin.
Compliance on perinatal.
Compliance
Indigenous
of
mothers on
indigenous
perinatal.
mothers on perinatal provisions, perinatal care provisions of the DOH Manchan program.
Sige, sir.
Kaya yun lang. O di mas maganda naman yung title na yan. Pero ganun pa rin. Parang KAP pa rin siya. Yun nga lang, meron tayong standard questionnaire, right? Meron na tayo, Ma'am V.
Meron,
diba? Meron na
sir.
tayo. So hindi mahirap gawin yan. Okay. Sige, meantime, Dr. Alvarado will come in muna. Pakinggan muna natin sila. Thank you. Just be guided with those, Ma'am Jinky. Salamat.
Thank you, Direk. saan tayo nag-stop kanina on Ma'am Lara's ano no? Sa level of awareness, supposed on fungal infection. So you've heard kanina, kindly do not share the screen kasi we changed the title here.
Sa ano na tayo, ma'am? Cap on...
Sa third po tayo.
Sa ano na tayo, ma'am Jinky?
Third, ma'am. Then,
On HFMD.
no, mapakinggan pa rin daw po natin yung mga ano, and then we comment on. Kasi we made changes. So, yung comments natin dito sa group 10B po, yung third presenter natin, when we changed their title already to, ano to, CAP ba? Yung sinabi ni Direk, Joseph?
Wait lang, ma'am.
Yes po, ma'am.
CAP on fungal infection of farmers
Farmers
in
na
Yes,
siya.
ma'am.
eastern barangays of Tuguegarao City, tama?
Yes po, ma'am. Atulayan po yung ginano niya po. Na-recommend po.
No, eastern barangays. From Atulayan to Anapunan and etc. Ito. Title niyo.
Noted, ma'am.
We will not comment on, bali magpapasa kayo ng new paper. Actually, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 hanggang 3 sa inyo is redefense to kasi na-change yung full title ninyo.
Ma'am Jinky?
Yes, ma'am.
Doon sa number 3, Eastern Barangay.
Yes po. Yes, ma'am. Eastern Barangays po.
Yes,
Si
ma'am.
Joseph kasi hindi nakikinig. Eastern Barangays kasi sabi
Linaw,
niya.
gano'n na. Pag ganun na, ma'am. Linaw.
Oo. Yes. Anyway, this is, I think, recorded. Nakasave itong live na to dun sa ating YouTube. So you can na-capture naman lahat ng sinabi ni Direk kanina. Okay, we go to the next presenter since very near yung kanilang paper dun sa sinuggest ni Direk kanina on the prevalence and cap of mothers towards amoebiasis in the breast barangays of Tuguegarao City.
Alto, Baho, tsaka Kapatan yung sinuggest, ma'am.
Yes, yes. Let's have the other group. Next group. Ganaban, Gingab, Narag, Salud. Are you here?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, kindly present already.
Sino mag-share screen? Si Ma'am ba? Si Ma'am ba?
Ready ako.
Nalilito na ako.
Ay, char. Joke lang, Ma'am. Wait lang po. Ayun pala.
Bobo ka!
Wait lang po.
Hindi na, ma'am. Palitan lang nila ng lokal. Pero, Ma'am Jinky,
Yes,
paano yung mga napalitan ang lokal, yung title?
Ano sila, ma'am, yung for the first 3 groups, magre-depend ito. Okay lang yung mga, like this group, itong si next group that will be presenting, na napalitan lang yung lokal nila. Kasi yung local of the study lang yung papalitan nila and their respondents.
Oo.
And their tool actually, kasi and SOP papalitan pa rin nila on the prevalence and cap. But halos pareho lang din naman.
So,
But for the first
are they
3
going
papalitan talaga siya.
mag-present ulit sila, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes po.
Ay, sige, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, sana bago sa next presentation nila sana, guided sana talaga sila ng advisors, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Bali, sinabi naman yan ni Direk, kaya pinaaga itong kanilang proposal defense so that yung next natin is June na. We give them more time na before their submission of the final manuscript or redefense, guide na sila ng kanilang advisors po.
Okay, ma'am. you, ma'am.
Ma'am, si amoebiasis, hindi na natin pag-presentin kasi medyo pati SOP nila papalitan nila.
Yes, ma'am.
Itong si common cutaneous pwede kasi ang papalitan lang nila is yung kanilang
Lokal.
lokal.
Ma'am,
Opo.
okay. Sino tong mga Miss Bakay? From where are you?
Ma'am, from Anafunan po, si
Anafunan.
Crystalina. Yes, ma'am.
Aside sa Anafunan, yung tatlo, taga saan kayo?
Ma'am, Isabela po yung dalawa, then yung isa po is Kalamanyugan.
Oh, maganda yung Kamalanyugan. Kasi may study na noon ng fungal infection sa Isabela, ma'am. Siguro sa Kamalanyugan. Malayo ba yun?
Yes, ma'am. Around dito lang din po sa Cagayan. Pero mga 2 to 3 hours po ang biyahe.
Ma'am Jinky? Kasi parang wala pang study doon.
Pero nagano'n na si
Kamalanyugan.
Cagayan. Anong before Kamalanyugan, anong town?
Lalo po, ma'am. Lalo.
Ay, Lalo. Malapit lang, ma'am. Lalo, after Kamalanyugan, Sanchez Mira. Tama ba ako? Ay, wait lang. Mali yata. Before Sanchez Mira ba yun?
Iba po yung way.
Ay, okay. Ito, ma'am, Kamalanyugan. Okay lang?
Okay lang sa akin, ma'am. Pero ang suggested ni Direct is on select barangay. So, may barangays si Kamalanyugan.
Oo. Kasi
Doon
kung
na
saan
lang.
kayo nakatira para mas alam niyo yung place. Ilang barangay ang Kamalanyugan? Ano yan? May eastern, western, ganon, northern, ganon? Wala na yung percent. Proponent. Hello, Miss Proponent.
Ma'am, can we ask them to present po?
Next presenter na lang, ma'am.
Next presenter po, Group 2A on the knowledge, attitude, and practices of household heads in select barangays of Kamalanyugan on common cutaneous diseases.
Guys, saan na kayo?
Ma'am, mag-share screen lang po.
Ay, meron din ko to. Ay, ito.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our dear panelists. So we are Group 2 from BSPH 3A, and we are going to present our topic entitled Knowledge, Attitude, and Practices of Household Heads in Nahunan, Tuguegarao City on Common Cutaneous Diseases, Basis for Crafting Information Education Campaign Materials. So our chosen advisor is Dindorina Sabatin, and here are my group mates. Bakay Crystalline Faith, Beloyot Francis Marlon, Duran John Lambert, and yours truly, Ramirez Charmy Angel. So for the background of the study, so skin conditions that have a substantial impact on productivity, mental well-being, and overall quality of life. This applies to both inflammatory skin diseases and skin conditions caused by the infections. So the prevalence among common cutaneous diseases among the residents of Barangay Anafunan, Tuguegarao City is a significant issue, yet there is insufficient data available at the health centers regarding this disease. So skin conditions are likely to have a more significant negative impact on lower socioeconomic groups due to limited access to healthcare and reliance on rural economies. Then the Global Burden of Disease Project has disclosed that skin diseases persist as the fourth leading cause of non-fatal disease burden on a global scale. Nonetheless, the attention and resources devoted to skin diseases do not adequately acknowledge their impact on people. So global and local initiatives, including the WHO list of essential medicines, are vital in lessening the socioeconomic burden of skin diseases and enhancing healthcare accessibility. Promising advancement like teledermatology, point-of-care diagnostics tools, and task shifting have emerged as cost-effective and successful approaches for providing dermatological care to undisturbed areas. Now let us proceed to the statement of the problem.
For the statement of the problem, this study generally aims to determine the level of knowledge, attitude, and practices of household heads in Annafunan, Tuguegarao City on common cutaneous diseases, basis for crafting an information education campaign materials. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions. First, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of demographic, socioeconomic, history, and health-seeking behavior? Second, what is the level of knowledge of the household heads regarding common cutaneous diseases regarding its causative agent, characteristics, mode of transmission, signs and symptoms, prevention and control, management and treatment? Third, what is the attitude of household heads on common cutaneous diseases? And number four, what are the practices of household heads on common cutaneous diseases in terms of prevention and control, management and treatment? Fifth, is there a relationship between the knowledge, attitude, and practices of the household heads on common cutaneous disease when grouped according to the profile variable? Six, is there an association between the knowledge of household heads on common cutaneous diseases with that of their attitude and practices?
For the conceptual framework, this study used the CAP model to investigate the knowledge, attitude, and practices of household heads at Anafunan, Tuguegarao City regarding common cutaneous diseases. So, the conceptual framework used is the health belief model, plays a crucial role within the knowledge, attitude, and practices framework in the field of public health. So the HBM provides a structured theoretical framework that helps researchers and practitioners understand the predict individuals' health behaviors. When the applied context of CAP, the HBM offers several important advantages. Moreover, the HBM emphasized the importance of individuals' perceptions of susceptibility to health threats and the severity of potential consequences. Within the CAP framework, evaluating these perceptions provides insight into people's understanding of the risks associated with specific health behaviors.
For the significance of the study aims to assess the knowledge, attitude, and practices of household heads in Anapunan, Tuguegarao City on common cutaneous diseases, basis for crafting an information education campaign material. The result and findings incorporated in this study are beneficial to the following: Department of Health, Community of Health Office, Public Health Society, Cagayan State University, the parents, allied health students, and of course, the future researchers.
For the scope and the limitations, so the study limits its coverage to the household heads of Anafunan, Tuguegarao City who experiences some of the common cutaneous diseases. For its main purpose is to identify the knowledge, attitude, and practices that they know regarding the diseases. So the conduct of research will take place in Anafunan, Tuguegarao City, where the researchers will be visiting the respondents by house-to-house visit. So accordingly, the researchers will select household heads through a simple random sampling where they will select household heads who experience or experiencing a common cutaneous diseases, and the researchers will exclude the household heads who don't have a history in their family members and those who are experiencing a rare cutaneous diseases. So all findings and recommendations are relevant and generalizable to every household who are experiencing some of the common cutaneous diseases and to those who have history on the common cutaneous diseases.
For methodology, research design. The study is a quantitative research which include descriptive correlation as a design, as it will dive into investigating different knowledge, attitude, and practices that the head of the family member know or experience in relation with the common cutaneous diseases at Anafunan, Tuguegarao City. The locale of the study. The study will be conducted house to house at Anafunan, Tuguegarao City for the respondents that will be involved in the study are residents of Anafunan, Tuguegarao City, wherein there is a prevalence of common cutaneous diseases in this area.
So for the respondents, the researchers will select residents of Barangay Anafunan, Tuguegarao City. For its sampling design, simple random sampling will be utilized to determine the needed number of participants, wherein the included respondents will be selected according to their experiences about their knowledge, attitude, and practices on common cutaneous diseases, and shall complete the sample size. Sample size was computed using Slovin's formula. Therefore, there will be a total of 400 households currently residing at Barangay Anafunan, Tuguegarao City shall be surveyed to determine the knowledge of attitude and practices of household heads regarding common cutaneous diseases. Complete enumeration shall be employed. The researchers will exclude household heads who don't have a history in their family members and those who are experiencing a rare cutaneous diseases. For the research instrument, this study will be using survey questionnaire. The survey questionnaire will be developed by the researcher, so we will be using a self-made questionnaire. The questionnaire will be composed of a series of questions that will gather the assessment of the experts, instructors, and respondents to the acceptability of the proposed instructional material in terms of its objective, contents, usefulness, clarity, presentation, evaluation, language, and style.
Data gathering procedure. The researchers will write a letter to the college dean, research instructor, research advisor, and to the department chair. A letter of request along with the attached informed consent will be sent to the barangay officials of Anafunan, Tuguegarao City. Validity and reliability of questionnaires and interview guides will be obtained from experts and ethics review board.
That's all, and thank you po.
Thank you, group 2A. For the members of the panel, we already changed the same title, only the locale is changed. So we can go ahead with the usual Q&A for the panel. Ma'am V, you want to ask po?
Okay, since the title changed to sarcoptisma, and the local will be at the certain barangay in Camalanyugan, tama ba ako? Okay, so let's start here under introduction. I cannot find or see any stat related to the study. All that is indicated in your introduction can be included in your related lit. Supposed to be the content of your introduction. For example, your study is on sarcoptes. So you talk about what is sarcoptes, what are the contributory factors, why there are cases of sarcoptes, and the global stat, national, regional, Camalanyugan, Cagayan or Camalanyugan. Then why you state your reasons why you study this disease. Okay. And if possible, guys, your related lead should be 5 years back. Kasi may nakikita ko dito to 16, to 13, to 17. So if it is 5 years back, 23, 22, 21, 2020, yun. 23 to 20, pwede pa siguro. Okay, so that is my comment under introduction. Then your statement of the problem. Okay, as far as I can see with your questionnaire, ma'am, wala naman akong nakikitang knowledge, attitude, and practices. Meron ba? On the disease. Wala akong nakita. Then, doon sa conceptual framework nyo, hindi siya clear, hindi ko siya maintindihan. Kasi yung mga box dyan, wala naman siyang connection doon sa, your conceptual framework should be discussed in a narrative form or contextual form. Okay, bakit ganito siya box? And try to check if there are related laws and this particular diseases, no? Pwede nyo ilagay si SDG number 3, laws related to these diseases. So ganun, no? Yun yung conceptual framework nyo. Then sa page 7 nyo, lahat yun related lit. Tama siya 2023 pero related lit lahat yan. It's not the discussion about the conceptual framework. Then, ganun din sa number 8. No? You don't need to write it here or to include the study of Armstrong. No? You must have to discuss why these are your variables, why these are your independent or dependent variables. Okay, then paki-revise yung presentation nyo ng research para din. Okay, pwede kayong pumunta sa akin if ever. Okay. Then significance of the study should be in narrative form, alphabetically arranged. Your definition of terms, the terms used under your title should be indicated in your definition of terms, and if possible, it should be an operational definition of terms. Okay. Hirap naman ito kasi kabubuklat lang namin. Okay, so yun lang, Ma'am Jinky. Okay, research design. Okay, your RRL should be from present to past. So, for example, meron kang 2019 or 2020. Mauna dapat yung 2020 bago 2019. So, it should be from present to past. Then paki-separate yung all about the disease and the different study related to the diseases. Okay. Pare-pares kasi ang pinaglalagay nyo dito. Sign and symptoms, may na. So, halos pare-pares kasi ang pinaglalagay nyo. May epidemiology kayo. So, mga ganun kasi, no? Okay, you select na lang the to your study. Okay. Ma'am Jinky, yun lang.
Thank you, Ma'am B. We ask si Sir Angel. Baka andyan pa si Sir Angel. Ito pa ba Sir Angel?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Ayan pa. Doc, nag-change na po sila ng lokal?
I agree with Ma'am Vilma concerning so variables. For me, if I will be asked, this should be delimited to knowledge and practices of residents of local on the prevention of common cutaneous diseases. This is for crafting information education campaign program. So I have a concern with your questionnaire. Is this adapted or a research? You place on your methodology, this is a researcher team, right?
Yes, boss.
Researcher team.
questionnaire. You are asking or want to seek about practices. Why not start from a quali first before a quali? Okay, out from the quali, makaka-generate ka later on ng questionnaire. Then the questionnaire will be floated. Yung na-come up in a questionnaire, it will be subject for content validation and pilot testing prior to conduct. So exploratory sequential na lang sarap. At least you have one bullet and three output. Ano yung unang output natin? First output, if you will be able to identify knowledge and practices. Tama. About sa prevention ng common cutaneous disease kasi public health po tayo. Second output is you will be able to come up with a standardized questionnaire. Standardized na siya kasi nga that yung standardized tool, pwede nang gamitin yan later on ng iba. Okay, kasi meron ka na-come up mo yan based doon sa quali interview mo, diba? So, unang phase mo, quali interview ka muna. Out from the quali interview, you will go into generate codes and themes, a simple thematic analysis. Then, after that, kakagawa ka ng questionnaire mo. Then, yung questionnaire mo, i-run mo ulit siya, ipapilot test mo so that that questionnaire will be used na to generate, to identify yung knowledge and practices. Okay? And the last is yung basis for crafting information, yung intervention program mo na. So tatlo na yung output mo. Okay, yun yung suggestion ko naman dito sa kasi upon reviewing your tool na ginawa mo, mas okay kasi is mag-explore ka muna. Okay? About knowledge. Paki-delete yung word na attitude, okay? Para two variables lang, knowledge and practices on the prevention of common cutaneous diseases. Basis for so exploratory sequential this method. Yung iba naman, okay, sabi naman na ni Ma'am V. Okay, so yun lang. That's on my point. Also, yung conceptual framework, you have to use, mahilig kayo sa independent-dependent variable. Yung lately lang na thesis advising and tawag dito, critiquing seminar natin, inattend namin ni Doc Julius. Sabi ni Dr. Raquepo, the retired Professor 6, sabi niya is, we usually use IPO model pag mga ganito, unless experimental na. Independent kasi, di ba, independent cause, dependent effect, result, diba? So, yun lang yung, napansin ko, mahilig kayo sa IPO po, gamitin natin dyan. And also, yung iba, technical na lang, definition of terms, okay? If you please include your definition of terms, example knowledge, what the respondents know about cutaneous. Lagyan nyo naman ng konting emerald. Huwag naman diretso. Okay, break it to be gently ang dating, kunwari. In this study, it pertains to how the respondents know about their knowledge of cutaneous diseases. Ganyan naman do. May konting chika-chika, hindi direct. What the respondents know about the cutaneous disease. Attitude, response and perception, blah, 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 blah. Agad-agad, okay? Dapat meron yung word na in this study. Remember, this is a technical writing. Nag-English naman kayo siguro nung nag-RSPC ka pa kayo, Regional School Press Conference. So, technical writing, ha? And if your definition is lifted or conceptualized, you have to, a conceptual definition, you have to include the definition kasi alam mo naman, plagiarism, no? Okay, then also, so yun ang suggestion ko kasi you have formulated your own research tool, okay, without knowing that you are talking about practices. Remember, so you have to explore first before you come up with those practices. Hindi na kayo mismo nag-delimit, these are the practices present in that place. Okay, hindi dapat ganun kasi you have to explore muna for to come up with that. Okay, simple thematic analysis sa inyong dagdagan thematic analysis, magko-code muna kayo then after out from the codes you will pagsasama-samahin mo sila, then that's the time you can generate now themes. Out from the themes, makakagawa ka na ng questions. ng questions. Ganun yung paggawa ng question. Hindi basta-basta gawa tayo ng question sa gusto lang natin. Ganun, no? May process din ang paggawa na ating questionnaire. Okay, lalo pag researcher made questionnaire. Okay, so yun lang po sa akin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc Angel. Ma'am Bea. Ayan, dito ka na. Ma'am Bea, are you here? Kung wala, si Ma'am Lily na lang daw muna.
Hello, good morning to everyone once again. Ako naman, yung sa title lang, was just wondering bakit why don't you consider doing a health promotion since IPO din naman ang ano nila to, no?
Sa IPO, kapag meron silang
IPO.
Kung meron silang program plan,
Yeah.
meron silang
Yeah, so let's complicate things. Sure. Consider doing a health promotion program na lang or health promotion education program. Hindi lang pag-craft ng IEC material. Kasi kung magka-craft lang kayo ng IEC material, di ba based na lang tayo by the, di ba? Or science and kung tawag dito, clinical definition, signs and symptoms, yun lang din na may nasa loob nun. So, pwede natin kuhanin yung no, sa references natin. So, ito, para talagang magamit natin yung result ng study is, ang output na lang nito is to create a health promotion program, no? And under the umbrella of that program is tawag dito is the crafting of the IEC material. Okay? So, yun lang.
one among the program activities.
Yes, Ma'am Jinky. And then, also, no, dun sa background of the study, and katulad din ng mga nabanggit din sa mga previous studies kanina, no, at least we can enhance the background, no, you emphasize on the gaps, okay, on why we are to do the study in Kapatan and in Larion, di ba? Ayan. And then, also, we will work on the methodology, okay, sa sampling procedure ninyo, no, paano natin gagawin yung inyong random sampling para talagang mas mabawasan yung mga errors or biases tayo. And then yun nga, sabi din ni Doc Alvarado kanina, no, you will kasi gagawin yung questionnaire. So tingnan natin, no, kung paano natin gagawing ika-craft ng mabuti din yung tool nyo para talagang maging fitted siya, no, sa gusto nating makuha sa study at dun sa maiintindihan ng ating mga respondents. Okay? So that will be all. Thank you, Ma'am Jinky.
Na-check yung objectives.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hindi ako na Ma'am Bea?
Hello po. Hello po. Naririnig ako, ma'am?
Yes, Ma'am Bea.
Okay. So, doon po ako sa question and photos. So, dito is scabies. Ano ba ito? Scabies, eczema, skin disease. Skin disease, ay sabi niya, atomic eczema.
Hello.
Ma'am Bea, hindi po clear yung audio.
Ay, hindi clear yung audio?
Yes po.
Ano yung mga mga cutaneous disease na meron kayo? Scabies,
Scabies po, ma'am.
diabetes.
Yes po. Vesicular po. Tapos eczema po.
Eczema. Okay.
Apat po sila.
So, knowledge, attitude, and practices tayo. Tama ba?
Yes po, ma'am. Pero as advice po by Ma'am Lily, i-remove na daw po yung attitude. I mean, Sir Angelo.
I-remove yung
attitude po. Bali, magna-knowledge and practices na lang daw po kami dahil dun sa questionnaire po para mas makapag-explore daw po kami sa gagamitin na tool.
I have a problem also with practice. So kung wala kang sakit, if the disease does not apply to you, if you are the participant, are you going to answer the practices?
Ma'am, kaya bale meron pong inclusionary respondents saka exclusionary kasi po bale yung i-include lang namin sa respondents namin is yung may include yung mga may experience nung mga diseases po na yun.
Exactly. Yung mga may experience, not everyone has the same experience. Like for example, may tinea yung isa, may eczema yung isa, it's not the same. Tama po ba? So, what are we going to do with the practices? Alangan lahat sasagutan niya yung questionnaire mo despite na wala naman siyang practice, hindi naman siya responded, hindi naman siya nagkaroon ng ganong sakit.
Bale, no po ma'am. Parang kung ano lang po yung disease na na-experience is yun lang po yung question sasagutan nung respondent na yun. Bali, magiging 4 po yung variable kasi. Bali, 4 na disease po kasi parang common cutaneous
So,
disease.
i-define natin yun sa methodology natin, ha? Different sets of questionnaires will be given to different sets of respondents. I think nasabi naman na kung paano kayo magsaselect ng sample population.
Yes.
Nasabi na?
Yes po.
Okay. My concern, meron nakalagay dito, hindi ko sure kung nag-copy-paste lang tayo o parang nag-copy-paste lang talaga tayo. For the clinical profile, page, wala ring page. Dito tayo sa clinical profile sa inyong questionnaire. Ang nakalagay dito, have you been diagnosed with prostate cancer before? Answer, in your family.
Ba't napunta sa prostate?
Napunta sa prostate, cutaneous tayo.
Yun nga.
Umamin na lang kayo na ginamit niyo yung ng kabilang group. Ay, hindi na. Bakit may prostate kayo sa paper ninyo?
Baka nung nagpapoto, nag-produce ng copy nagkamali yung nag-collate, ma'am.
Nag-collate talaga, so hindi siya blatantly tinipe.
Oo nga, ba't kasi ganun? Sige.
Okay, so one of the things that we would like you to see here, mga anak, is that pagka naggawa kayo ng papel nyo, make sure na bawat word, bawat sentence, titignan natin. Kahit na kinopya natin siya sa iba, make sure na you own it, okay? So make sure that your questionnaires is validated. Gawa niyo tong questionnaire niyo.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ipa-validate natin siya para makita siya ng mga panel ng mga validators natin para mas maganda siya. Actually,
Ma'am Bea, late ka kasi. Kung sino din ang mga panel, tayo din ang mga validators ng questionnaire nila. So, babalikan ka nila. Yes po.
So, ngayon pa lang, i-validate na natin.
Separate na siya kasi
sila ng
format sa validation.
Okay. Noted po. So, yun lang naman. The rest was already highlighted by the other panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you po.
Okay, we go to the next group. Group 6A.
Ma'am Jinky, yung
Yes,
sa
Ma'am B.
average monthly income nila, siguro i-check nila sa PSA na lang. Kasi hanggang 25K lang yung
Yes.
Oo. Sige ma'am, yun lang ma'am. Thank you ma'am.
Okay po. For next group na tayo, 6A, level of awareness and practices regarding parasitic infections on domestic animals among pet owners in select barangays of Tuguegarao City. Ang change na ginawa ni Direk dito kanina is you focus only on 3 pets. Pet bang pig?
No, ma'am.
Okay, nagka-pet naman ako ng pig. So,
Ano naman ang farm, ano siya, diba? Yung pet. Hindi siya pets.
so
Farm.
domestic animals na lang.
Dogs and cats na lang, ma'am.
Dinagdag niya si pig.
Nawali na natin si pig kasi pet owner. So parang si kakatayin mo ba yung pet mo? Parang gano'n.
Hindi kasi pet.
Hindi mo kahiga si pig. Ay, hindi mo kahiga si pig.
Oo. So ang pet owners na lang in select barangays of Tuguegarao City. Okay. Go ahead, group 6.
So, good morning to our dear panelists. I am Ardiles Angelina, Bigayan Krista May, Cariaga Rica, and Reduca Florida are with me today to present our thesis entitled Level of Awareness and Practices Regarding Parasitic Infection on Domestic Animals Among Pet Owners in Barangay Blanc of Tuguegarao City. Advisor, J. Andrea Vea Israel, RMT, MPH, MSMT. Next. So, background of this study. Parasitic infection refers to any illness or condition brought on by parasites that are capable of reproducing in a body and causing disease. Parasitic infection can be transmitted via animals. An infection disease known as zoonosis has spread from animals to human. Domestic animals are those that human can take out of their habitat and raise in a specific location, often in-house and sometimes in cage. The Philippines was listed as the one of numerous nations in Asia with the greatest percentage of dog and cat ownership according to USDA or United States Department of Agriculture. Even though there's a lot of programs that control parasitic infection like STH control program, mass deworming, the Garantisadong Pambata campaign, and many more, these communities at a great risk of contracting zoonotic illness because of their close interaction with household animals like dogs and cats, as well as their poor access to veterinarian treatment and sanitation. Due to the growing population of pet owners in Tuguegarao City, this research aimed to assess the cat and dog owners' awareness and their practices regarding parasitic infection in Blanc, Tuguegarao City. There have been few published studies among dog and cat owners in Philippines documenting their level of awareness and practices with regard to specific to parasitic infection despite pet acting as both direct and indirect source of parasitic infection. The purpose of our study is to identify what is the level of awareness and practices of pet owners regarding parasitic infection on domestic animals, especially dogs and cats. This study aimed to help with the elimination plans and prevention strategy of the parasitic infection acquired from domestic animals. Next. Statement of the problem. General, determine the level of awareness and practices regarding parasitic infection on the domestic animals in Barangay Tuguegarao City. Specific, number 1, what is the profile of the pet owners in terms of demographic, socioeconomic, pet profile. Number 2, what is the level of awareness of pet owners in terms of transmission, etiology, symptoms, both in animals and humans, prevention and control, treatment, management. And number 3, what is the level practices of pet owners in terms of transmission, etiology, symptoms, prevention and control, treatment and management. Number 4, is there a significant difference between level of awareness and practices of pet owners when grouped
according to profile variable.
So for the conceptual framework, health is a resource for living, not the objective of living, lived by people within the settings of their everyday life, and created by caring for oneself and others, according to Ottawa Charter for Health Promotion. The others in issue have traditionally been understood to refer solely to humans within the context of health promotion. However, pets plays a significant role in millions of people's daily efforts to take care of themselves and others. In actuality, pets themselves are frequently considered to be significant others. And in this figure, it shows the relationship between the independent and dependent variable. The independent variable is composed of the profile of the pet owners in terms of demographic, socioeconomic, and pet profile, while the dependent variable is composed of level of awareness and practices of pet owners in terms of transmission, etiology, symptoms, prevention and control, and treatment and management.
For the significance of the study, the purpose of this study is to determine the level of awareness and practices regarding parasitic infection among pet owners, regarding parasitic infection on domestic animals among pet owners in Barangay Blanco, Tuguegarao City. So the following sectors are among those that will gain benefits from the study: pet owners, Department of Health, City Health Office, barangay officials, residents of selected barangay in Tuguegarao City, and future researchers.
So for the scope and the limitations, the general intent of this study is to determine the level of awareness and practices regarding parasitic infections on domestic animals in Barangay Blanc, Tuguegarao City. Inclusion. Pet owners are the one who owns the pet, or an individual who takes care, protects, and feeds the dogs and cats are the one who is considered to be the respondent of this study and also lives in Blanc for more than a year, period June to August 2023. Exclusion. Other types of domestic animals like cows, sheep, pig, turkeys, and horses will be excluded in conducting this study.
For the research design, this study will use descriptive correlational research design. The researchers will attempt to get the answers to the aforementioned problem to justify and satisfy the objectives of the study. This research paper will show the relationship between the independent and dependent variables. So the local of the study. So the local of this study, the site of this study is located in Barangay Blanc of Tuguegarao City in the province of Cagayan. This barangay was chosen by the researcher because it is suitable and applicable to this study. This is the place where cases of parasitic infection are high. For the floating of survey questionnaire will be given to the pet owners specifically on dogs and cats. For the respondents must be resident of Barangay Blanc, Tuguegarao City and should be a pet owners on dog and cat. They are chosen as the subject. They are prone of parasitic infection transmitted by domestic animals. For the sampling design, convenience sampling will be used to select the respondents in the study. The researcher will explain the purpose of the study, their rights, and that participation was voluntary.
So for the research instrument will be a direct data survey and floated questionnaire, and it will consist of 3 parts. All the questionnaires are self-made to assess the validity of the questionnaires. The researcher will conduct a pilot test on the questionnaires and will run a statistical treatment.
So for the data gathering procedure, the researchers will prepare inception activities through a letter. The letter will be given to the City Health Office, requesting what barangay has the highest number of cases of parasitic infections. After we gather the data on who has the highest number of parasitic infections, we will give a letter to the barangay captain of the said barangay, requesting data about the total number of residents in the barangay who have a pet in their house, specifically dog or cat, and requesting permission to distribute questionnaire to the selected respondents. The survey will be conducted with informed consent from the selected pet owners. The questionnaire will be used as the main data gathering instrument. The instrument to be prepared is focused on answering the statement of the problem. The researchers will explain to the respondents the importance of their response to the study. The researchers will clarify some terms to the respondents so that they can answer the questionnaire with full knowledge of their responsibility as the subject of the study. For the data analysis, the data gathered will be analyzed and examined. The researchers will utilize the descriptive statistical analysis to present the data using a tabulation. The researchers will also use the Slovin's formula to get the sample population and the total number of respondents. The following are the statistical tools to be used in interpreting the data. First is the frequency count and percentage. This will be used to determine the number of respondents in every barangay. Next is the chi-square test. It is a statistical test used to compare observed results with expected results. Third is the Likert scale test, rating scale used to measure opinions, attitudes, or behaviors. And last is the mean and standard deviation. It is a test used to measure of how dispersed the data is in relation to the mean. That's all po.
Okay, thank you. Group 6A. Maybe here questions, comments, and suggestions from our panelists. Start with Sir Doc Angel po. Ay, sorry. Ma'am Vilma, are you ready po?
Sige ma'am, i-share ko lang yung ano ko. Actually, group 6, what you presented in your PowerPoint supposed to be the one should be the one indicated in your introduction. But in your manuscript kasi, it's different. Okay? I suggest that you have total revision of your introduction. No? Okay, total revision of your introduction.
Ma'am, yun lang din yung nandun po sa introduction po namin.
No, it's supposed to be you have written what is parasitic infection, the global statistics, the national, regional, local, contributory factors, bakit may mga ganito pa rin na problema, and your reasons why you undergo this study. What you are written here kasi is just all about the parasitic infection. Okay? Tama itong SDG, but paki-paraphrase naman kasi in photo nyo kasing basta na lang, I think parang kinapi-paste nyo na lang yata po. Okay, then tama naman itong AO number, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, paki-ano lang kaso, 2016 pa kasi to. So, pwede, meron pa tayong other laws related na major latest with regards to your study. Yun. So, total revision of your introduction. The introduction, guys, should only be 1 to 2 pages, no, if possible. Okay? Then, doon sa research paradigm nyo, under independent variable, yung nasa dependent variable nyo, dapat included siya sa independent variable. Ang ginawa nyo kasi, hinati nyo, no? Na supposed to be yung nasa dependent variable nyo, it should be written under independent variables. What should be written in your dependent variable is the title itself of your study. Yung title nyo mismo ang ilagay nyo doon. So lahat ng level of awareness, practice of pet owners, transmission, symptoms, prevention, control, treatment, and management should be written under independent variables. Then try to explain, no, your research paradigm. Your explanation here is not the explanation of your research paradigm. Then, under scope of the limitation of the study, do not what we call indicate these are inclusion, these are exclusion. No, it should be written in narrative form why it is included and why it is excluded, no? Wag niyong isulat na written na exclusion. Hindi ganon, no? Should be in narrative form, no? Do not indicate in these are the inclusion and these are the exclusion. Okay? Then significance of the study, narrative form, alphabetically arranged, likewise with definition of term, it should be operational. And the terms used in under your title should be included in the definition of terms. Then your related lit. Okay. Meron kayo dito 2007, may 2002. So pakipalit, then paki-paraphrase naman. Huwag yung kinapi-paste nyo na lahat. Okay? Try to select a study which really have a significance. I try to select a related lit which has a really significance to your study. No? So 2008, may nakita ako dito. So palitan natin itong related lit nyo. Kasi halos ano na siya, 10 years back. So sabi nga ni Doc Angel kanina, it should be 5 years back. Okay? So yun yung napansin ko dito. Yun lang. Ma'am Jinky. Okay, research design. Okay. Sa research design nyo, you remove yung according to Mac, Bernie, and White. O dapat i-state nyo bakit yun yung research design nyo. Yun ang dapat i-ano nyo. Then including sa sampling design nyo, anong sampling method ang ginamit nyo for the study. No, masyadong mahaba, no? Simplified nyo lang. Okay, then the local. Then talk about your research instrument. Ano ang nilalaman ng instrument nyo? Okay? At paano kayo mag-gather ng data sa data gathering procedures? Descriptive. Okay guys, hindi na po natin ginagamit ang Sloven's formula. Obsolete na yan, hindi na po natin ginagamit yan. So yun lang, napansin ko dito. So total revision po ng chapter 1 nyo. Ano pa ba?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am V.
Okay.
Regarding po sa Sloven's formula, ewan ko lang po sabi ng prof ko, parehas lang daw siya doon sa ginagamit na yung isa. Ano nga yung isa?
Hindi ko matandaan.
Yung letter C. Nakalimutan ko na. Ma'am Zinky, ano nga yun?
Wait lang.
Cochrans po. Cochrans.
Pareho lang po daw siya.
Yes po. Actually, same lang sila, ma'am. Pati yung binigay na tool ng DOST, same lang siya, different name. Actually, sa DOST, walang name na nakalagay.
Ay, so siguro ma'am, mas maganda yun na lang ang gamitin nila, ma'am. Suggestion lang.
Kung ano na lang yung standard.
Mabaya mga advices mo to, no?
Opo.
So, hindi ka magtatanong.
Hindi, comment lang dun sa Slovens. Hindi ako magtatanong.
Hindi. Ay, Ma'am V, finish ka na?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sige, baka handa si Doc Angel.
Baka kumakain, alas 12 na yan.
Ay, ang gulo lang kasi sa office.
Okay. Kakain po
I
nila.
have similar concern with Ma'am Vilma. Tumingin na lang ako dito sa RRL. Okay, in your RRL buong chapter 2 revise kasi it just obvious na copy and
Yes,
paste
sir.
lang po siya. Example, page. Need not to include also the example. The study involved 508 participants, pati methodology ni-include sa RRL. Cite only the yung significance doon sa di ba? 14.4%, blah blah blah, pati mga findings kinapin and paste. Oo. Di ba? Where is the writer's voice in your RRL? Di ba you have to include your citation. Cite mo muna kung ano yung isang particular na nagko-connect sa inyong title, then explain it, expound it. Okay? Ganun po ang paggawa ng RRL natin. Your writer's voice dapat makita dito. Hindi siya basta-basta copy and paste. Okay, so tapos yun lang. Kasi nakita na ito ni Doc Julius kanina yung sa title ito. Actually, nag-ano nga kami dito nag-ano ulit kami dito. Sabi ko, hindi ba, focus to sa public health kasi veterinary, ganun po rin sa kanya. Although, yun pala, zoonotic infection pa lang dating niya, no, na natatransmit sa human. Kaya, so yun, ang napansin ko lang sa study niyo, yung RRL, buong RRL, paki-revise. Tapos, yung definition of terms, hilig kayo sa definition of terms na, na walang citations, at saka direct to the point. Technical writing ang thesis, ang research. Researcher also, significance of the study include also how are you as researchers or future public health advocates, okay, will be benefited from the result of this study. And so far, sorry, nakamute pala ako. Nakamute ba ako?
Hindi po, Doc. Hindi po.
Sir, naririnig ka namin.
Okay. Akala ko nakamute ka ako magsasalita. Okay po. Yun lang po ang comment ko, Ma'am Chair, and the rest of the group. And congrats po.
Thank you po, Doc Angel. Ma'am Lily, do you have any, suggestions, comments?
Comments, pwede kumain muna.
Pwede, Ma'am Lily. Ma'am Lily, are you there?
Joke lang.
Tatanong habang, ayan, pwede na si Ma'am Lily. Ma'am Lily, go.
Sige, incorporate ko na lang dun sa binigay nila sa akin na manuscript. Okay?
Okay po, Ma'am Lily. So for me po, what is the profile of the pet owners in terms of sa SOP ninyo? When you put your main domains, variables here, demographic, you put the specific variables. Remember, you have your statement of the problem must be specific, must be smart. So demographic nakalagay under dyan kung kasama bang age, sex, whatever, kung ano mga andyan, socio-economic, whatever, ang mga andon, pet profile. And if you can include also clinical profile of your pet owner. We don't know kung may anong mga sakit meron sila. Under doon, kung ano yung mga sakit nila, mga maintenance medication na tinitake nila. And then what is the level of awareness of pet owners in terms of level of awareness tayo dito? It's been problem since kanina kasi your tool is not according to level of awareness. Naka-strongly agree, agreed, strongly disagree tayo. So, slightly aware, very aware, ganun dapat siguro tong level of awareness natin sa pet owners. And then, sa level of practices, are you sure na meron tong domains on transmission, etiology, symptoms, prevention, and control? Hindi ba dapat level of practices on prevention and control lang? So, you can ask Ma'am Bea siguro on that. So, Ma'am Bea naman andyan. And then sa statement of hypothesis niyo, nag-iisa lang yung inferential ninyo on your SOPs, pero dalawa yung nasa statement of hypothesis ninyo. So, pa-thumbs up na lang si Ma'am Bea. Sige, bawal kasi siya magsalita. Okay. And then, Same as the other panel members kanina on your RRL, according to, and then naka-close and open parenthesis yung inyong mga citations. So kindly observe proper citations. I don't know why it looks like this, but you already have your sample thesis there sa PH Lab Barate. You can see that it doesn't look like this. For chapter 3, sampling design natin, siguro si Ma'am Bea kasi laging itong ginagawa niya sa kanyang mga research ngayon. Bakit tayo merong 50? Nakaset sa inyo na 50 pet owners in Barangay Blanc of Tuguegarao City. You have Ma'am Bea naman. Ma'am Bea will guide you on this one. I'm just telling you na bakit nakaset ang ating sample size. Yes daw, sabi ni Ma'am Bea. And then for your, ipagtutugmaan nyo lang naman si questionnaire nyo and your tool kasi it's hindi siya tugma. I have already uploaded your PowerPoint video on your research instrumentation. So how you should validate, have it content validated, face validated. So hi ma'am, nandiyan ka pala. Ma'am Lara, paano ka napunta dyan? Yun lang for me. So we go to the next group already. Group 7A on the compliance of Indigenous mothers on perinatal care provision of DOH.
Ma'am Jinky, after this,
Yes,
break ka kumain ka muna, buntis ka pa naman.
Oo nga sinumbong siguro ni Ma'am Lara na hindi pa ako kumakain, no?
Oo, kumain ka kasi buntis ka.
Yes, ma'am. Yes po.
Sige. Thanks. Ayun na, hindi ako pwedeng mag-comment mamaya dyan kasi.
Magko-comment si Ma'am V. Magko-comment siya kasi kakain muna ako.
Oo,
go ahead, anak.
Sa ano na ang next ba? Ay, yung ano.
Perinatal.
Oo, na-revise din yan, di ba? Ano naman yun kasing revision ng title? Compliance on perinatal provision of DOH.
Split ang group natin para I can eat na po.
Nasaan yung mga task? Ma'am, question. Ako na lang mag-question.
Sige, Ma'am Rhea.
Ma'am, regarding dun sa comment ni Sir Julius kanina, ma'am, hindi comment, recommendation, yung sa parasites ng domestic animals, di ba sila to?
Yes, ma'am, yung sa'yo po.
Bale, mag-specific, parang yung scabies kanina, scabies, eczema,
yes,
ganun
po.
din, mag-specific sila per parasite.
Yes po, sa questionnaire nila. Opo.
Okay, noted, yes, ma'am. O, di ba, nakuha nyo ba yun, guys? Thank you.
Ay, hindi ko nabasa po. Good God. Hindi ko na-revise. Okay, Miss ano, who's next? Miss Aguinaldo? Kayo ba ang next?
Ma'am, yes po, ma'am.
Or you may now present while waiting for the other member of the panel.
Ma'am, nag-ano
So
po.
ako ang advisor dyan, ako ang mag-comment. Ay, anyway, nandiyan naman si Ma'am Lily. Ma'am Lily, nandiyan ka pa ba? Proceed na.
Tracer na ba ito, ma'am? Tracer na?
Actually, ni-revise ni Sir Julius tong title nila.
Ano na to?
Ria is the yung original title nila is the cap on prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal care.
Oh. Pero it was revised to
Nasa second envelope mo.
Compliance of perinatal provisions.
Nasa second envelope.
DOH Manchan program.
Ma'am Vilma, handa ba sila? Kasi nakalagpas ng ilang minuto.
Sir, di pa sila nag-start, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, Cherry, I can hear you.
Ma'am, this is Nicole po. Wala po yung pwedeng mag-share screen, ma'am. Lahat po kami naka-phone. May naka-token.
Yung mga lahat kayo naka-phone at nawala yung mag-share screen. Sino mag-share ng screen? Wala. Next group na lang.
I'll look into it. Kung sino pong pwede, ma'am.
Sino ba nag-share kanina?
3B po ata.
Ay ka naman, Dong.
Mag-share screen, ma'am. Ganun din po sa next presenters po, ma'am.
I'm going.
Ma'am V, wala na sa kanila ang merong
I-refer ko din siya, ma'am.
Ano na lang, i-share at ako mag-share.
You send the PowerPoint to Ma'am Vilma. Siya mag-share.
Wait lang. Parang, sige. Tingnan natin. Naku, kung kaya ng power. Gallery. I-share mo na sa akin. Send mo sa FB ko.
Ma'am, ito na po, ma'am.
Share na.
Ma'am, kasi yung anak ko, baka naman pwede. Hindi yung pala, dati policy kayo.
I-share na ba siya sa'yo?
Wala pa naman.
Engineering, medicine, engineering, medtech, and
Hindi pa yan na-share, Ma'am Jean.
Kasi marami tayong naka-line up for today. Kaya tayo nag-aano ng
O
oras.
yung ano na lang kaya muna, ma'am, yung ready na mag-share dyan. Sayang oras. Ito na ba siya? Ang dami.
Yung service ba sa interview is yung
Ano to, ma'am? Ano? Wait lang. Saan ba to? Ba't ang dami?
Ma'am, group 7A po.
Group 7A?
Yes, ma'am. Yung file po, ma'am.
Ay, ito. Wait lang.
Deyanira, are you ready? The group of Deyanira, ready na ba kayo?
Ma'am, we can share the screen po if kami na po.
Kayo na? Yes. Please share your screen. Dear panelists, this is group 1B already. Their title is on knowledge, attitude, and practices on HFMD among mothers in select barangays of Tuguegarao City.
So,
you may start already, Deyanira.
Okay po, ma'am. So presented here is our proposed research study entitled Knowledge, Attitude, and Practices on Hand, Foot, and Mouth Disease, or HFMD, among mothers in selected barangays of Tuguegarao City, with Ma'am Lara Melissa G. Luis as our advisor. So why is this relevant in today's academic conversation? HFMD has been a major public health concern worldwide that has produced several outbreaks in the Asian Pacific region, including the Philippines. And according to Centers for Disease and Control, children under the age of 5 are the most vulnerable group affected by HFMD, which explains why this study will have mothers with children ages 5 years old and below as its respondents. We have also found conflicting studies in the relationship between knowledge, attitude, and practices of HFMD. Wang and Pang 2022 stated that parents generally have positive knowledge and attitude, but they are not implementing it, having low compliance in carrying out preventive measures, contradicting the study of Tran et al. 2020, saying that there is a positive correlation between these variables. Thus, the objective of this study is to assess the following questions. Let us proceed to the statement of the problem. Next slide, please. So, we are going to find out the profile of the respondents in terms of their demographic profile, namely age, highest educational attainment, number of children previously infected by HFMD, then their profile in terms of socioeconomic status, namely employment status, annual household income, and number of household member. We are also going to find out their level of knowledge in terms of HFMD disease background, transmission, clinical features, and prevention and treatment. Also, on the third research question, we are going to find out the attitude of the mothers regarding HFMD, as well as their common preventive and control practices. On problem number 5, we are also going to find out the significant difference between the knowledge, attitude, and practices on HFMD of the mothers when grouped according to their profile variables, as well as the significant difference in their knowledge when grouped according to their attitude and practices. Lastly, we are going to find out the significant difference in the preventive and control practices of the mothers in HFMD when grouped according to their level of knowledge. So next, this study, as its conceptual framework, is anchored in the Integrated Management of Childhood Illness, or IMCI, of the UNICEF and WHO, which aims to improve growth and development during the first 5 years of a child's life to decrease infant mortality and improve growth and development overall. In the Philippines, the Department of Health designated the National Polio Laboratory as the reference laboratory for the HFMD referred samples. In connection, Zhao and Apostle 2019 reported that etiologic shifts of HFMD in our country has been observed, which urges the development of new strategies for HFMD surveillance and outbreaks. But unfortunately, there are limited published studies on knowledge, attitude, and practices on HFMD in the Philippines. So as shown in the research paradigm presented in your screens, this proposed research study specifically aims to assess the association of demographic profile with that of their knowledge, attitude, and practices, as well as the association of the socioeconomic status with that of their knowledge, attitude, and practices. So this study will serve as a basis in developing new programs and strategies for HFMD monitoring and outbreaks. So for the significance of the study, Mr. Sonico will present the significance of the study.
Dianira, we cannot hear Frexel. I think his internet connection is weak. Can anyone take over from the group?
So presented.
I've muted Frexel. Can anyone take over?
Yes, ma'am. So presented here are the beneficiaries of this study. Of course, the Department of Health, the Tuguegarao City Health Office, and the local government unit of Tuguegarao, as well as the primary and elementary schools, mothers, and concerned caregivers, and the general community. For this study, will serve as a basis in developing new programs and strategies for HFMD monitoring and outbreaks. Next slide, please.
Sorry for the internet connection. In scope and the limitations, the barangays with the top 3 highest HFMD cases for 2023 in Tuguegarao City will be selected, which is mainly Ugak Norte, Ugak Sur, and San Gabriel. Respondents of the study will be delimited to mothers who have a child or children aged 5 years old and below, must be residing in the selected barangay for at least 1 year, and a stratified sampling method will be used to determine the sample.
For the methodology research design, quantitative research method is specifically the descriptive correlation design, which will describe the profile of the respondents' knowledge, attitude, and practices on HFMD. It will utilize the data and methods to assess the association of the variables. For the local, the top 3 highest HFMD cases for 2023 in Tuguegarao City, specifically Ugak Norte, San Gabriel, and Ugak Sur. The selected barangays are based from the list provided by the City Health Office, Tuguegarao City. For the respondents, mothers who have a child or children aged 5 years old and below must be residing in the selected barangay for 1 year. And for the sampling design, a stratified sampling method will be used. It allows us to produce a sampling population that best represents the whole population of the study.
For our research instruments, the respondents will be assessed by using sub-administered questionnaires, which will comprise 4 sectors. Part 1 will be their profile information. Part 2 will be their knowledge of HFMD adopted from the study conducted by Rahamort et al. 2002. This will question their knowledge of HFMD, such as the disease background, transmission, symptoms, prevention and control, and treatment and management. Part 3 will test their attitude towards mothers on HFMD adopted from the questionnaire in the study of Wang and Pang 2022. And Part 4 will determine their practices on the prevention and control of HFMD adopted from the study of Mahadzar and Rahman 2019. The Likert scale will be utilized for Part 2 and Part 4, and the statements or questions of the other parts will be provided with specific choices. For our data gathering procedure, first is application for ethics clearance to R2 NTC. The researcher will apply for ethical clearance in Region 2 Trauma and Medical Center. Second, we will sought endorsement of the City Health Office and top 3 barangays. Third is the identification of the local and distribution of communication letters to selected barangays, which is the Ugak Norte, Ugak Sur, and San Gabriel. Fourth is the data collection. We, the researchers, will ask for informed consent from the mothers who have lived in the barangay for at least a year and have a children under 5. We will explain the purpose of the study and their rights to withdraw at any stages. The respondents will be allowed to submit questions or clarifications. And last, data analysis. The researchers will use statistical tools to analyze and interpret the study results. We will use frequency and percentage distribution to describe the respondents' level of knowledge, attitudes, and practices regarding HFMD. Thank you, and we are now ready for your comments, suggestions, and questions.
Thank you, Group 1B. Let's hear from the panel members, their comments, suggestions. Let's start with Ma'am Vilma. Are you here?
Yeah, binabasa ko pa lang. Wait lang.
Sige, while we're waiting for Ma'am Vilma, let's hear from, yan, ready na si Ma'am Lily.
Si Ma'am Lily muna. Ma'am Lily.
Hello po. Okay. So sa introduction nyo, just like what I've said kanina dun sa level of awareness din natin as a disease, nasabi ko, please emphasize more on the gaps, no? Yun nga, sabi lang, you do it deductively, and then you emphasize it more on the gaps. No, I would like to see, since it's a correlational study din, nakita ko dun sa methodology nyo, yung mga contributing factors, no, that cause the occurrence of HFMD. Tapos may kita nyo no na identify nyo na yung mga barangays. Bakit kaya dito mataas ang incidence rate ng mga HFMD among children, no? So that's one thing that you need to answer also in your introduction, or you need to emphasize in your introduction, so that you can rationalize, no, yung need, no, to conduct the study. Okay? And so tawag dito, dun sa conceptual, ano ba to? Theoretical ba yung emphasize mo? Conceptual framework?
Conceptual framework po.
Lily, conceptual.
Conceptual. Tapos, ano din sila, no? NOLA tenders din. Health belief. Wala silang, cap lang.
Cap theory.
Cap theory. Pwede din dito yung, yung kanina din na ginagamit na health belief, no? Tapos, no, are there any tawag dito programs already of the Department of Health, or are there any ordinances that would tawag dito
laws.
Yeah, laws or ordinances that address the occurrence of HFMD, kasi 'di ba ito this was also alarming din kasi mga talagang yung mga bata high risk of this disease. Okay? So, yon, pwede nyo input yon doon sa inyong conceptual framework. Tapos doon sa isa pa doon sa methodology nyo, doon sa pag-select nyo ng anyong mga participants, paano nyo to gagawin?
Ma'am, actually, we have the data na po from the CHO. So yung top 3 po na highest cases, yun po yung kinuha naming mga barangay, namely Ugak Norte, San Gabriel, and Ugak Sur. Then from that po, kukunin po namin yung number of mothers po per barangay. Then we will utilize the stratified random sampling po.
So, yan, yun yung emphasize nyo. How will you utilize stratified random sampling? How will you do that? And what formula you're going to use when you are to compute your study sample or study population, sample population. Okay, yun yung wala din dito sa sa methodology. So we will study and how we are to do that. Okay? So paano ba natin siguro suggest ko dito since correlation, you will look into relationship and yan. Ma'am Jinky, pwede natin gamitin si Lynch formula, no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes po.
Yes, kasi correlation. And then, tawag dito, dun sa, yun nga, as na-emphasize na dito, you will use stratified random sampling how? Okay, at may malaking question mark dyan. So, that's one thing that we are to explain in the study, kung paano natin i-stratify at paano natin gagawing mabuti yung yung random selection ng ating study participants to decrease to decrease the risk of errors and bias. Okay? Tapos yun siguro. Anyway, si Ma'am Lara, no? Andiyan naman siya to guide. Okay? That will be all. Thank you, Ma'am Jinky.
Thank you, Ma'am Lily. Let's listen from Doc Angel po. Baka kumakain si Doc? Doc Alvarado, are you still here? Baka kumakain siya kay Ma'am Vilma na muna tayo. Ma'am V?
Okay, ma'am. Under introduction, so far okay naman yung nila, mga statement under introduction. Latest siya, 2022. Then Philippines, meron sila. Then remove lang nila yung ibang gaya dito sa the epidemiology of HFMD. Tanggalin na sana nila yun. Okay. So mag-start doon sa in the Philippines. Kasi wala naman siya naka-indicate kung ilan ang cases ng sakit. So yun, mag-start doon, tanggalin na nila doon. Then, Tuguegarao City, walang cases na naka-indicate. Actually, ang dami pong kaso ng ng ganitong sakit sa Tuguegarao. Okay, so yun. Then, totally revised po yung conceptual framework nila kasi what is written here is more on related lit. Okay, dapat you look into a lows, gaya ng sabi ni Ma'am Lily na ordinary. Pwedeng indicate nyo dito sa conceptual framework and you can add also the SDG number 3. Okay, given na yan. Okay, so please try to revise your conceptual framework. It does not explain why you need to study this one. Dapat meron kang basis bakit ito yung gagawin mo. Basis for your research paradigm and your SOP, because your conceptual framework will be the basis also of your statement of objectives. Then yung presentation ng independent variables nila kulang, ma'am. Nag-end na sila sa socioeconomic status, wala yung knowledge, attitude, and practice. Okay. Then,
V, excuse me if I may interrupt. What's the final local for this? Because hand, food, and mouth disease, I had a problem with this with my advisees in the College of Medicine because there is not a list of these cases we have in Tuguegarao. Neither do we have it in the level of the region. So which case what we did is to trace it in the schools. Yun ang nangyayari. One thing bad sa amin is kasi yung mga private na mga bata nako-confine sila, pati sa public na confined, tapos pag idadiagnose silang hand, foot, and mouth, then they are our respondents. But it was like so hard for us kasi we will have to look for the cases. If they will not admit, for example, recall bias, they will not admit because they don't want to be labeled or they are not able to recall their experiences vis-a-vis diagnosis, because we talk about children, so to speak, they don't give value naman on their diagnosis. To begin with, they do not even understand what the disease is about. So we had so much of like problems with taking in pupils in Caritan. So that is the case. I think Inere is raising her hand. Food and mouth disease is different from hand, foot, and mouth, okay?
Yes. Yeah, yes po, Doc. Actually, meron na po kaming data na galing po sa CHO with the number of list po ng cases po ng HFMD this 2023 po.
But the problem is, if you have cases there, you cannot go to the community. What community is that?
Ugak Norte, San Gabriel, and Ugak Sur po yung top 3 with highest cases.
Hand, foot,
Yes po.
FHM?
HFMD po.
HFMD. So
Yes
if
po.
we have that list already coming from, it's authentic, what's this? Data? How did you get
Yes
that?
po. We personally, kinuha po namin sa CHO po.
But
They
you will have
personally
to
received
let us
our
see.
letter po.
But they gave you a document
Yes po.
reiterating that? Kasi mamaya dun sa claim natin sa introduction, dapat nakalagay yan dun. Pag wala yan
Yes
sa
po.
introduction or naka-claim natin na ganyan sa introduction tapos wala pala, naku, kawawa naman. Si Ma'am Jill.
Nagbigay po sila ng mismong hard copy po ng list po.
Yes, direct.
Oh, so if permission naman. Of which case, saan tayo select barangays pa din? Saan daw ang sinabi niya?
Yes.
Saan may
We
cases na
selected
kasi?
the top 3 highest cases po. Ugak Norte, San Gabriel, and Ugak Sur po. Yung
And
top
then
3
who
po.
are the respondents?
Mothers po with children ages 5 years old and below po.
So I think more than HFMD. Patingin nga ng objectives mo, na may ano ka ba doon? May associated risk fa. Mas magandang ganun na lang. Saan galing? I'd rather look into saan galing. Ito yung na-approve na title nyo dati? Nung
Yes
title
po.
defense?
Yes po.
Tingin nga ng objectives niya. Can you bring it to the objectives? This is the presentation, di ba? Down. I think second slide. Profile. Mothers ito?
Yes po.
Age. Nasaan yung ano?
Pwede na tayo mag-face to face sa Sabado?
May problema tayo. No. Doon muna. Bakit? Doon sa una. I would want to make the profile more elaborative to capture the HFMD. No, where do you get that? Sakit yan, galing saan? Mode of transmission?
Fecal oral route and direct contact po.
So, Ma'am Jinky, if that's the case, fecal oral route, I don't see that in the profile. Correct? Yung house, naiintindihan, and then yung type ng toilet, ano pa, source of water. Asan lahat yan? Yung sinasabi ko, yung profile should capture what we would want to work on. Ano pa, di ba, if that is fecal oral, sabi mo, Neneng, nasaan nga diyan? Source of water, type of toilet, type of house, ano, parang alam ni Ma'am Jinky yan. Saan chorva yung structure, mga ganyan, di ba? O ano pa? Ilan Ilan sila? Family
Baka
size
maging
is
indices po
important.
nila.
Diba? Ano pa ang importante? Ganun ang pag-profile. The profile has something to do about the condition. Hindi po profile mo kasi sila ang respondents mo. Wrong. Naintindihan? The character of the respondents has something to do about the condition. Yun ang mga importanteng ilagay dyan sa socioeconomic status. Okay. For example, siguro yung yung history, naintindihan nung HFMD na diagnose ba? Na ano ba na how do you call it? Na hospital ba?
Direct diagnose po dapat ito, no? Kasi
oo, dapat diagnose. Kaya nga, where, kahit when, facilities, naintindihan na kung na-diagnose yung FHMD niya, ganun yun ang tamang pagpo-profile. Otherwise, ano naman daw?
Medical history na lang direct? Or health history or medical history?
Nung cases. Diba? Pero ang kung pwede dito, Neneng, wait lang, kasi as much as possible, Ma'am Lily, ang problema kasi ay ganito. Kung ang respondents nila, yung mga parents na kahit walang food, hand and mouth diseases, hindi natin pwedeng ilagay yung health history nila. Correct? Nandun lang siya sa mga factors. Correct? Yung source ng water, ganun lang ang i-profile para they are on equal footing. So yun ang i-improve sa profile. Inere, you're raising your hand.
Actually po, in-include po namin sa delimitations namin na yung mothers with children ages 5 years old and below lang po yung i-include po.
Sino ipo-profile nyo? Hindi sasagot ang bata.
Hindi po yung mothers po. Yung mothers po.
Hindi. Ay. Ganito, the concept of public health revolves around 4 important aspects. The first 2 I give importance. What is that? Health education, health promotion. Will you be selective? If you're talking about knowledge, attitude, and practices, will you just be selective to individuals whose children are 3 to 5 years old? Ganun ba? Why don't you get everyone in the community na rin lang? Kasi hindi lang naman, for example, no, kung sasabihin mong sakit ito na madami sa bata, bakit yung later on ba ay hindi ba magkakasakit din yung iba pang bata? Yung hindi ba sila magiging nanay ng magiging mga anak nila ay may food mouth disease, ganun din, di ba? O ganun na, bakit i-delimit mo pa? Lahat ng nanay kunin mo.
O kasi possible, hindi po ba possible carriers yung ibang household members, di po ba direct? So kailangan na lahat.
Kasi knowledge, knowledge, attitude, and practices ko na, look at your design. They are the perfect respondents because they are mothers are perfect respondents because they are the ones taking good care of the health in the basic unit, no, of the community, and that is their houses, regardless of whether there are 3 to 6 years old children there. Lahat na i-capture mo dyan. Okay, and then yung socioeconomic status at saka yung demographic profile niya, make sure na akma doon sa sakit. Ano pa ang dapat nating ilagay dyan? Wala namang vaccination yon, di ba?
Wala po.
Bakit hindi mo tinanong? Kunwari, example, number of trainings on food, hand, and mouth disease. Ba't hindi mo tinanong yun? Sa akin, importante yun. Hindi ba importante yun, Neneng? Kesa tanungin mo sa kanya kung ano yung educational attainment niya? Diba? Tama?
Opo. Pero included din po sa under ng attitude na questionnaires po namin yung attitude po nila if ever po na magkaroon po ng vaccine ang HFMD.
Attitude yun. I'm talking about their history. History, ibig sabihin, nagkaroon ba sila ng training? Do you think mas maganda ang magiging knowledge, attitude, and practices pag may training na kaysa sa wala pang training? So, baguhin yung demographic at socio-economic, napaka-weak ng mga determinants na nilagay nyo dyan. Next, yung level of knowledge nila, when you talk about disease background, saan magfo-fall? Hindi ba lahat yan? Transmission, clinical features, ay hindi disease background? Ano yung disease background?
Sa questionnaire po, included po dyan yung mga common facts po about sa mismong etiology po ng disease. Like kung it is caused po ba ng bacteria or virus, ganun po yung included sa questionnaire.
Pwede mong ilump lahat yan. Yung transmission, yung signs and symptoms, yung causative agent, ganon. Kaya mong ilump sa iisang, ano lang yan, iisang
clinical description na lang din.
variable. Yun, letter A, clinical description. Pero importante dyan would be, syempre, yung prevention, treatment. Bakit prevention and treatment? Magkaiba yung prevention sa treatment. Diba?
Prevention and control, management and treatment.
Yun. Prevention and control, management, treatment. So yun ang magkakasama. So A, disease background tuloy. Ano na yung isa kanina, ma'am?
Clinical description direct.
Clinical description, prevention and control, treatment and management. O, yun.
Mas ano daw po ang ang prevention and control kasi highly transmissible yung disease. Tapos parang self-limiting yata din ito kasi viral siya mostly.
Hindi, kasi ang prevention niya, di ba?
Opo, mas doon direct.
Kahit self-limiting yan, there still will be prevention. Kahit pa-control yan, there still will be. Management, kung walang treatment, di ba, at least may management. Management. Pwede mong tanggalin yung treatment kung self-limiting, pero management lang.
Yes po.
Pero magkaiba yung management doon sa prevention and control.
Opo, magkaiba sila.
That's number 2. Number 3. Anong number 3 niya?
Number 3, high attitude.
Mali na yung number 4. Ma'am, pag mga ganito, para matanggal lahat na puro KAP, mag-expand kayo. Nasa na yung power ng research natin nun, mga ma'ams, no? Ma'am Lily, Ma'am Jinky. I want kasi, for example, lumabas or challenges ng mothers, nasa yung coping mechanisms nila, mga ganun para umalis siya dyan sa KAP. Pagkukumbiyanihin nyo na yung mga pinaglalagay natin noon.
Yung parang incidence rate and associated risk factors, ganun, di ba?
Incidence and associated risk factors, ganun naman. Pero ang ito kasi hindi na natin mabali ito nailusot natin ng proposal. Pero tignan mo yung ano niya, yung what are common preventive and control practices. Hindi naman yan yung sinabi natin kasi practices lang tayo. Bakit may common preventive and control na phrase na naman tayo? Yung title natin, wala namang ganyan.
What are the practices?
Diba? Otherwise, knowledge, attitude, and common preventive and control practices. Kung yung title ng pagkukumbiene da amin.
Tanggalin na lang yung common preventive.
Iba-iba. Kasi yun sa baba, nasa kunwari number 7, bigla nating sinasabi na preventive and control practices na wala na naman yung common niya. Once and for all, will we adopt common preventive and control practices from the title and across the objective?
Whatever happens during the week.
Diba? So ganun ang gawin. So we will get the common preventive and control practices. We'll stick to that. No? The advisor can help us out. Ma'am Jinky, we will stick to that then. Okay na? So common preventive and control practices across all of the areas of the research. That is the phrase we must see. Next. Ito pa, bakit yung number 6 and 7 are still taken differently? I don't know. What is number 5? Puro significant difference. Ayan, no? What is the difference between number 5 and number 6? What's the difference between number 5 and number 7?
Is there significant? Oo. Dapat relationship na sana yung isa.
Yung 5 and 6 mo, di ba? Yan o. Significant difference on knowledge vis-a-vis profile. And that is exactly your number 6. You look at your number 5. Significant difference between practice and level of knowledge, which you see in number 7. Revise the SOP. Next. Now, may I see? What's next from here? Is there any more? So the beauty if saan? Next slide. I don't hold any. No. Balik ka. So if that's the case, number 5 will be okay, but number 6 will be significant association. Is there an association between the level of knowledge of mothers on HFMD with that of their attitude and identified common preventive and control practices? That's number 6. Number 7, what is your output? Do you want to come up with a health education promotion material na lang para mas matino naman? Kasi kailangan ni Ma'am Vilma gumawa ng flyers, di ba? Nawala pa atang flyers ng food and mouth, right? Hand, food and mouth. So what IEC material exemplar can be proposed to enhance the awareness of mothers on hand, foot, and mouth disease. Oh, yun. That's the perfect SOP. Did you get your SOP now?
Yes po.
Next. So, ano to?
Wala.
So magiging ano na tayo, ma'am? Gagawa sila ng tag dito, ma'am? Ng health education promotion material. Okay na? O sige, baliin mo na, maging IPO na muna siya.
Yes,
para hindi magkakasama. Okay na. Kahit hindi yun mag-show sa title natin, yung IEC exemplar, okay lang yan. Pero magkakaiba talaga yan pagdating sa laman. Pero hindi pare-pareho yung trabaho ng estudyante natin. Okay, so it becomes IPO. Next. Yung pina-xerox ko, okay na? Nabigay mo kopya kay Ma'am Celia. Next slide. So who will be respondents na kasi? Respondents will be mothers, all household mothers lang. Naintindihan? Household mothers in the 3 barangays reported by PHO to be having cases of hand, foot, and mouth. Okay? Correct? Now, since you talk of significance of the study, sana dumating, naintindihan? Yung, for example, yung barangay council, correct? Barangay council. Kasi gusto ko yung sana pag may ganyan, mag-organize sila ng mga mothers classes, ng IEC campaigns. Yung nagro-ronda-ronda sila, yung kasama yung radyo, mga kapatid, ba ganyan. Mga ganun sana. O nasaan yung BHWs mo?
Oo, pwede.
Diba?
Dagdag niya, sir.
Tapos, ganun sana idagdag natin. And then, ma'am, across all the programs, dapat ilagay nyo rin yung CSU. Kasi ang pinupuntirya natin lalo na ay yung ano sana, public health. May offering tayo ng public health, correct? So isama sa CAS, correct? CAS para maging basis siya ng rational interventions, pwedeng isama sa extension programs, ganun Okay, next. Tapos magte-terminate yan ng researchers and future researchers. Laging ganun. Magte-terminate ang significance of the study ng researchers and future researchers. Next. Ito, yung scope and delimitations, no? Di ba ang scope mo, top 3, akala ko ba merong top 3 na? Identify din yung top 3 mo? Eh bakit ngayon nakaklip pa rin siya? Puhulaan pa natin yung top 3, hahanapin pa ba natin? Akala ko ba may listahan na? So as early as the scope and limitations, no, you have to identify already. It was done, no, in 3 barangays, namely blah blah, as they were identified to be, no, the barangays having the highest number of HFMD from by the provincial government. No? Palitan yung number 2, correct?
Yes po.
And then, bakit biglang may sampling design sa scope and limitations? There are only 3 elements of the scope and limitations. Number 1 is the limitations in terms of the questionnaire. Where is that? There was no mention of any questionnaire here. Number 2 is the limitations in terms of the respondents. Number 3 would be the specific period when you are going to do the research. O, anong specific period? The study will be done for 4 months, from this month to that month. Yun yung last niya. Yung stratified sampling method, that is chapter 3 under respondents and sampling design. Next. Oh, ayan, sabi mo kanina, puro significant difference yung nakikita ko doon sa objectives mo. Tapos, ang method mo, descriptive correlational. O di may mali nga talaga. So now, it would be descriptive correlational because tama na yung SOP mo.
Significance.
O, bakit yung local of the local? Ugak Norte? Ugak Norte, Ugak Sur talaga yon?
Yes po.
But the local would tell us a short description of the different barangays. Did you have that? Hindi enumeration ang local of the study. It's a discussion of the parts of the paper. I-describe nyo, what is San Gabriel? No, in terms of, correct? Kasi may mga, for example, category, no? Ang San Gabriel is urban category 1. Ang Ugak Norte at Ugak Sur, ganun din ba?
No, urban din siya, sir.
Eh, anong category siya?
Ay.
Ang daming i-describe, ano, 'di ba? Ilan ang population, mga ganun sana ah. Hindi enumerative yung lokal. Okay, next. May map din kayo dapat ng Tuguegarao City doon. O katulad ng respondents mo. Yung respondents mo ay siya yung inclusion-exclusion criteria mo, di ba? Magkaiba yung statement kapag pinag-uusapan, statement of the limitations ng respondents sa respondents of the study. Magkaiba. Magkapareho ka lang dinidescribe, pero magkaiba siya kung paano sulatin yung different part na yan. Mag-different kasi sila part ng paper. Magkaiba yan. Hindi ganyan. Kasi yung nababasa ko ngayon, this is exactly what I saw in your scope. Correct? Oh, meron na namang sampling design dito. Ang kailangan ko sa sampling design, I need a table. 3 columns. Barangay, number of valid sample size, number of eligible samples rather, and then computed sample size. Why do we talk kasi of sampling design when you do not know naman how will you derive your samples? How many are they to begin with? Sige nga. Ilan ba ang nanay, for example, sa San Gabriel, sa Ugak Sur, Ugak Norte, o di ba dapat merong table yan? So, emis dener da inere, mga ilan? Ilan ito?
Actually po, hindi pa po namin nakukuha yung number of
yun yung kung bakit ayoko na nangyayari na hindi nyo alam yung number. Descriptive correlational ka lang, descriptive correlational, tapos sasabihin mo lang sa akin na ang sample size mo 35. Oh. Paano yung association natin kung ang baba ng sample size? Kaya nga mas maganda na sana ang ginawa nyo nung kayo nagre-research, kinuha nyo yung mga sample sizes per barangay para makakompute tayo ng valid sample size. Para mas maganda yung naging proposal defense, correct? Katulad ngayon, magko-correct na naman kayo. Pagdating nyo, magugulat kayo, pinastat mo, less than 100. Ay, papaulit ko yan. Next. Papalitan mo tong yung methods na to. Why? Papalitan mo na siya, di ba? I revise your SOP.
Wala na siya.
Hindi na yan. I revise your SOP. Saka hindi ganyan, parents knowledge and awareness towards and chorva ng
Yeah.
Knowledge lang yung content natin, it may have had been based but not truly adopted. Taga saan si Rajamurthy? Sino siya?
The study was conducted in Malaysia po.
Ngayon, knowledge and awareness. Hindi ko naman... So may tatanggalin ka doon, di ba? Nakita mo yung questionnaire niya? Baka ang dami-dami.
Yung inadapt lang po namin na part ng questionnaire ni Rajamurthy is yung sa knowledge part lang po.
Di ba dapat nakalagay yan sa scope? Hindi yan nakalagay sa methods. Saan dinideclare yan? Sa scope. Limitation of the study. If you did that across the other parts, then you have to redo the scope. From the very beginning, dapat lumabas na yan. Ano yan? Sige nga, next. Bakit? Ma'am Jinky, hindi na sila kukuha sa RT2MC. No? Sa institutional na sila lahat kukuha.
Ox po, direct.
Okay. Wag na sa RT2MC. Sa institutional na lahat. Para matulungan yung mga bata at saka requirement yun ng school. Okay, so ito, tinan mo, sought endorsement kung kunan mo ito. Sought, linalpasan. Proposal pala ito, dapat, di ba? And then, for data gathering procedure, it starts with, number 1, finalization of the questionnaire. So, determine if there's a validity or reliability test required. No? Before you will proceed to, for example, applicate. Pag ready na yung lahat, yung protocol mo, nasulat mo na, yung protocol mo, then you have to apply already for ethics clearance sa University Institutional Research Ethics Board. And it ends not with data analysis, but plan for data dissemination. Yun yung method mo. It should not end with data analysis. There should be a plan for data dissemination. That is across all of the students who defended today. I must see a plan for kahit man lang dissemination. Okay, next. Research dissemination. No more?
That's the last part po.
Okay, that's it. So you take it from your advisor. I think they have learned much of the inputs we had today. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay, next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Direct. Let's have a group 4B with the title CAP towards maintenance medication on hypertension among residents of select barangay in Tuguegarao City. Nandito ba tayo?
Ma'am?
Yes.
Call po. Okay na po dun sa cup natin for prenatal, intra, and post, ma'am?
We'll have that after this for.
Okay po, ma'am.
Corby, may start.
Good morning to our dear panelists. We are the group 4 of BSPH 3B. So before we formally start our proposal, allow me to introduce my fellow researcher. We have Kabalang Jamaica, Ms. Dupaya, Galamay, yours truly, and Miss Teo. So the title of our research is The Knowledge, Attitudes, and Practices of Towards Maintenance Medication on Hypertension Among Residents of Selected Barangay in Tuguegarao City. Next. Next slide po, please.
Ma'am Jinky, ito na naman si KAP. Patayin na natin yung KAP, di ba?
Matagalin na yung KAP.
May allergy na kami sa KAP. Kanina umaga KAP. Ngayon uupo na ako for lunch. KAP pa din.
Awareness
Hindi,
na lang kaya.
Patingin nga yung kwan niya.
Hypertension.
Hindi yan. SOP. Patingin nga.
KAP mo to, pinagsama-sama ko kasi yung mga KAP together.
Ay, mamili ko pala
Dami-daming
advisor
KAP
dito.
naman. Mas maganda. Kahit ano, hindi lang siya KAP lang. Kumbaga, mag-twist tayo sa title or anything. Kasi nakakahiya naman later. Pero KAP ko na sa 1 to 12. Sabi mamaya nila na bakit ganito naman sa public health niya. May KAP naman, pero may ganon, tumbok niya, pero ibahin natin. For example, yung
on direct na parang hindi naman KAP ang nakalagay. Strengthen the ganyan.
That includes diet and medicine and drugs.
Actually, sir, may suggestion ng advisor dyan on the title.
Sige nga, let's hear from Mamila.
Mamila, halika na. Dito si Mamila. Halika na. Tinatawag ka.
Back to your title slide.
Andito si Mamila. Para ma-defense. Ikaw na mag-defense.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Actually, nung pumunta itong mga bata sa akin, ang pinakita lang yung title. Tapos sabi kasi nila, sir, na approve na daw yung title kasi nag-title defense na sila. So sabi ko, I cannot accept being an advisor kung hindi natin i-include sana yung diet. Sabi ko kasi ang gusto ko sana, sir, is adherence on medications that includes diet and drugs sana. Ang title ko, sir. Title namin.
Adherence.
Pero,
mas maganda pa yun, Ma'am Jinky, yung adherence to medications na lang.
Yes po.
Yes.
Kasi ma-assess pa rin natin ang knowledge, attitude, and practices nila. Hindi. Pag hindi, non-adherence lang tayo para mas controversial.
Yeah.
Diba?
Non-adherence towards
non-adherence towards management po ng protocols.
Management protocols. No?
Management protocols kasi that includes diet, medications, exercise.
Healthy.
Diba?
Sir. Mas better yun, sir.
Yun, non-adherence. Non-adherence to management protocols
of on hypertension among residents.
On hypertension. Pero ang hypertension mo, dalawang klase yan. HPN1, HPN2 to lahat na, regardless.
Lahat
type. In other words, lalabas doon sa sa profile niya ang type ng hypertension. Hypertension history.
Opo.
Years diagnosed, type, medications, gano'n. Lalabas yan. Parang KAP pa rin naman siya mga anak, mga balong.
Yes,
pero i-jijibahin lang natin ng konti para hindi nakakasawa.
Hindi
kasi puro zinagan ang kinakain natin. Giraffe, di ba? Nagka-allergy na talaga sa dinuguan. Ngayon naman, bituelas. Ito yung kinain na nung lunch. Okay? Yun, non-adherence. So number 1, pasok pa rin naman yung profile niya. Yun nga lang, hypertension history. Imbes na yung clinical profile niya, ma'am, isama nyo, naintindihan yung hypertension, history of hypertension. Kasi dun sa clinical niya would be, ilan ba to? Mga di ba? Mga non-adherent na lang. Non-adherent na lang. sa protocols ang kunin natin. Kasi marami dyan. I-volunteer ko rin yung sarili ko. Ay, hindi pala ako hypertensive, diabetic pala ako. Ma'am, may problema pala ako dito. Kasi hypertension normally can be standalone or it can be with DM and any other more.
Yes po.
So anong kukunin natin? Hypertension alone?
Direct, mas okay sana yung isasama sa kanilang clinical profile. O-cover natin both yung hypertension alone at saka hypertension with complications. Tapos tingnan natin mamaya yung association. Opo. Kukunin natin yung association later.
Kasi pwedeng hypertension is a secondary ailment. Ganun kasi.
Yes po.
Okay. So that would be coming out doon sa clinical profile. So maunang demographic, socioeconomic, clinical bago yung health-seeking behavior niya. Okay na. Maganda yung health-seeking behavior niya kasi nga non-adherence to treatment protocols. So if that's the case, number 1, that would be profile. Number 2, doon na tayo sa ano niya. What factors affect non-adherence to treatment protocols in terms of letter A, knowledge on hypertension. Kunana pa din. Diba? Papasok pa rin yung knowledge niya doon. Right? Hindi niya kasi alam kung na. O, diba? Letter B, yung behavior. Letter C, ganyan na. Yung letter A, B, C mo na niya. Knowledge, behavior, ano pa kaya? Behavior.
Environmental. Social factors.
Social. Mas gusto ko yung social. Kasi yung behavior, personal niya yun. Social. Yung environmental, mukhang hindi. Masyado. Ano pa ba? Environmental. Basta magdagdag na lang si advisor niya dun. Okay. Tapos, kasi what factors affect non-adherence? Kung na DJ, di ba? Yung number 2 mo. Yung number 3 natin, pwede natin ilagay yung ano niya, attitude and yung practices niya pa din. Kasi baka yun yung rason, correct? What are the attitude of respondents towards their maintenance, di ba? Hypertension, yun. Maintenance rather. Maintenance medications for hypertension. Kasi doon natin makikita mamaya na pwede talaga kaya.
Direct?
Yes?
Going back to our title, dun kasi tayo sa management protocols. So, 1 lang si maintenance medication natin eh.
Attitude, letter B niya would be management protocols.
Opo. Yes po.
A rather, A and B. What is the attitude on letter A? Yung kanyang, what is the attitude of respondents to, ano yari? Letter A, tapos letter B, correct?
Yes po.
Yung practices na yan, wag na kasi napunta na sa ano yan, nandun na siya sa behavioral, ganun. Sa number 2. So, ang number 4 mo dyan, association na. Is there a significant difference on number 2 and number 3 when grouped according to number 1? Ang number 5 niya, is there an association between number 2 and number 3? Tapos, ang number, ano na tayo? 5? Number 6. Number 6 mo na, ang gusto ata ni Ma'am na ganan. Ay, isama nyo yung diet, yung doon sa clinical profile niya, yung sa diet. Yung number 5, kasi yun ang forte na advisor, what health intervention plan? Correct? What health intervention plan can be proposed? Can be proposed to manage. Hindi, can be proposed for. Kung time, can be proposed for non-adherent, non-adhering patients, gano'n na lang, to manage to HPN management protocols. So ma'am, okay na doon, isama mo yung diet pa din doon pala sa attitude nila. Baka pwedeng ilagay doon sa attitude ma'am yung yung management niya. That would be letter C. Kunwari yung exercise, yung food, ano pa yun? Food, tapos yung maintenance, 'di ba? Tapos yung regular check-up, yung 4. Kasama rin pa rin siya doon sa attitude. Other than doon sa attitude nila, doon sa protocol overhaul. 'Di ba? Yung management kasi niyan, kabuuan yan Correct? Or gawin mo number 3 siguro is what is the attitude of respondents towards the maintenance protocols along the following areas. Ganun na lang. Himay-himayin na lang natin mas maganda pa. Correct? For example, nutrition requirement, drug maintenance, tapos 3 would be regularity of exercise. Ganun na lang. Mas maganda siguro. Yung number 3 mo. So wala namang tinapon yung mga bata, naintindihan, doon sa proposal nila. Yun nga lang na-realign, naintindihan. Para naman gumanda yung title nila. Tapos gumanda na lahat. Okay, just to make clear, ang respondents nyo would be non-adherent to treatment protocols ng mga mothers, mga cases. In what barangay? That's one select barangays. Hindi kasi ang select barangay. So, ibig sabihin, dun sa may mataas na hypertension, if I ask Mr. Martin, have you determined anong barangay ang matataas ang hypertension cases?
Po, meron po kaming na data po.
Cagay, Ugacsur, Atulayan, Caritan Norte, tapos Caritan Centro. Tapos ang first na ilagay mo dun sa enhanced, di ba, what intervention plan can be proposed? Pagbabarilin mo na lahat sila. Yun yung unang intervention plan. Kasi libre naman, uncle, yung hypertension drugs na yan, bakit ayaw nilang makipag-cooperate, di ba? Barilin mo na lahat. Kung hindi naman, ibitin mo sila doon sa acacia tree. Ganun ang gusto kong recommendation. Joke lang. Naintindihan? Just to reiterate, Mr. Martin, di ba libre ang hypertensive drugs, yung mga maintenance, anti-hypertensive drugs?
May libre, sir, pero depende kasi sa prescribe ng doktor.
Oo nga.
Yung pinuntahan po na
hindi, kasi syempre ganon. Sa atin kasi, pupunta ka dyan sa City Health Office kasi libre. Pero kung may kaya ka, syempre, jiba ang reseta, yung medyo may kasosyalan. Di ba, mother?
Yes, sir.
Kasi it's like this. For example, pag pupunta ako dyan, hypertension, bibigyan nila ng generic, amlodipine kung na lang, di ba? Pero pag pumunta ka sa cardiologist mamaya, Norvasc, kung kuna naman. Divine, ganun lang. No, sinasabi ko lang naman dito ay treatment protocols. Correct? Di ba? So, actually yon na libre naman yan, nag-iinarte lang yung iba. Pero pag wala na silang pera, wala naman sila agtumar kasi mahal, di ba? Yun yung problema, nag-start ng agtumar, di naman paninindigan. Kasi sinasabi na Mr. Martin, mini-maintain mo daw, kapag nagme-maintenance ka, mini-maintain mo kasi na may sakit ka. Di ba?
So, kailangan i-stop para mag-stop.
Stop mo na, para wala kang i-maintain, para masigbak ka na din. Ganun, di ba? Ganun yung ilabas yun sa introduction. Nasa umpisa, ganito, di ba? Pupunta sila, pag wala na, pupunta sila sa ganyaners. Okay? So, ang methods natin ganon. Wait lang, bakit ito ma'am? Ang kanyang design ay descriptive research design. Wait, incomplete yan. Kasi pag descriptive, madami yan. Di ba? Quantitative ka pa rin naman, yun nga lang descriptive. Correct? Descriptive correlational research design. Correlation to kasi is there a significant relationship. Local, map, and then discussions. Correct? Next map.
May map na pala.
Respondents, ayun na naman. Balitan nyo ng respondents nyo kasi ang respondents natin ay non-adherent to treatment protocols. Siguro may reckoning period, ma'am, for the past 3 years. Okay lang yan. Lalo na kasi nung nagpandemya, nakalimutan natin hypertension kasi ang focus natin sa COVID. Okay? For the past 3 years. Kasi pwede kasing na-diagnose ang hypertension niya nung bata pa siya. Correct? Ang reckoning lang natin ay for the past 3 years. Okay? For the past 3 years. So, non-adherent. Nagsimula siyang hindi naging adherent sa medications niya for the past 3 years. Basta ang status niya ay 3 years ago, that's 2020, right? Hindi na siya adherent, kasama siya. Regardless kung kailan siya na-diagnose na may hypertension, regardless kung ano ang kanyang gamot, regardless ang source ng kanyang gamot, basta hindi siya adherent. Okay? That is respondents. And then, remember, bakit 30 to 60 years old? Meron kang literature reiterating na ang vulnerable groups ay 30 to 60 years old? Mas maraming ang may hypertensive na matatanda pa, di ba?
Dapat po 20
Correct?
po yan, direct po.
So,
20 to
anak ko
60.
siguro, baka babaan pa natin to. Naintindihan?
May
Baka
14 na, sir.
kaya nga. Pwede naman para hindi sila mag-ethics. Naintindihan? Pwedeng 20 years old and above. Kung naman correct? 20 and above. Kasi hindi natin alam yung above. Baka may 96 mamaya na non-adherent. O di mas maganda pa yun. Bakit kasi tatanong mo, bakit ka non-adherent? Siyempre, agkabaw na siya. O di ba? Tapos yung anak niya na lang magbibigay sa kanya. O just imagine pag agkabaw na si Ma'am Vilma, o paano ngayon magiging treatment, di ba? Adherent pa ba yan kung agkabaw na? Di hindi.
Kaanin na, barbaring madanon pa pa nagkabaw.
Kaya yun, parang ganun. 20 and above. Tapos, ang design mo, stratified random ka per barangay. Ang strata mo, anak, ay barangay. Tuwang-tuwa naman ako na there are 317 respondents from the identified. Paano mo nalaman yan? Meron kang table, na-compute mo ba per barangay? Hindi, babalikan mo yan. Bakit? Ngayon, ang issue mo na lang, non-adherent. Correct? So, tanong mo sa BHWs yan, ma'am, mag-survey nga kayo sino ang non-adherent. Sila lang. From the non-adherent, then you compute for valid sample size using Cochrane's formula. Okay? Cochrane's ang gamitin mo. Okay, next. Kasi iba ang non-adherent sa patients ng hypertension. Okay. So palitan mo na yung research methods mo hanggang sa last part kasi bago yung title mo. Okay? Naman. Wala kaming hindi namin masyadong giniba yung paper. Naintindihan? Na-improve lang ng bongga. Tapos magiging hindi na siya KAP. Kasi pati ikaw, habang KAP ka ng KAP, nagsusuya ka na kasi lahat ng classmate mo nagka-KAP na. Di ba, Martin? Pero yung research mo, kahit ang laman niya KAP, magsa-surface pa rin, iba siya din the normal KAP. Tama ba?
Yes po, yes.
Okay. Sige. That's it for me, Ma'am Jinky. Thank you.
Thank you po, direct.
Ma'am Jinky, done na ako. Okay na po ako.
Yes, thank you, Direk. Ma'am V, may gusto kong i-add?
Wala na, ma'am. Yun na.
Yes po. Ma'am V. If there are no more additional suggestions, recommendations, we go back to the compliance on Indigenous mothers on perinatal care provisions of Group 7A. 7A po sila yung supposed na 12 to 12:30.
Ma'am Jinky, sorry yung introduction nila. Punta na lang sila sa akin.
For Eric's group, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes po.
Yes po, ma'am.
Eric,
po, ma'am.
unshare your screen so that the other group can share. Thank you.
Thank you po ulit, ma'am.
Cochrane.
Pero meron na ba?
Patay na. Deta?
Charmy.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Naririnig na po ako?
Yes.
Okay po, ma'am. Hintayin ko lang po yung mag-appear sa screen. Ate Char. Po dun sa... Yan. Sa, palipat nga dun sa ano, te?
Ayun na daw eh. Yeah, ako na i-complete pa yan. Para yung rating. Evaluation. Ang kada program. Parang program.
Mister, ano ka nga dito?
Hi.
Baka tinatouch. Yes. Okay po. Okay po. Visible na ate. Loading.
Uy, ayaw daw.
Huwag mo na lang i-present ate siya, kahit ganyan na lang. Hindi, yung hindi naka, slideshow. Yan, okay na po yan ate. Para mas, zoom na lang ate. Okay. Okay po.
Alam?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon po. Okay na po.
Sige. Actually, na-revise yung title nyo, di ba?
Yes po, ma'am. Okay, let me begin po.
Ano nyo na lang din.
Yes po. Good afternoon, panelists. Our study still encompasses the knowledge, attitude, and practices of Indigenous mothers. However po, Doc Julius modified our research title into compliance on perinatal care provision. So we will have to adhere into that po. Doc Julius retained our local and respondents, and the standard questionnaire from the DOH Man-Child program will be adopted. So without further ado, let me present to you our research proposal entitled Knowledge, Attitude, and Practices on Prenatal, Intranatal, and Postnatal Care among Indigenous Mothers of Nadungan, Gataran, Cagayan, with our research advisor, Professor Vilma T. Villaluz, RM, MPH, and our advisees, we have Aguinaldo Ruth, Alam Nicole, Bukaling Cherry, and Simon Lorny. So for our background of this study, next, yes, okay. Health is in the hands of the people. In this proposal study, the researchers have identified several gaps that led the researchers to conduct this study. Let me begin by sharing to you the statistics for worldwide each year. Over 500,000 maternal deaths women and girls die of complications related to pregnancy and childbirth. In the year 2020 po, for every 100,000 live births, there were 236.5 maternal deaths in the indigenous community according to the World Health Organization. So in the Philippines alone, the year 2021 is considered the third deadliest year for the childbearing in the Philippines, with over 189.21 per 100,000 live births. And in the province of Cagayan, there are 30 maternal deaths recorded in the region for the year 2019. So, Panelists, redefining the role of maternal health among the mothers of the Indigenous community has been a challenging movement for us to advance. Indigenous women worldwide are particularly vulnerable to complications during pregnancy and childbirth and may face maternal mortality rates that are two to three times as high as the national averages. Actually, this is supported in the study of PURAS in the year 2015. So I have here the different gaps that will lead the researchers to conduct this study. So first, the lack of proper birth registration limits the access of Indigenous community situated in the isolated zones to healthcare. Again, this is supported by PURAS in the year 2015. Next, the mothers of the Indigenous communities receive unsafe services that do not entirely acknowledge their demands. This is according to Sarmiento and colleagues in the year 2020. In the study conducted by the Asian Development Bank in the year 2011, Mangyans, who are considered as indigenous group, the remoteness and highland of area was a crucial dilemma in terms of maternal and child mortality. Next, according to the study of healing in the year 2021, this is linked to a lack of knowledge and awareness of the available health services. In line with the previous study po, Indigenous women and the majority were unaware of pregnancy-related complications and has limited knowledge of nearby health facilities. This is according to Akhtar and colleagues in the year 2019. Then the fourth gap, we have the study of Silwal in the year 2011. It was found that Rauta people, an indigenous community, once again, are more confined in their own indigenous knowledge and are less likely to utilize other non-indigenous knowledge. And because of this attitude, mothers and children are not getting properly health care that they need. The last gap, the gap in the practices and beliefs of the indigenous mothers related to antepartum, intrapartum, and postpartum periods vary according to local societal norms, culture, and customs. So traditional practices might pose significant risks due to their traditional practices. This is actually supported by the Huri and colleagues in the year 2018. So considering the scope and literacy of the indigenous community, despite numerous health promotion and intervention, there is still a growing burden of maternal health problems. Given this inequality, it is imperative to monitor issues of maternal health between ethnic groups. So to the researchers' best knowledge, no systematic research on maternal health care on indigenous mothers has yet been done at Nadungan. Thus, with this aim in mind, in this paper, we would like to assess the prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal care of indigenous mothers through their knowledge, attitude, and practices. So for the statement of the problem, our statement of the problem is starting with our general problem. In this study, the researchers would like to assess the knowledge, attitude, and practices on prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal care among indigenous mothers of Nadungan, Gataran, Cagayan. For our specific problem, specifically, this study aims to answer the following research questions, starting with what is the profile of the respondents in terms of A, demographic, B, socioeconomic, and C, health-seeking behavior. Under our demographic, we have the age, gender, status, ethnicity, and religion. For our socio-economic, we have the employment status, educational attainment, monthly income, source of transportation, and others. And for our health-seeking behavior, we have the sources of health information and the source of health services. The second question under the specific problem is what is the knowledge of the indigenous mothers in terms of prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal care. On the manuscript submitted to you, our dear panelists, there are categories identified under the prenatal care, the intranatal care, and our postnatal care. The third question to be answered is what is the attitude of indigenous mothers in terms of prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal care? Next, what are the practices of indigenous mothers in terms of prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal care? And the fifth one, is there a significant relationship between the knowledge, attitude, and practices when grouped according to profile variables? And lastly, is there a significant relationship between knowledge with that of attitude and practices of indigenous mothers? Moving forward to our conceptual framework, This study was anchored on knowledge, attitude, and practices, or the CAP theory. The CAP theory holds that health knowledge is the basis for establishing a positive attitude, and healthy behavior and attitude is the driving force for behavior change. And the goal is to promote healthy behavior. Therefore, the CAP theory is the appropriate guide for the development of the unraveling of the research objective. In 2014, the Philippines established the Maternal Newborn Child Health and Nutrition Service Delivery Networks to help curb the high MMR. So this was adopted to address gaps in maternal health referral system and improve coordination across healthcare levels. In the 2030 agenda, the United Nations General Assembly included the indigenous people in the sustainable development entitled Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The main goal of this agenda is to integrate the promises to leave no one behind and reach the furthest behind. Meanwhile, the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 intends to improve health by implementing initiatives that promote healthy educational institution, workplace, and lifestyle. This is patterned in the Ambition 2040, where the Philippines will be a thriving middle class society with no poverty by 2040. So this concept of health will cater the needs and gaps areas concerning it has been revealed in the studies that indigenous women die in pregnancy and childbirth more often than other women. Lapses in these goals will not fully provide the mission of Sustainable Development Goals insurmountable. Next po, for our research paradigm, the illustration that you see on your screen po, our dear panelists, is the relationship of respondents' profile and their knowledge, attitude, and practices. For our independent variable, we have the profile of respondents in terms of A, demographic, B, socioeconomic, and C, health seeking. For our dependent variable, we have the knowledge, attitude, and practices on prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal care. For our scope and delimitation, it will be
next. For the significance of the study, this study is vital to the following sectors in the fulfillment of this research endeavor. First is the indigenous mothers, barangay health centers, Department of Health, and the researchers. Next. For the scope and the limitations, this is limited to knowledge, attitude, and practices on prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal care among indigenous mothers of Nadungan, Gataran, Cagayan. This study will not include the non-indigenous of the community on the indigenous mothers belonging to the community.
Tingnan mo, same na naman yung
unmarried women of ages old and above.
Labing na lang ganyan.
Ages 3.
Go ka ng letter, papirma mo sa parents mo. Yes.
Next.
Next, for the methodology, research design. This study will utilize descriptive correlational research design that will include an in-depth survey and interview to answer the questions concerning knowledge, attitude, and practices. The researchers selected descriptive correlational research as the study approach because it looks at how variables are connected to each other, such as how they are linked, like how knowledge, attitude, and practices affect their prenatal, intranatal, and postnatal. We, the researchers, will not change any variables or try to find cause and effect connections. Instead, the researchers will just measure the variables of interest and then look at the patterns and relationships that emerge from the data. And next, for our locale of the study, this study will be conducted at Municipality of Gataran, Cagayan, specifically at Barangay Nadungan, where most indigenous mothers are situated, where a total population size is 2,007 residents. The researchers selected The researchers selected this area as our local because it is where most of the people resides and they are the center of this study. Next, for our respondents. Indigenous mothers of Barangay Nadungan, Gataran, Cagayan, who are married and unmarried indigenous 15 years old and above, and with a child ages 3 years old and above who are residents of selected barangay. The exclusion criteria are those who have incomplete or unavailable data, or the person who are on the list but are not anymore residing on the area. For the sampling design, purposive sampling is the appropriate sampling method for this study. We will select samples of or respondents based on specific criteria relevant to the research question or objectives. By selecting participants who meet specific criteria, researchers can gather valuable insights that can help inform our research. Next po. For our research instrument, let me rectify this one po. The researchers use an adapted and structured questionnaire that consists of 4 parts. So the first part will answer the socio-demographic characteristics of the indigenous mothers, and the second part will answer the knowledge, attitude, and practices on prenatal care. The third one will answer the respondents' CAP on intranatal, and the fourth part also aims to answer the CAP on postnatal care. To answer the practices and attitude, it will be stated in an interrogative format po. For these are the following basis. These are the basis of the questionnaire. We have here the maternal, newborn, and child health of the Department of Health, the recommendations for intrapartum by the World Health Organization, and another one from the World Health Organization tool for postnatal care for mothers and newborns. And for the fourth one, we adapted, or we tried to use the study of Rosaliza and Muhammad 2011, Knowledge, Attitude, and Practices on Antenatal Care naman po among Orang Asli women in Jean Paul Negeri Sembilyan naman po, an indigenous community also in this area. Next. Next slide po. For the data gathering procedure, okay po, thank you. For the data gathering procedure, we have here, first of all, we secured, or the researchers formulated an approval letter addressed to the municipality of Gataran. The content of the letter is to get the appropriate population size and sample size of the indigenous people and the indigenous mothers. Upon the approval of the college dean, the research advisors, and instructors, an approval letter and the city mayor, approval letter was sent to the Barangay Health Center of Nadungan, and the researchers successfully collected the data needed for the computation of the population size and sample size. After that, the researchers will go to a thorough proposal defense, and this is happening right now. After the proposal defense, once the paper have been subjected to approval, the researchers will secure an ethical clearance and clearance for the National Commission on Indigenous People. After that, after months of waiting, leveling off and inception of the activity will be done by gathering the barangay health workers and officials. Of course, approval letters will be sent once again by the municipality of Gataran to the barangay officials. And then after briefing of the barangay health workers and official, informed consent and certificate of consent will be signed by the respondents. And then the data gathered will undergo organization, tabulation, and verification. For the data analysis, the descriptive statistics will be used to analyze continuous and categorical data. The gathered data will be presented using numerical, percentages values, and will be presented as scores. And MS Excel and SPSS will be utilized by the researchers to describe the respondents' profile and mean scores in their level of knowledge, attitude, and practices. Of course, we will still ask the recommendation of a biostatistician for our data analysis. That would be all po, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. We end our proposal defense.
Thank you, Group 7A. We start with, andito pa ba si Sir Julius? I think nakabalik na si Sir Julius sa meeting niya. Ma'am Lily, we start with you since this is perinatal care. Ma'am Lily. Ma'am Lily.
Hello.
Ayan.
Di ba na-revise ito kanina? Ano na yung
Yes, Ma'am
title
Lily.
niya? Compliance.
Compliance of Indigenous mothers on perinatal care provisions.
Perinatal care provisions. So, we must have the tool on perinatal. Do you have that already?
Ma'am, nasabi po ni Doc Julius kanina may standard questionnaire na daw po. BSPH, but we have actually successfully formulated a questionnaire regarding perinatal po, prenatal, intranatal, postnatal, and it is subjected for review by Ma'am Janet po, the city midwife po.
Yeah, but kasi compliance study ito, so we need to look at
the standard.
The standard. So I think Ma'am Vilma, di ba perinatal ba yung sa study mo noon?
No, ma'am. Compliance lang yun ng intranatal.
Intranatal. So yes, ma'am, since this is perinatal, no, and then under the umbrella of perinatal, tatlo yan, no, 3 stages yan. So we are to look thoroughly and carefully on the standards of care.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah, associated in this 3 periods of pregnancy daw. These 3 stages, no? Tapos of course, since we are into compliance, we need to look at the data regarding non-compliance because that is the gap of the study that we are to address. Di po ba?
Yes.
So, yun. So that will be part of the background of the study. No? Yun. Importante na we should have a copy of the standards of care. Okay? Kung kanino natin kukuhanin yun at aaralin natin mabuti para makita natin kung ano talaga yung kasi hindi lang natin gagawin basta-basta yung tool. Okay, pero sabi naman ni Ma'am B, meron naman ng standard. Ma'am B, may standard tool na may nagawa na po?
Actually, ma'am, yung copy ko is on intranatal guidelines on intranatal and newborn care protocol yung sa akin, ma'am. So, hindi kasali yung prenatal. I do not know if available siya sa DOH because what I instructed to them before they finalized the chapter 1 to 3, they tried to visit the Department of Health hoping they could give them a copy of the standard of compliance on prenatal.
Yes, ma'am. Manchan ito Opo.
Yes, ma'am. Meron naman siyang mga references, ma'am, yung mga standard. Meron sa online pero better kasi kung ano talaga yung ginagamit ng Department of
National,
Health.
opo. Iba din syempre WHO yan. Tapos of course we have the national standards. And from there, from the national standards, that's where we are to lift our questionnaires. The statement, no, that will be included in our questionnaire. So we need to really have that standard so that we will know kung ano yung extent at or scope ng ating study. So ito yung isang critical part of your study, no? Since level of compliance tayo will lead to really look into the guideline Yeah, to look into the standard and then how we are to craft, or if there is a standard tool, much better. But yun nga, para talagang ma-assess natin yung level of compliance. Kasi, and take note, no, we are to we are to do to conduct this sa ating isa sa mga vulnerable population natin, sa mga IP group. Tapos nakita ko din kanina yung age ng respondent nyo is meron tayong below 18 years old. IP na sila, it's below 18 pa. So siguro isa sa mga concerns natin later will be on how to secure approval from the NCIP, and yun nga, syempre isa sa considerations natin for ethical approval will be yung mga respondents natin na nasa mga minors. Okay? At yun nga, you will be siguro anyway, Ma'am V naman will be your Ma'am V, ikaw ang advisor, no? So yung pag-craft nung tool talaga, magiging fitted siya doon, or fitted siya sa ating mga respondents. Kasi mag-IP ito.
Okay, so I just want to inform kasi this group had only forwarded to me their manuscript yesterday. So actually, hindi ko talaga siya na-review kasi hindi na kaya ng power ko because I have done editing with that to study during Saturday. Then kung hindi ko pa kasi hiningi sa kanila, so hindi nila binigay sa akin. So hindi ko na kaya na i-edit kagabi or kahapon. So kung binigay lang din sana nila sa akin yung soft copy, siguro nakapag-edit ako dito ng konti. Then yun din talaga rin ang hahanapin ko, yung standard na questionnaire. Kasi nga ang nakalagay sa title nila is compliance. So maybe we could have we will do something for your study. I will help you, but anyway, don't worry.
Kasi may nagsabi sa amin, sorry kami.
Yes. Yung SOP po nila, ma'am, since compliance study na siya, so ma-revise din po.
Kasi dapat mag-base sila dun sa SOP ng DOH or World Health Organization before they could come up with the SOP.
Sir, thank you, Mama. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, but anyway, ano nga rin, Ma'am Jinky?
Yun, ma'am. Tapos yung methodology din po nila, ethics clearance and NCIP. Okay po, yun lang.
So if ever, ma'am, yung come up with their standard questionnaire, okay na ba yung under chapter 3 nila if ever? Kasi descriptive correlation sila compliance to, ma'am.
Descriptive.
Anong i-correlate nila doon sa... Yun ang mahirap kasi wala silang standard na ano. Then nakita ko dun sa conceptual framework nila need to be revised also.
Yeah, IBDB sila, ma'am, no?
Yes, ma'am. Compliance to, ma'am.
Mag-IPO na lang sila, ma'am.
Oo.
Para kung kunwari makita natin yung level of compliance, siguro may pwedeng intervention na pwedeng gawin. Opo.
So, ang last question or objective dapat nila is talks about intervention program sana.
For a proposed intervention program.
For non-compliance naman. For non-compliance naman. Kasi for sure, marami silang makitang problem dito.
Yeah. Lalo mga IP groups natin, to kailangan, kailangan natin silang tulungan.
Oo. So may I suggest siguro kung tama ako, dear panel, they will come up first the standard guidelines and the compliance of perinatal care. Kasi yun yung maging guide natin mga anak, no? Kasi ang nandito sa questionnaire nila ma'am is cap on perinatal. So tanggalin na sana natin yung cap na word. Siguro compliance na lang siguro on perinatal care, mas maganda. Ganun na lang, mas easier yung gagawin ninyo anak kaysa ito kasi very broad to. Mula pagbubuntis.
Hindi naman level ma'am, no? Compliance lang. So, complied,
Oo.
complied, not complied. Ganun lang.
Yun lang ang sa questionnaire nila. Oo. Mahirap kasi to kasi very broad mula nung magbuntis ka hanggang mga anak ka. 'Di ba? Ang hirap kaya magbuntis na nga lang ang hirap eh. 'Di ba Ma'am Jinky?
Di ba? Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, di ba ang perinatal, yun yung yun yung magpapa-check up ka monthly.
Oo, yun.
Dapat meron kang monthly check up, tapos meron kang laboratory na gagawin.
Covers
Tapos, in every, parang meron time na
schedule.
Oo. Dapat within your pregnancy how many check-ups ka? Di ba ganun yun?
Oo, 4. Yung kasi binago. Yung previous schedule kasi is 13 times. 1 to 7 months, monthly, 8 months, twice a month, 9 months, weekly. Pero because of non-compliance of mothers for prenatal check-up, nilesen nila into 4. So yung first 3 months once, first trimester once, second trimester another once, then third trimester is twice na lang. Regardless, if there are complications may arise during their trimester of pregnancy, so that's the time they will seek immediately an obstetrician or OB-GYN, no? Hindi nila hintayin yung schedule ng pagpa-check up nila. So ganun kasi dapat.
Yun
Oo.
Yun yung ma'am, yun yung kung wala tayong standard or yung makita sila na guidelines talaga na
o gawin na lang, self-structured
baka pwede
na lang.
nyo. Yes, ma'am.
Sige.
Kasi super, alam mo naman siya, ma'am.
Okay. Actually,
Diba,
kasi mga to, hindi talaga sila.
So,
okay, sige. I will help you anyway. Dati ko naman silang sinabihan na I'm willing to help naman sa kanila. Yun lang kasi hindi agad nila binigay yung, ewan ko kung nakalimutan na yata nila ako. Okay, so yun.
Oo, kasi totally magbabago po yung research nila kasi perinatal na lang tayo.
Sige. Okay, so can we also hear from Dr. Angel? Dito si Doc Angel.
Ito ba yung knowledge, attitude, and practices ng prenatal?
Yes, Doc. Bali, change to perinatal na lang siya.
If Doc Julius did not change the title, for me, actually maayos tong papel. Ito pala yung nakita ko maayos na papel. So far. Maayos po yung technically, maayos siya. If knowledge, skills, and attitudes ang pag-uusapan. Kasi hanggang sa questionnaire niya, may translation siya. Mga wordings niya, nag-match po lahat. However, if we will adopt the suggestion of Director Fatigue, most likely, magbabago po itong...
Oo, Doc.
Pero, to sum up, if this is the title, actually, maayos yung papel.
Actually, Doc, pina-validate na nila yan sa midwife.
Po, napansin ko nga po, ma'am, saka lalong-lalo dito, the way they state their definition. Sa technicalities pa, the way they state their definition, naka-alphabetical.
Yes.
Tapos yung significance of the study, yung from most benefited to least benefited, nakaayos siya. Maayos yung papel.
So ano nga ro, Doc?
Anyway, Hindi po, ano na lang po ako dun sa suggestion ni Direk kasi baka sayang naman yung effort ng mga bata pag ginawa natin ito.
Yun nga, Doc.
I prefer if we cannot look for a standardized tool, maybe we can again construct a tool pero with the validation, content validation of at least 3 to 5 experts sa
Sige,
field
Doc.
ng ito. May
Maternal.
OB-GYN o maternal o may OB-GYN, may midwife, ganun po para mas ma-lead sila. Yan naman po yung
Actually, yan
suggestion.
yes, Doc. Thank you, Doc. Actually, Doc, yan din yung sinabi ko sa kanila, yung consultant, OB-GYN and a midwife who are really practicing, as a midwife. Yun, Kaya pumunta sila kay Ma'am Janet sa CHO.
I believe if they will revise this, kakakam up sila na maayos sa paper kasi to be honest, wala lang ako makita masyado dito sa paper nila kung ito yung title na gagamitin.
Yes,
kasi
sir.
maayos. However, yung kasi yung visibility, saka yung natin, yung marami na kasi tayong KAP.
Yes, Doc.
Kaya
yun ang tinanggal ni Sir Julius, Doc Julius.
Opo. I guess kaya niyo po yan kasi maayos talaga itong papel niyo kung ito yung re-retain nating title. Pero follow na lang kasi later on sa inyong ethics review, baka kasi magulat ulit sila at pumasok pa to. Member pa naman si Direk din dun sa ethics review. Yun lang po, ma'am.
Thank you,
actually,
Doc.
okay itong grupo na to, sayang. Okay. Congrats pa rin.
Congrats. O, diba?
Thank you, Doc Angel, Ma'am B. Marami pa tayong i-evaluate. We go to the next group already. Group 2B with the study entitled Level of Awareness, Screening Behavior, and Perception on Prostate Cancer Among Man. Among man? Among man in Anapunan East Negros.
Tinanong yan sa kanila.
Bakit
among man? Sabi.
Ito anong among man? Nandito pa ang group 2B?
Nandito ang advisor nila.
Yeah, anong among man? Anyway, tingnan natin sa presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Okay po. So, good afternoon, everyone. We are the Group 2 from 3B, and we are here to present our research entitled Level of Awareness, Screening Behavior, and Perception on Prostate Cancer in Residents of Anapunan East, Tuguegarao City. For the background of the study, next. Prostate cancer is a cancer that develops in the prostate gland and was reported as the second most cause of cancer-related deaths, with an estimate of 350,000 deaths and 1.2 million cases globally in 2018. This is due to poor health and low screening rate. In the Philippines, prostate cancer has reached 4,149 deaths, affecting mostly to 40 to 65. It was found that low awareness on prostate cancer is the main reason for poor perception, leading to no intentions of screening, according to Atuloma et al. 2010. Next. So this study aims to determine the level of awareness, screening behavior, and perception on prostate cancer among residents of Anapunan East, Tuguegarao City. Specifically, this study seeks to answer the following question: what are the profile of the respondents when they are classified according to A, demographic profile, B, socioeconomic profile, C, health-seeking behavior, D, clinical profile, E, lifestyle. Next is what is the level of awareness of respondents on prostate cancer. So we have the general information, signs and symptoms, prevention and diagnosis, and treatment. Next, what are the perceptions of the respondents on prostate cancer? Next is what is the behavior of the respondents on prostate cancer screening compliance? Next is
Is there a significant association between the respondents' level of awareness, perception, and screening behavior when classified according to profile variables? And lastly, is there a significant between the awareness towards perception and prostate cancer screening and their behavior towards it?
For the conceptual framework, we've used health belief model and the social cognitive theory as well as national integrated cancer control program. For the research paradigm, the independent variable consists of the profile of the respondents, such as demographic profile. Under demographic profile, there is age, marital status, educational status, and religion. And for the socioeconomic profile, there's average monthly income and employment status. Next is their health-seeking behavior and clinical profile as well as their lifestyle. And number 2, their awareness on prostate cancer.
Kasi hindi siya, sinabi niya sa akin.
While the dependent variable confines to the level of awareness, perception, and screening behavior among men in Anafunan is to Tuguegarao City. Next. For the significance of the study, it will be beneficial to the following: for the adult men, for the community, for the Department of Health, for the local government unit, for the researchers and future researchers. Next.
For our scope and delimitations, this study aims to determine the level of awareness, screening behavior, and perception of prostate cancer among residents of Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City. This study will be carried out in one setting, particularly in Barangay Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City. Respondents of this study are delimited to men who A, are age 40 to 80, and B, must be residing in the area for at least 1 year. Patients that are too ill to respond to the questions and those already diagnosed with prostate cancer were excluded from the study. Respondents will be given an adapted and modified questionnaire and interview questions to answer as the primary data gathering. This study will focus on determining the level of awareness, perception, and screening behavior among adult males. This research study will be conducted over a period of time. For our research design, this study will utilize a descriptive correlational research design. The descriptive research will describe the respondent's profile, awareness, screening behavior, and perceptions of prostate cancer. Researchers will obtain first-hand data from respondents using the research type to formulate fair and sound study conclusions and recommendations. Administered modified research questionnaires are used to assess the level of awareness, screening behavior, and respondents' perceptions. The researchers will conduct a one-to-one interview translating the questions into Itawes and or Tagalog among the respondents, especially respondents who cannot read and write. And for the locale of the study, this study will be conducted in Barangay Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City, province of Cagayan. This survey shall be carried out by the student researchers. These studies respondents will be interviewed in the comfort of their respective homes or any place they deem suitable. This study will be carried out between August to September 2023. The finalization of the study paper will be held at Cagayan State University Andrews Campus.
For the respondents of the study will be the male residents of Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City, aged 40 to 60 years old. For the sampling design, the researchers will utilize stratified random sampling to get the sample size for the respondents. That is the best method for ensuring that the 7 zones of the barangay is represented. The researchers will use the Slovene formula with a 95% confidence level and a 0.05 margin error. Next. For the research instrument, the questionnaire is divided into 4 parts. The part 1 consists the item that gathers the respondents' profile information, such as their demographic and socioeconomic profile. The part 2 elicits information on the awareness level of the respondents on prostate gland and prostate cancer, risk factors, symptoms, and treatment of the disease, and screening tests. The part 3 highlights the screening behavior of the adult men. And the fourth part is the respondent's perception. So the part 1 to 4 were adopted and modified in the questionnaire entitled Level of Awareness, Perception, and Screening Behavior Regarding the Prostate Cancer Among Men in Rural Community of Aikin Local Government Area, Nigeria, study of Atuloma et al. 2010. So for the gathering procedure, the researchers will be guided by the following guidelines. First one, the researchers prepared a combined self-constructed and modified questionnaire to be validated by the experts. The second one is the ethical clearance. So we then seek ethical approval at the R2TMC. The third one, requesting permission to conduct the study. So we, the researchers, will write a formal letter signed by our research advisor asking permission from the dean of the college and the barangay captain of the Anafunan East Tuguegarao City to conduct the study through personal interviews. Next is to conduct personal interview. We will send a letter to the respondents requesting permission to conduct a survey. Next is the data collection. So we, the researchers, allotted 4 weeks to disseminate and retrieve the questionnaires distributed to participants. After data collection, cleaning, and collaboration using statistical tools, the data was presented, results were written, and all parts of the paper were completed. And for the data analysis, the tool that we will be using is the chi-square to determine if there is a significant association between their level of awareness, perception, and screening behavior with that of the profile variables. The association between the men's awareness with the screening behavior and perception will be using a chi-square test. So that's all for our presentation. We are now ready for the question and recommendation.
Thank you, Group 2B. Can we hear from Doc Angel first? Doc Alvarado? Or Ma'am Vilma, are you ready po?
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Vil.
Okay, under chapter 1, one thing they will include is what is prostate cancer. So okay naman yung mga data nila, they have the global. Then on the second paragraph kasi it is 2015. So kung pwede sana mas latest sana. Okay, then other indicated in their introduction should be placed in their RRL na lang sana. Okay, so wala akong makitang cases, ma'am, ng prostate. Sa why in Anapunan pala, meron bang cases ng prostate doon? Guys, meron ba tayong kaso ng prostate cancer sa Anapunan?
Ma'am, naririnig po ba ako?
Yes. Kasi
Yes.
You have only
Actually po, nagtanong po kami per barangay since wala daw po silang data sa CHO about sa mga prostate cancer cases po sa Tuguegarao City. Nagtanong po kami per barangay pero wala rin daw po silang data. So ang option lang po namin is sa CVMC and yung request po namin sa data is on process pa lang po.
Okay, so dapat yun ang i-indicate natin, anak. So you state in your introduction what is a prostate cancer. Is there any preventive measures? Ano yung mga contributory factors? Okay, as far as I know, unknown yung cause niya, but there are contributory factors kasi that causes prostate cancer. So dapat yun ang ilagay nyo dito. Then, is there a program? Meron bang program ang Department of Health on prostate cancer? Then, include the data, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, worldwide, national, regional. Kung sa regional, siguro you can have it also at the Department of Health. Baka meron din sila. Okay? So yun, then your reason bakit nyo i-study to. Statement of the problem. So number 1, what are the profile of the respondents in terms of, okay, tanggalin nyo na yung when they are classified according to. Then doon sa hypothesis nyo, ba't ang dami? Do you have only 2 inferential questions here? I do not know.
Hindi ko rin alam ba't ang dami.
Ang dami. Di ba pwedeng, is there significant association? Ganun lang sa, there is no significant association. The respondents' level of awareness, perception, and screening behavior when respondents classified according to profile variables. Dalawa lang sana. Di ba, Ma'am Jinky?
Yes, ma'am.
Ang dami, ang dami yung null hypothesis na alternative dito. So, ang ginawa nila kasi, Ma'am Jinky, is, for example, ito, respondents level of awareness, isang hypothesis. Ganun yata ang ginawa nila dito. So, dapat hindi anak. Dalawa lang dapat, no? Masyadong pinahaba nyo yung study ninyo. Okay, then under conceptual framework, okay, so pwede naman itong HBM. Okay, pwede rin yung sa social cognitive. Why you indicate here universal healthcare law? Kasi,
So far, yun pa lang po yung nakikita namin na parang program po for prostate cancer.
Ngayon ba or ngayon na?
okay. Okay. So, bawasan nyo lang siya kasi lengthy. Paki-paraphrase na lang. No? Paki-paraphrase kasi ang haba ng social cognitive theory nyo dito. Okay. So, under your research paradigm. Wait lang. Okay, lifestyle. Okay, awareness of prostate. Awareness. Okay, dagdag nyo awareness. Perception. Under your independent variable number 2, kindly add awareness, perception, and behavior on prostate cancer. Kasi ang nilagay nyo dito is only awareness, paki-add perceptions and behavior. Okay? Then sa scope, anong age bracket nyo? Bakit 40 to 59?
Ma'am, according po sa advisor namin is 40 to 59 na lang po para wala pong problema sa ethical clearance. At the same time, sila rin po yung pinaka-vulnerable.
Ano
And
ba ang
mas
vulnerable? 40? May 40 talaga? Okay, kindly
Yes.
also add dun sa introduction nyo na dapat ang male should undergo consultation. Usually kasi based on book, they should undergo consultation, check up on their prostate, no, at the age of 50. Kasi ang pinaka-vulnerable group kasi ng prostate cancer is 50 years old and above. And those who has history of breast cancer, for example, one of her sister or has tita or mother has breast cancer, there is a possibility that brother, uncle will have also prostate cancer. So yun kasi yung baga parang nasa genetic siya, no, transmitted pero iba. Kung breast cancer sa babae, prostate cancer naman sa lalaki. So pwede ninyong i-add yun sa introduction ninyo. Para pag nabasa ng reader, ay ganun pala, pag meron pala akong kapatid na breast cancer, yung kuya ko pala ay pwedeng magkaroon din ng prostate cancer. So, doon pa lang magkaroon na ng awareness yung magbasa under introduction pa lang. Yan dapat nakalagay doon. Ang prone sa prostate cancer are 50 years old and above. And wala siyang sign and symptoms in the early stage of the disease. Maramdaman lang ng pasyente ang symptoms nasa stage 4 na. So dapat yun yung ilalagay ninyo sa introduction nyo para totoo pala, nakakatakot naman. So parang ma-aware na agad yung nagbabasa. So yun yung pang ninyo sa study ninyo. Okay, so yun, ano pa ba? Nakita ko dito. Significance of your study. Okay naman, alphabetically arranged. Pero masyado siyang mahaba. Definition of terms, okay. Okay naman siya. Alphabetically arranged din siya. Direct to the point pero may tanggalin kayo doon. Gaya ng age, average monthly income, civil status, employment status, high educational attainment, life expectancy. Dapat ang nasa definition of terms nyo is kung ano yung mga terms na ginamit nyo sa title ninyo at sa study ninyo. Yung mga hindi na masyadong may significance, tanggalin nyo na siya. Okay, so yun. Then related lead. Your related lead should be from present to past. It should be 5 years back. Meron kayong 2000, may nakita ako ditong 2011. So hindi na dapat yan. So 5 years back, 23, 22, 21, 20, 2019. So doon lang dapat ang mga related lead natin. So pag sinabing related lead, related talaga sa study nyo. Then paki-paraphrase na din kasi parang copy-paste lang din yung iba. No? Copy-paste siya. Kaya masyadong makapal yung study nyo. Guys, hindi po pakapalan ng thesis ngayon, panipisan. Tandaan ninyo yan. No? Hindi porke makapal, very good siya, hindi. Ganun, no? Okay, so ganun lang. Ano pa ba? That's all, Ma'am Jinky. May ma-share din yung iba.
Thank you, Ma'am Vilma. Ma'am Lily, do you have suggestions po? Ma'am Lily, yes po.
Since I'm their advisor, I'll be guiding.
Ay, no. Ikaw pala yung man. No? Oo. Ma'am Bea? Ma'am Bea? Nata si Ma'am Bea. Andito pa si Sir ayun. Sir Angel, Doc Angel. Yes po. Final touches.
Hello, good afternoon.
Ayan Sir, mag-hi ka na.
Hi.
Sedula niyo, ma'am. Post kasi nito, ma'am.
Meron.
Nasa tayo sa May 13 community tax certificate. Lalo na yung taga-tugay ka lang.
Ano rin natin? Diba yung sa natin? Sa salin?
Sorry for the interruption.
Naayos na yung yung dito, yung
I have noticed I have noticed that you have placed 3 variables. Napansin ko sa mga thesis ninyo dito, research sa undergrad is ang dami-dami nating variables na nilalagay para tayong pang-masteral saka doctoral. Awareness, also variable, perception, saka screening behavior, 3 agad. Tad yung mga bata. Anyway, what's the difference ba? I want to hear objection from the proponents. Ano ba yung difference ng awareness sa perception? Mga proponents, ano ba yung difference ng dalawang yan? Awareness sa perception.
Mag-end na sa kanila.
research study. Ita-trace nila yung employment.
Group members, kindly answer Doc Alvarado's question regarding the difference between awareness and perception.
As with the difference po ng awareness at saka perception po, yung awareness is more of being conscious or being attentive po in something. Like for example, if you are aware sa dangers nga po ng pagkakaroon ng history ng prostate cancer, is you are more likely to understand po yung harm na it can cause. As for the perception po, mas associated siya sa pagiging meron po siyang subjective understanding. Kumbaga, it is linked po sa may belief. Ganun din po.
Para mas okay siya on nakafocus kayo sa prevention. Kasi public health po tayo. Anyway, okay, so you classify yung awareness sa pathophysiology. Okay, so number 2, what is the level of awareness of the respondents on prostate cancer as to, okay, in terms of number 1, pathophysiology. By the way, yung mga entries dito sa ating pathophysiology, where did you get this one? Is this a researcher made questionnaire, by the way? In pathophysiology, prostate cancer is the most common malignancy occurring in men. Saan mo kinuha itong mga pinaglalagay mo dito?
Modified and adapted po yung machine na ginamit namin.
Modified and adapted. Wala na nabato dito. Kanino adapt? Kanino siya na-adapt? Wala naman dito sa sinabi mo lang dito, this part is strengthened by incorporating the conceptual outreach, calculate model.
Kay Atoloma et al. Po, 2010.
Is that a foreign or a local?
Foreign po, since wala pong mga study po about prostate cancer po dito sa Philippines. Based on our thorough research.
Are you sure of that? Wala talagang study sa Philippines ang prostate cancer pa?
Meron pong study po sa Central Philippine University. However po is hindi po accessible yung questionnaire nila kaya di po namin na gamit as a tool po.
Can you stop the presentation nga muna? Share screen mo nga sa akin yung exact tool ni na sinasabi ng kapatid. Meron talagang questionnaire na ganito siya. Pathophysiology, sign and symptoms, sa category siya ng ganito. Adin?
Actually, sir, is kinonstruct po namin siya, pero nag-base pa rin po kami dun sa tool po.
Basically. Kindly align your questionnaire sa inyong SOP ha. Nagkapaligtad dito yung number. Sabi niya kasi number 3, what are the perceptions? Ito ay SOP number 4. Kasi on your questionnaire, the perception is hindi siya health-seeking behavior or screening behavior ang nagalagay sa part 3. A perception yung tanong dito sa SOP number 3, okay? Tapos behavior number 4. So dapat number 4 siya.
Yes po, sir.
Also, pa-validate nyo nga itong questionnaire nyo sa expert, sa oncologist. Sa tawag dito, isang oncologist saka expert sa cancer, oncology nurse saka oncologist na physician.
Sir, pwede si Dr. Hipolito.
Opo. Ano mo lang, actually I do not have any question about sa katulad to, there is no exact cause. Unknown talaga ang cause ng cancer. Any type of cancer, okay? Pero may itong association kasi nagkakaroon ng mutation, di ba? Doon sa gene, emerald, ganun. Kaya ayun. However, ano mo lang, okay naman tong questionnaire para sa akin. Kaso lang, yung validity kasi ng questionnaire natin, ang kailangan natin siyang ma-sure para mas valid na rin. It follows kasi everything. Okay? I-ano mo lang, i-valid Olympic alcohol intake. Okay, so katulad ng alcohol. And also, ito pala, dapat if your questionnaire about sa pathophysiology, it's stated positive, dapat follows everything, the puro positive dapat kung pagkakalagay or negative para hindi later on mahirap yung nito, validity nito later on pag pinupute. So, kasi ang mix of apple and bananas dito, hindi maganda ang result niya later on. Example. Limiting alcohol intake reduces the risk of prostate cancer. Yung limiting is a negative word, is a positive word, tama? So dapat siguro lagi siyang minimum ng alcohol or ganun, naka-negative dapat na siya o para magpare-pareho lahat dito. So then I also agree with Ma'am V, and dami-dami yung hypothesis kapsat. Ang hypothesis nyo lang kasi nakikita ko sa SOP number 5 and 6. Okay. So, dalawa lang dapat hypothesis. Dito ba sa pattern natin sa CSU, nilalagay pa rin ba yung formula dito? Yung Slovin's formula, pinaglalagay nyo pa dito sa tanggalin mo na yan, narrative na lang yan, explanation mo lang. How will you come up with your sample? Okay? And also, ito pa pala, napansin sa questionnaire, hindi dapat siya yes, not no, I do not know. Kasi level, so dapat may likert ka na later. Okay, fully aware, not aware, fully not aware, mga ganun po. So that would be all. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah. Sa akin, no, kung meron siguro si Sir Julius, tatanungin niya ulit yung anak ko ng is natin since we want to get away with the adoptive barangay natin. Can we, and we don't have any data with regards to the number of
prostate
residents natin with prostate cancer, we might as well make our local larger. Mas malaki po kasi hindi natin alam.
Correct, ma'am. Mas maganda
siguro
pag
may
mas
north,
malaki na
east, west, ganun sana, ma'am. Or
Yes.
sentro, ganun.
O, district
North,
ng Pagigaraw.
east, west, then centro. Kasi yun ang
Since
poblasyon.
wala naman tayong so that we can put sa na lang na select barangays of Tuguegarao City.
Correct, ma'am.
Hindi tayo sa isang barangay lang ang titingnan ang knowledge natin. So, para we can generalize it more. And then sa statement of the problem, I have little question dito. Yung CDE nyo on health-seeking behavior, clinical profile, and lifestyle, dapat merong mga specific components under this one. Parang yung sa demographic and socio-economic nyo, hindi dapat naka-main si health-seeking behavior lang, tsaka clinical profile, at tsaka lifestyle. Hello po. Same with the... Ano pa bang tanong pa dito? Yun lang siguro, since we don't have enough time, i-comment ko na lang during our classes. Lahat naman nakapagtanong na. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am.
Diyan ka na, you're back. Final touches.
Okay. In-accept po ba natin yung awareness at saka yung perception?
Yun yung tanong ni Doc. Actually, ma'am.
Kanina? Oo. Kasi parang nag-ask ka na ng awareness, nag-ask ka pa ng perception. Di ba pwedeng pag-isahin na lang? So,
get away with level of awareness na lang para iba naman tong group na to. Medyo nakakawaan na ako ni Sir Julius, parang iba naman dyan.
Ano na lang sana.
Awareness. Perception and screening behavior.
Okay
On
pa yung
prostate cancer.
Okay pa po yung screening behavior kasi parang may inano siya dun sa questionnaire niya na anong ginagawa pagka nagpa-screen ka, ganyan. Although I think not all of the respondents or the participants of the study is nag-go through ng screening process. So, doon tayo papasok ulit. Sino yung participants of the study nyo? Yun bang na-screen ng prostate cancer or nag-undergo ng screening or general na mga lalaki, age 40 to 60 years old?
Feeling ko kasi, Ma'am Bea, magkakaroon sila or they'll have a hard time looking for patients na may prostate cancer. Kapag may prostate cancer sila, ayaw naman nilang magpa-survey ang mga yan.
O yun nga, ma'am. So, saan papasok yung screening behavior? Kasi parang proseso ng screening test yung sinasabi nila. Anong binigay mo? Blood sample ba? Urine sample ba? Ganun kasi siya eh.
Pangalan mo, ano ang
Siguro yung part na yun, ma'am. Siguro yung ano lang nila. Or part na rin siya ng perception.
Baka pwede
yung perception natin na ano eh.
Baka pwede na na isama nila dun sa questions nila like
Mais ka Christian ha?
Saan nila nakikita saan possible matest ang PSA? Is it urine? Is it blood? Baka possible yung ganun. Kasi iba yung
awareness siguro.
Wait lang anak
Iba po yung tanong dun sa screening behavior.
Yeah, I do agree kapag ganun ang respondents natin. Hindi siya fit for the questionnaire.
Oo. Mag-fit to sa mga na-screen na for prostate. Not necessarily dun sa mga may prostate cancer, pero na-screen for prostate. Diba?
Mahihirapan silang makakuha ng respondents na ganun mo.
Nag-undergo na, diba?
Yes.
So, tatanggalin natin yon. We'll have to remove it kasi hindi siya applicable.
If we remove the screening behavior, can we retain yung level of awareness and perception?
On.
Ilalagay sa level of awareness yung yung screening. Aware ba sila na gano'n ng screening?
Oo.
Makakala nila yung sa screening is ibang proseso.
Or, ang prostate cancer pala ay nai-screen. Parang pwede mo palang yung hindi lang kapag ka may symptoms ka, pwede ka palang magpa-check ng prostate mo, parang gano'n.
Lalo na pag
aware ba sila ng
old na Ma'am Jay. Ma'am Bea, pag 50 years old dapat magpa-screen na talaga with or without the symptoms. Lalo na pag merong history ang family ng mga breast cancer.
Yes.
Ay, nasaan pala kayo, Ma'am Jinky? Sa bahay?
Wala, ma'am. Nandito po sa lab.
Sige. Ikaw, Ma'am Jay, saan ka, Ma'am Bea?
Nandito ako sa lab.
Nandito na kasi yung merienda, kaya hindi ko alam saan i-deliver.
Si lab ka, Ma'am Jinky. Dito po ako sa bahay ko, sa lab. Dito po sa Calab.
Yung malapit sa clinic?
Yes po.
Doc Angel, andyan pa rin kayo sa IB.
Grad school, si Doc Angel.
Ay, grad school. Ay, sige. Sige, thank you. Nene.
Si Ma'am padala sa akin. Ako nakakain din nung sa kanya. Hindi dadaan siya dito mamaya. Ma'am Lily, dadaan ka dito ulit.
Ma'am Jinky.
Nakainin ko na rin yung sa'yo.
Sa baby mo na lang.
Para sa baby ko na lang since times 2 ako ngayon. So, we go ahead with the presentation of the next group, Assessment of Health Extension Programs of CSU Andres Campus, Basis for Program Enhancement. Okay na, timer starts now.
So good afternoon po. So our research topic entitled Assessment of the Health Extension Programs of Cagayan State University Andres Campus, Basis for Program Enhancement. So may I introduce to you our members, starting with Aduro Angeline C., Felipe Jean Mariti, Lacambra Maria Susadi, and yours truly, Malilin Maricar. So for the background of study, the Health Service Extension Program strategy is based on the idea that by transmitting health knowledge and skills to families, access and quality of primary health care in the urban population may be improved. So sa Southeast Asia region, they has made significant progress in improving health outcomes in recent years. However, there are still challenges related to access to healthcare services in remote and underserved areas. And lastly, the Philippines has made significant efforts to reform its healthcare system in recent years. So for our gaps here, the CSU Andres conducted health extension program and activities in Anafunan East to Tuguegarao City, aiming to provide quality care, address health issues, and extend other services for health improvement. Therefore, it is highly important for us to evaluate its status to determine the effectiveness of the program implemented. In addition, to assess if the services provided are beneficial to the community and know what other health extension programs the respondent still want and gather feedbacks on them on the program implementation in order for us to ascertain whether it achieved its intended goals. So for the statement of the problem, we have the general problem, which is to assess the different health extension program of Cagayan State University Andres Campus as a basis for program enhancement. So for a specific program, we need to determine the profile of respondents in terms of age, gender, and educational attainment. Next is to determine the extent awareness on the attainment of objectives of health extension programs. Next is in support of the objectives of health extension programs to determine what extent are the following programs activities implemented in the barangay, and how effective are the health extension programs for the beneficiaries, and also to identify if there is significant difference in the perception of respondents regarding the objectives of the health extension program. And lastly is to know what are the recommendations can the respondents provide in relation to the health extension programs. And for conceptual framework, may I call on Jean Marie Felipe to furtherly discuss this.
For the conceptual
Maricar, I muted your microphone na feedback.
Ma'am, magkasama po kasi kami. Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay na.
For the conceptual framework, we researchers use the IBDV model, which consists of two components. The first component is the independent variable, which encompasses.
He was a family, forget it. You can go out and play baseball until dark. He taught all of us that where family meals are concerned, it's not the food, but the family interaction.
Okay, next na. Go na. So, for the first component, is the independent variable, which encompasses the demographic profile of participants, as well as the programs and activities of the health extension programs. The second component, which is the dependent variable, explores several key factors. So this includes the extent of awareness on the attainment of the objectives of health extension programs, the level of effectiveness of these programs, the significant difference on the perception regarding the awareness of objectives, and finally, the recommendations of the respondents in relation to the health extension programs. For the next slide, may we call on Ms. Angeline Aduru to explain to us the significance of this study.
Okay, for the significance of this study will be beneficial to the following. So the significance of this study arranged from the most beneficial to least beneficial. So first, we have the local government unit or the LGU. Next, Department of Health or the DOH. Next is the residents of Barangay Anafunan East. And next is the Cagayan State University Andres Campus, then college. Then next is the College of Allied Health Sciences. And next is the researchers. And lastly, for the future researchers.
For our scope and delimitations, this study involved the Barangay Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City, which is covered by the Health Extension Program of Cagayan State University Andrews Campus. This study is limited to the profile of the respondents, the extent of awareness of the objectives, the effectiveness of health extension programs for the beneficiaries, and what recommendations can the respondents provide in relation to health extension programs. This will be conducted in the adapted barangay, which is Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City, and its constituents. For our methodology, the research design for this study will be descriptive, and the utilization of the health extension program will also be evaluated using a community-based cross-sectional study. The research technique that will be used is a survey questionnaire. The locale of the study. This study will be carried out at Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City. This barangay was considered as the adapted barangay of Cagayan State University Andrews Campus since it is where the health extension programs were held. And for the respondents will be the residents of Barangay Anafunan East, Tuguegarao City. For the sampling design, this study will make use of purposive sampling technique, wherein we will just be selecting the most qualified respondents who would take part in this study. For our research instrument, the researchers will create the questionnaire for the survey that will consist of a series of questions that will be presented in a structured format using the Likert scale. Overall, this questionnaire has been designed to acquire a clear and precise understanding of the perceptions of the respondent.
And for our data gathering procedure, first we get the approval from the Office of the Campus Extension Coordinator. Then we researchers will ask the permission of the barangay captain for the respondents to personally float the questionnaire from house to the selected respondents. Then also seek permission in gathering necessary data needed in computing for the research sampling and make arrangements to survey with the barangay officials of the barangay. Then next, to ensure the reliability and validity of the survey questionnaires, we researchers will obtain feedback from experts in the field. Then lastly, the data collected from the respondents based on the predefined criteria will be evaluated through a process of checking, tallying, interpreting, and analysis.
So we include here all the references of our study, and that could be all po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Group 4A. Let's hear from Ma'am Lily dahil siya dati ang extension core natin. Ma'am Lily?
Wait lang.
Ma'am?
We're waiting for Ma'am Lily. Let's ask from Ma'am Vilma. Okay ka na, Ma'am Lily?
Oo. Magulo kasi yung mga sorry. Okay. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. So for the background of the study, include here our emphasize on the different extension program activities of college. CAS lang ito, no?
Ma'am, can we raise for yung concern po namin, ma'am?
Yes, what's that?
Ma'am, nakausap po namin kasi yung iba't ibang colleges po sa Andres campus na regarding po dun sa health-related extension po. Kaso wala daw po kasi silang kinakandak na ganun. So, ang sabi po is CAS lang po ata ang nag-implement po ng health-related extension po.
Okay. So hindi na din siya patingin na ulit yung title, ano?
Ma'am Lily, better siguro tanggalin na yung health na word.
I think kaya
public health tayo, ma'am.
Sa health tayo
Tanggalin yung
Andrews Campus.
Andrews Campus.
Yes, Andrews Campus. Parang health extension programs o ano yun?
College of Allied Health Sciences.
Pa rin naman.
Diba
Kung
pwede
College of Allied Health, limit lang nila na CAS lang meron or ilalagay na natin dito na CAS lang ang merong health extension program.
Siguro
Baka
yung
pwedeng definition of terms, ma'am.
Ma'am, yung impact siguro ng other extension activities sa health para hindi lang tayo mag-focus sa health. Kasi yung social determinants pa din naman ang focus dyan. Hindi ko alam yun ang ano ko, ma'am.
Impact, mother, ang hirap-hirap naman natin i-gauge ang impact.
Hindi, yung tumbok sana ng study nila, ano yung activities ba ng other colleges, may ano ba siya? Kasi sabi dito, yung status, may ano ba yung effect doon sa health, yung other extension activities, parang ganun sana.
Holistic kasi ang health, di ba, ma'am?
Oo.
Hindi siya disease lang.
Oo, ganun sana.
Physical, no?
So, pwede consider.
Pero pagka ganun po, ang ano dyan is evaluation na ng extension program ng buong university. I think ang gusto lang ng study is on health.
Kasi itong nasa gap nila, Ma'am Vea, is directed towards health. Quality care, ganun, health issues.
Kaso may problema po ako. Pero mauna ka na Mili.
Hindi nga. Parang the same tayo.
Ang problema po kasi, ma'am, yung manner of assessment nila ng health programs, hindi siya sakto sa gusto nilang mangyari.
Yung yung sasagot din nung assessment.
Yes.
Sa question ko.
Exactly, ma'am.
Yung sasagot nito.
Oo. Parang ang dating sa akin ng paper nila is evaluation of the extension program made by the College of Allied Health Sciences. Ganun kasi ang dating sa akin. Ngayon, mali yung questionnaire na meron sila. Mali yung lahat. paano mo ba i-evaluate ang isang program? Di ba ma'am, meron tayong evaluation
Oo,
na
yung after
standard?
the activity.
Hindi. Yung overall evaluation kapag ka merong isang program.
Yes.
Yun kasi pag impact assessment na yun, Ma'am Bey. Kaya hindi pa kasi tayo hindi natin ma-utilize
Hindi natin
yun. At hindi na
magagawa.
ma-assess yung impact kasi hindi pa naman tayo ganun katagal doon sa ating community.
Anong gustong malaman ng mga to?
Parang i-assess yata nila yung health activities natin, ma'am. Yun ang parang, ang maalala ko nung nag-propose sila ng title. Kasi ang sabi ni Dr. Julius, kahit daw 2 to 3 years, i-assess mo pa rin yung mga intervention program na ginawa natin. Baka may kailangan pa daw i-improve or baka meron tayong hindi talaga na target na problem sa anapunan. Parang ganun yung naalala ko na sinabi ni Sir Julius.
Pero mali kasi talaga yung kanilang questionnaire mo.
Yun lang.
Hindi ba pwedeng ang pwedeng consider dito is quali, Ma'am Jinky?
Quali, opo, pwede.
Tapos ang ating target na group for assessment kasi extent ang our
officials.
We shall have a group coming from yung sa mga
officials,
People.
mothers,
no,
beneficiaries.
Tapos meron din from the beneficiaries. Mga pwede sigurong quali.
Better, siguro mauna tayo ng quali before quantity. Basis na lang ng next na mga research studies yung magiging output natin from this qualitative study. Kasi mahirapan din sila mag-craft ng questionnaire for this one. So yun ang magiging basis ng next na batches siguro for assessment of our health extension programs.
Ganun na lang.
I agree na quali ito. Assessment siya, like our core shelters, assessment of the status pa rin of health extension programs conducted or as a whole ng Cagayan State University. And then, hindi lang isang group ng, siguro mag-KII sila sa mga barangay officials kasi anapunan ito. FGD sila sa mga usual participants natin. Meron talaga yung mga active na mga participants ng mga trainings and mga programs natin dyan.
Marami naman, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ganun na lang siguro. Then,
yes.
Yes, ma'am. Kasi nakita nyo din yung sa kanilang paradigm na mag-IVDV sila, syempre, hindi naman yung profile.
Mali yung paradigm nila. Mali yung paradigm nila, Carl.
Oo. Kaya, mas maganda parang
exploratory.
Exploratory or parang narrative ang nila. Pwede?
Yes,
pwede ganun.
Yes po.
Nakikita kasi dito yung strength ng ating program at the same time, yung mga pwede pang i-improve. Di ba, Ma'am Tikay?
Tama.
Diba? Saka makakuha natin yung idea nila kung ano ba talaga din yung kailangan nating implement dun sa ating adopted barangay. Pwedeng ganun. Pero tapos pwede din as campus, Ma'am Jinky, kasi yun nga, isa lang din naman ang natin. Pero health nga lang ang tumbok niya.
Parang i-include siya, ma'am.
As campus pa din siya, pero as one pa din naman tayo, as one campus pa din tayo.
Then ang tinutumbok niya is health, di ba?
Natin, yung sa health. Health aspect.
Para hindi matanggal yung health na word. Then
yes,
sa introduction nila, dun sa last part nila meron kasi silang sinulat dito. Hence, the study aim to assess the status and effectiveness. Sana status lang ang in-indicate nila doon. Kasi
Oo, ma'am. Kasi
Wala naman tayong
effectiveness.
effectiveness.
Oo,
wala
namang
dapat
effectiveness.
effectiveness
Opo.
doon.
Yes, ma'am.
Ang hirap i-measure ng effectiveness.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yun nga. Tsaka, ma'am, sa under...
Sa ano, ma'am, pwede
Oo.
siguro dun sa ating kapag ka nagte-training, may mga pa-training or health education promotion, yung how effective those.
Pwede siguro, ang i-evaluate na lang nila yung mga health promotion activities natin. Pwede din.
Hindi naman kayong tool nito, ma'am, di ba?
Oo.
After ng training, meron tayong parang satisfaction rating, ganun.
Oo, meron.
Ay, oo pala, ma'am, yung kinaalala ko, yung satisfaction, saan pwedeng gamitin yun? Yung satisfaction rating.
Gamitin sa
Jinky?
Gamitin saan, Kaz?
Dito. sa assessment ng
Wala, kapag status siya, more on si client satisfaction is per activity na ginagawa natin eh.
Oh, no,
Diba,
wala.
Ma'am B?
Oo. Ay, natapos na yun.
Satisfaction survey eh.
Di ba pwede yun na lang i-assess nila? Joke lang. Gather nila yung mga evaluation. Kasi hindi pa yata nagkaroon ng...
assessment of the different health.
Oo, kasi hindi, parang wala pa yatang doon, parang conclusion doon sa mga na-assess na activity natin. Para basis sana ng program planning pa or ano ba, improve program plan, gano'n sana. Marami kayo mag-promotion, ma'am. Marami.
Si Doc Alvarado kasi nandyan siya sa may extension, sa may grad school.
Pwede.
Sa akin naman, if I will, good afternoon. If I will be asked, this is not related to public health kasi we are assessing a certain program. Parang capability ng student to evaluate the program is parang hindi sa kanila.
Sa level nila.
O, na level nila. Diba kasi pag nag-evaluate tayo ng program, parang ang dating nun, parang evaluators na yung estudyante. Kahit na may health siya, it's beyond their capacity to evaluate the program. Secondly is, it's not more concern of public health issues. Kasi kahit College of Education, pwede naman mag-evaluate ng program na related sa health. Yun lang yun sa point ko. Kami kakatang epistemic trespassing. Hindi siya natin forte, pero we are there to evaluate. Parang ganun lang po if I will be asked. Parang di siya appropriate sa... Pero if this will benefit the extension program also for college, hindi naman siya, na lang. Ganun po yung kaka-critic ko sa research na ganito. Yun lang po. Yes po. May nag-raise lang.
Sir, pwede po kami mag-propose ng another topic po.
Actually, yung itong title na to, sir, galing din kay Sir Julius during the title defense. Kasi parang ang gusto niyang tumbukin, parang i-assess yung ano ba, yung mga nagawa na ng college sa anakunan. Tama ba ang direksyon o baka naman naglalaro lang pala kami wala naman palang nag-benefit. So parang ganun. Parang yun yung maalala ko, Doc Angel. Yan na si Doc Angel. Nandyan siya?
Kanina pa siya nandito.
Pero baka busy siya.
Baka pwedeng istorbuhin mo muna siya para maliwanagan.
Ma'am V, siguro we move on first dito sa group na to. I'll ask this group to have visit kay Direct Julius kasi I think meron din silang problem with regards to their advisors. Walang takers din ng advisor ito.
Iba si Ma'am Alfiler ang advisor nyo, anak?
Nag-withdraw daw si ma'am so actually they are not endorsed, ma'am, to present actually today.
Okay. Sige, sige, visit nyo na lang. Sabihan na lang dati si Sir Julius nga rod, Ma'am Jinky.
Yes, kasi they might have new or enhanced topic siguro to make it more relatable to public health students yung kanilang topic. So, we move on to the next group po.
Okay.
5A.
Kasi ma'am, sa NPC yata, pag hindi align sa expertise mo yung study, hindi rin makikredit. Kasi, kaya siguro nag-back out yun. Kasi si Bea siya eh. So, hindi talaga align. Yes,
extension po or si ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Pero syempre, align sa expertise niya pa din, di ba? Ang mga advice mo. Kaya siguro, ma'am, yung main reason.
Okay. Sabi ko naman, if hindi iti-take ng natin at magpo-focus sila sa CAS programs lang, yung CAS extension core natin ang kunin nila. Kung hindi si Ma'am Rose, meron siyang assistant si Ma'am Chen ang makaka-help sa kanila since tinetrain na si Ma'am Chen for extension programs. Anyway, we'll leave that to Direct Julius. Guguluhin nila. Guluhin niyo siya ngayon, mamaya. After 5. Okay, next group. Your timer starts now.
Newborn screening is a vital public health policy that enables the early detection and treatment of various congenital abnormalities. Without prompt intervention, this condition can lead to mental retardation and even death. The primary benefits of newborn screening lie in the early diagnosis, treatment, and management of this condition. Failure to screen newborn promptly can result in severe consequences such as brain damage, physiological and developmental abnormalities, respiratory problems, and even death. Good afternoon, dear panelists. We are the Group 5. We're presenting to you our research entitled Prevention and Management Practices of Mothers of Children with Positive Newborn Screening Disorders, Basis for Health Education and Promotion Program. Next slide. Data from National Institute of Health from 1996 to 2021, there were a total of 262,522 confirmed instances newborn screening disorder nationwide. According to Cosen et al. 2022, mothers become more hypervigilant. However, according to Magub et al. 2022, approximately 75% of mothers demonstrated inadequate knowledge about congenital hypothyroidism, one of the 5 prevalence disorder which one focused on this study. Furthermore, according to Tariq and Ahmed et al. 2020, most of the mothers were unaware of the implications. Proper management and prevention of mothers are vital in the lives of their children. Hence, improper management and prevention can lead to the negative impact on the child's overall well-being. For this reason, researcher aims to assess management and practices of mothers of children with positive newborn screening disorders and how they prevent the symptoms of disease to avoid more complications, severe consequences, and worse, death. Next slide, please. Okay. For the statement of the problem, general problem, thus the researcher aims to assess the prevention and management practices of mothers of children with positive newborn screening disorder. For the specific problems, the study aims to, first, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of demographic profile, socioeconomic status, and source of knowledge. For the demographic profile, we have age, marital status, religion. In the socioeconomic status, such as educational attainment, employment status, and monthly income. Second, what is the confirmed result of the newborn screening of the child, such as congenital hypothyroidism, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, galactosemia, phenylketonuria, and glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase deficiency. Third, we have what are the practices of respondents to prevent the occurrence of symptoms. Fourth, what are the management practices of the respondents when newborn screening disorder is triggered. Fifth, how does the respondents learn how to prevent and manage. Lastly, we have what are the problems encountered by the respondents in congenital hypothyroidism, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, galactosemia, phenylketonuria, and G6PD. Next slide.
So for our conceptual framework, newborn screening is a vital process that detects diseases or conditions that can have a lasting impact on child's health and survival. By identifying these issues early on, it allows for prompt intervention and diagnosis, potentially preventing death or disability. According to the Section 3 of RA 9288, it ensures that every newborn has the opportunity to receive newborn screening for particular hereditary conditions, and parents must acknowledge their responsibility in advocating their child's right to health and complete development. Also, according to the Section 6 of the Republic Act 9288, newborn screening must be performed within the time frame of 24 hours and 3 days from complete delivery of the newborn. So for our independent variables, we have profile of the respondents. First, we have the demographic, which includes the age, marital status, religion. Second is the socioeconomic status, which includes the educational attainment, employment status, and monthly income. And lastly, the sources of knowledge. And we have the newborn screening disorder of the child. First, we have congenital hypothyroidism, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, galactosemia, phenylketonuria, and glucose 6-phosphate hydrogenase deficiency. And for the dependent variable, we have the prevention and management practices of mothers of children with positive newborn screening disorder. Next. So for the significance of the study, this study is expected to benefit the following stakeholders. First is the mothers. This study will help to empower the mother to prevent complications and management of the symptoms brought by the disease and how they can deal with the disease. Next is the Department of Health. The result of the study will be a basis for implementing health programs regarding the prevention and management of the newborn screening disorder. Next is the community. This study will be helpful to the community to inform them the proper management and prevention strategies for newborn screening disorders, which are important for proper development of a child. Lastly, future researchers. This study will help future researchers as their basis by using the data and results gathered.
Next slide, please. So let's proceed to the scope and the limitation. So in this study, the researchers will focus on the prevention and management practices of mothers and other factors of them having a child or children with newborn screening disorders will not be asked. Furthermore, these are the set diseases that focus the study, that are focus of the study: the congenital hypothyroidism, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, galactosemia, phenylketonuria, and G6PD. And then mothers with child or children with newborn screening disorders, but not one of the aforementioned diseases will not be entertained. And then next, it will be conducted in Tuguegarao City only, and outside Tuguegarao City area will not be part of the study. And lastly, researchers will be using qualitative data approach. Next slide, please. So let's proceed to the methodology, the research design. So this study will be utilizing a narrative research design that aims to obtain an accurate answer of the mothers who have children with positive newborn screening disorders. So in this research design, it shows a clear point of view of a phenomena in being investigated before the collection of the data. And for the locale of the study will be conducted in the city of Tuguegarao, province of Cagayan. So it will be conducted in Tuguegarao City because because of the availability of data wherein Tuguegarao City Health Office, or also known as CHO, is in this area. And furthermore, according to the Philippine Statistic Authority Region 2 Cagayan Valley, among the municipalities and cities in Region 2, the city of Tuguegarao reported the greatest number of live births recorded in 2019 with 17.6%. Next slide, please. So for the respondents, the mothers with newborn screening disorders such as congenital hypothyroidism, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, galactosemia, phenylketonuria, and G6PD. And G6PD will be interviewed. And for the sampling design, the study will be using purposive sampling design due to the reason that the researchers will only gather data from mothers who have child or children with confirmed newborn screening disorders. The researchers will be gathering data from mothers who have children with confirmed newborn screening disorders through an interview. Next slide, please.
So we proceed on to research instrument. Interview guide questions will be used in this study, and it is composed of 3 sections. So first section will emphasize on the profile of the respondents. The second section will consist of questions regarding how they prevent and manage the symptoms of the said disorder. The last section will focus on the problems that the mothers encounter with their child or children who have newborn screening disorder. Next, let's move on to data gathering procedure. Step 1, researchers will write a letter to the City Health Office of Tuguegarao to determine the number of children with confirmed newborn screening disorder. The next, step 2, upon having the request granted, the researchers will select a respondent from barangays with highest number of confirmed newborn screening disorders. Step 3, researchers will secure an ethical clearance before gathering data from the respondents. And then step 4, researchers will select the nearest elementary school or daycare center to have a preliminary interview. In this preliminary interview, we will acquire the names of possible respondents, and those are the mothers who have children with positive newborn screening disorder. And then step 5, after acquiring the names of possible respondents, the researchers will create interview guide questions to be checked and validated by experts. So data analysis, this study will be using content analysis. However, the researchers will manually look, analyze, and organize the data and will undergo consultation from professional researchers. And that's end our presentation. We are now ready for suggestions and recommendations.
Thank you, Group 5A. Let's hear comments and suggestions from Ma'am Vilma first. Ma'am V.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, may question ako dito sa under the title. Can we prevent this kind of, since it is considered genetic problems?
Ma'am, actually ma'am, it is not implement or hindi siya doon sa prevention that certain disease po ma'am. It means pina-prevent po ma'am kapag may symptoms regarding po doon sa disease po ma'am.
Pero wala kasi tayong prevention ng diseases after positive newborn screening disorder. Kasi considering na genetic, sa genes kasi yan anak. So I do not know with other, siguro ang pwedeng unang mag-ano dito si Doc Angel kasi nurse siya. Kasi for me hindi na talaga siya ma-prevent. Siguro
Ma'am,
palitan natin yung prevention.
yes po, ma'am. Actually po, ma'am, regarding this study, ma'am, meron po kaming nahanap na prevention. For example po, ma'am, dito po sa doon part ng RRL po namin, ma'am, doon sa congenital hypothyroidism, ma'am. Meron na-indicate po namin doon, ma'am, na na-prevent or iniiwasan yung mga ibang iniiwasan yung pagiging iniiwasan yung pag-gain ng weight, pag-ignore ng thyroid symptoms, pag-ignore ng thyroid intake diet doon sa sakit na congenital hypothyroidism, ma'am. So I think it is considered as prevention po, ma'am, regarding that one.
Hindi ko pa rin siya mag-get, Ma'am Jinky. Yung study nila. Siguro pwede pa yung sa management.
Ma'am, yung sa prevention po is, focus niya po is yung prevention po ng symptoms. Para hindi po ma-trigger yung symptoms ng child po na
Diba kasama na yun sa management? Yung gagawin ng nanay kung positive sa newborn screening yung anak niya. I do not know. Doc Angel, bahala ka na dyan.
Ma'am Vea raised her hand po. Baka may gustong sabihin si Ma'am Vea with regards to the
Oo, siguro yung prevention na sinasabi is like for example, G6PD. Those who have G6PD, merong mga ano bang tawag doon? May mga hindi ka pwedeng gawin or kainin or inumin para hindi ka magkaroon ng parang it will not lead to bleed. Ano ba yun?
Para hindi ma-trigger yung symptoms po, ma'am.
Oo, kasi ano to lysis of cells to magkakaroon ka ng bleeding, parang ganun. So yun siguro yung point ng prevention. Although we'll have to define it kasi magkakaiba ang newborn screening. Ang pinakamataas lang na newborn screening na meron tayo is on the, of course, G6PD. The rest of the newborn disorders kasi, these are all, alam mo yun, nagiging ano na sila fatal ba? Tama ba? Kagaya na, mga nilagay ninyo?
Severe na sila, ma'am.
Oo, hindi na sila hindi mo na sila pwede ma-prevent. Oo. Kasi sakit na nila yon, ikamamatay na nila yon. Tama ba?
Pwede pa yung G6PD.
Oo. So, ano ba ang gusto natin gawin sa study? Actually, nung nakita ko siya, maganda. Personally, gusto ko siya kasi ang daming positive ng G6PD, ang daming cases ng G6PD na hindi alam kung anong gagawin. Isang example sa amin, kung G6PD ang first baby mo, yung second and third, most likely G6PD din, pero wala nang screening na nangyayari kasi alam mo na G6PD na sila. Parang gano'n. Ano yun? Practice yun sa Pilipinas. Another is, pag may G6PD ka, bawal ka kumain ng peanut. So parang, ang dami, although may mga tawag dito, may mga children na hindi talaga pwedeng kumain ng maraming peanut or something. Pero not necessarily will cause hemolysis on the ang daming misconceptions. So, and then when I look at the questionnaire, I was very disappointed kasi ang ganda sana ng potential ng paper. Ayusin natin yung line of questioning. Alamin natin kung ano talaga yung target natin. Lahat ba ng newborn screening disorders or pwedeng yung after yung makita na newborn na positive ka sa newborn screening, anong next step? Kasi per disease, magkakaiba sila. Tama ba? So, ano ba ang gusto nating mangyari? Hindi kasi yun na-capture sa sa study natin.
Actually po, ma'am, dito po sa study, ma'am, nakafocus lang po kami sa congenital hypothyroidism. congenital adrenal hyperplasia, galactosemia, phenylketonuria, at saka yung G6PD po, ma'am, which is, ito po yung mga prevalent dito sa Philippines according po sa DOH po, ma'am.
Are all these preventable, yung consequence niya, or are all these
Pan po, ma'am, based po sa RRL po namin, ma'am, may nakita po kami mga article po, ma'am, na kung saan bawal din sila sa gantong bagay, bawal din sila gaya ang ganto po, ma'am.
Ang galactosemia mamamatay ang anak mo dito.
Ano po siya, ma'am? More on diet po siya, ma'am, sa sa may galactose. Kasi
sa galactosemia.
Yes,
so,
po, ma'am. And then sa may phenylketonuria naman, ma'am, more on diet po kasi, ma'am, kasi hindi po niya naaano yung certain na phenylalanin. Hindi niya na-produce. Hindi niya naaano, I think naano siya, ma'am, pangalan ko, na breakdown yung phenylalanin. And also sa G6PD naman po, ma'am, about sa nuts, soyas po. And then sa may congenital hypothyroidism naman po, ma'am, sa na po siya, I think sa na lang po siya, ma'am. Kasi may po, ma'am, sa National Institute po kasi, nakita ko kasi po namin, ma'am, may comparison po kasi dun sa may brochure, yung sa may homepage po kasi nila, ma'am, na hindi na newborn screening, yung 14-year-old na may congenital hypothyroidism versus po dun sa may 7-year-old na normal po yung lives niya na newborn screening po siya, ma'am.
So all of these, kapag hindi mo nakita at napabayaan mo siya, can lead to something that is fatal. Ganun ba yun?
Yes,
okay.
Retardation po ng developmental
well,
po.
Then,
well-being po ng bata.
Oo. Siguro para sa akin, maghanap kayo or gumawa kayo ng questionnaire na magka-capture ng gusto nyong mangyari. Kasi ako, kung titignan yung questionnaire nyo, hindi talaga.
Hindi siya
yes po, ma'am. Actually po, ma'am, dun sa questionnaire po, kami lang po yung gumawa, ma'am. Yung first part lang po yung in-adapt namin, which is dun sa demographic po, ma'am. So dun sa depth interview po, ma'am, magpapaguide po kami ulit, ma'am, if ever, para mas in-depth po yung question na maibibigay po namin, ma'am.
Oo. Tapos for posting something dito.
Yes po, ma'am.
Ma'am Vay, quali kasi ito.
Quali. So the question is,
ito anak kahapon, kung quali or quali. Sabi mo sa akin quali. So quali ito.
Quali po ito.
Quali po ito.
Quali pala ito.
Advisor po si Ma'am Lily, quali po siya.
Quali pala to.
Yes, ay, sorry naman.
So, explorative.
May tool kasi sila present, kaya ang dating, quanti.
Sabi kasi doon, narrative,
narrative ang nila, narrative,
research design.
Research design nila.
Narrative. May ganun pala, narrative.
Experience ito ng mga mothers na merong mga babies na confirm na positive result.
Ano kaya, ma'am? Wag ganyan. Na lang, lived experience. Wow.
Yun
maganda.
Lived experience nga. Pero, ano ba to? Kaya lang kasi syempre pag mga live experience ay tama na rin, parang cap din yan no? Pag quali, puro live experience ang title. Pag puro cap.
Hindi phenomenological.
Hindi, tsaka ito kasi, Ma'am Bea, actually, yung NBS kasi, one of the significance of newborn screening is to assess nga kung meron silang congenital metabolic disorders. Tapos, yun. Kung kunwari na-assess na positive yun, confirmed din, ang mga to, syempre, close monitoring, tapos meron talagang prevention. Actually, prevention and management of symptoms
Yes.
Oo.
Siguro
prevention and management of symptoms.
So, siguro ang anahin nila yung kunwari, yan, gawa din sila ng teams, hindi ng teams, ng categories ang question nila.
Magko-content analysis sila.
Oo. para ma-capture natin yung ano talaga, yung
Anong ginagawa ng
experiences ng
nanay?
mga mothers.
Ano talaga ginagawa ng
ng
nanay?
children.
Eh,
Kasama dyan, yan.
Hindi kaya sila mahirapan, ma'am, considering na medyo confidential yan?
Mahirapan sila, ma'am. Pero quali naman kasi ito.
Quali,
Hindi siya
quanti
quali.
lang. Hindi naman siya quanti. So, kuhanin mo
Pero
si
maganda
Angie.
study na to, ma'am. Kahit na mahirapan sila. Let's, yes po.
I-retain pa rin yung prevention nga ron.
Ano na lang, prevention and management of symptoms.
Meron naman
may practices.
Assessment. Yeah.
Practices po, medyo magulo.
Oo, di ba ang prevention is part of the management?
Management practices na lang din.
Preventive management.
Prevention siguro, saka na lang siya i-chop-chop sa mga SOPs. As a whole na lang na management.
Anong gagawin dyan sa balay na lang ito?
Management.
Sir Angel,
I go with Ma'am Vilma. Siguro, management practices na lang. This content analysis na lang ang gagawin nila. Yung, ano kanina, concern ni Ma'am, Jinky, sa questionnaire nyo, yeah, you have still need to make or construct an interview guide with probing questions related dito sa sa management practices. Interview guide, kahit yung questionnaire nyo dito, hindi naman siya what are your practices in preventing the symptoms agad? Dapat mo na kayo dito. Katulad nito. Lagi na lang tayo nag-profile. For what's the use of profile, by the way? Magko-content analysis kayo. So, paki-clear na lang po yung questionnaire natin. Ano lang naman, may specific pa kay general questions, then may mga probing questions for general questions. First is about management. What are the management practices of mothers diagnosed with positive newborn screening children? Okay, yun yung general question. So, ano yung mga probing questions? What is your initial reaction when you encountered when you receive a positive result of blah, ganun. Para makapag-explore yung bata later on. Tapos, sa content analysis nila, magkakaroon sila ng initial codes dito. So, titignan niya yung out from that initial codes, magkakaroon siya ng makaka-formulate na siya later on na so sino yung mas parami doon sa codes na yun yung magiging things siya later on na i-explain na lang niya later para hindi na masyadong hirapan yung bata. Focus na lang tao, tama, I agree with Ma'am Vilma, tanggalin yung prevention kasi part naman siya ng management. So yun lang yung sa akin.
Thank you, Doc Angel. So, yun na for the group. Actually, matanong talaga tong group na to, Ma'am Lily. So, you guide them well na lang. Since this is quali, I think okay naman itong group na to kasi talagang inaral nila yung study nila. And yun nga, ang major na kailangan nilang palitan is hindi naman palitan, but yung tool nila is kailangan i-include din nila yung mga probing questions nila. Yes po. So, we have 3 more papers.
Ma'am Jinky, meron pa ba bukas?
Yes, ma'am, meron po. We have 8 more groups tomorrow.
Ay, sige, ma'am.
Tapos, meron ka pang ipapa-include na isa.
Wait lang. Oo nga.
Pwede bang hindi na?
Kasi meron na daw siyang chapter 1 to 3 mag-propose pa lang siya.
Ay, ma'am, meron siyang hanggang chapter 4.
Ay,
Data interpretation na po siya. So, I don't know if kung paano
Ma'am,
niyo
sabihan
inaano
ko na
yan.
lang siya, mag-title defense muna siya.
Hmm.
Title na lang. No, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Pero yun nga, parang walang use yung title defense kung tapos na niya yung paper niya.
Ay, oo. Mag-isip siya ng iba. Nakuha mo ba yung title niya? Hindi.
No, ma'am. I don't like to see yung title niya kasi nga tapos na niya yung hahabol daw siya sa Saturday niyo. Final defense. At makikiproposal defense siya. So, medyo mainit yung ulo ko doon.
Okay. Kalimutan mo muna. Baka may stress.
Yeah, kalimutan muna natin.
Bawal ang
Siya.
bawal sa buntis yan. Okay, proceed na tayo
Yes po.
Ma'am, excuse po. Ma'am, dun po sa title namin, tatanggalin po namin yung prevention po.
Yes, anak. Simply management practices na lang.
So it means po since management na po, ma'am, magpo-focus din po kami sa mga treatment po. Since management is a treatment po siya, ma'am. It's like follow-up
It will encompass your prevention also.
Ma'am, yung management po is comprises na po siya sa prevention po.
Include nyo ang prevention. Oo.
Yeah.
So dun po sa management po, nandun na po, kasama na po, na-incorporate na po yung prevention. Din.
Prevention and practices ang nandun.
Yes.
Okay, thank you po, ma'am.
Okay. You're welcome.
Okay, may problema ako sa title ni Ma'am Vilma dito.
Quiet ako dito.
Let's listen sa Group 11A with their study entitled Determining the Reasons of Non-Compliance of Birthing Centers with the DOH Requirements and Guidelines in Ilagan City, Isabela, and Tuguegarao City, Cagayan.
Ma'am Jinky,
Yes.
hindi sila na-entertain sa Ilagan.
So we go for Tuguegarao City lang.
I suggest kung pwede, they will include private birthing center. Kasi yun, mas marami po kasing private birthing center sa Tuguegarao compared sa government. Actually, isa lang ang sa Tuguegarao. Yes, ma'am. Isa lang kasi sa Tugue, ma'am, pero mas maraming private. But we have also Kabagan.
Sa title kasi nila is already negative. So, siguro we later revise yung title nila.
Sige, ma'am.
Yes po. Okay, Group 11A, timer starts now.
Our study is all about determining the reasons of non-compliance of birthing centers with the DOH requirements and guidelines in Ilagan City, Isabela, and Tuguegarao City, Cagayan.
Group 11A, if you can open your camera, kindly please open it.
Ma'am, we're using one laptop lang po kasi.
Yes, but you can still open your camera as a manner of courtesy in respect to your parents.
Yes, you can still open your cameras kahit na tatlo kayong andoon. Using the laptop.
Okay. For our background of the study, birthing centers or birthing homes are facilities that offer prenatal and postnatal care, spontaneous vaginal delivery, and newborn care. Following Section 3 of Administrative Order Number 2008-0029, birth delivery should always be performed by a well-trained birth attendant. According to PhilHealth Circular Number 003 Series of 2013, the license to operate issued by the Department of Health Center for Health Development was implemented on January 1, 2012, which will serve as a requirement for the initial renewal of their birthing homes accreditation.
By guaranteeing that all birthing homes have valid licenses, there is an assurance that there will be a reduction in maternal mortality and protection of the birth of newborns in urban areas as well as in rural areas. As the healthcare industry has devolved to the level of local chief executive, the findings of this study will serve as a guide for politicians, health administrators, and researchers in their efforts to develop, implement, and launch initiatives to address the issue of gaps in or reasons for non-compliance of birthing centers with DOH requirements and guidelines in Ilagan City, Isabela, and Tuguegarao City, Cagayan. For our statement of the problem, general problem, this study aimed to determine the reasons for non-compliance of birthing centers with the DOH requirements and guidelines in Ilagan City and Tuguegarao City, Cagayan. For our specific problem, first, what is the profile of the birthing center in terms of A, location, date of operation, years of service? Second, what is the status of compliance of the birthing center in terms of patient rights and organizational ethics, patient care, leadership and management, human resource management, information management, safe practice and environment, and improving performance? And lastly, what are the reasons for non-compliance with birthing centers? For the conceptual framework, Administrative Order 2015-003, which is the revocation of Department Circular Number 2015-0392 and Administrative Order Number 2011-0014, both dated September 15, 2011, and titled Guidelines on the Certification of Health Facilities with Basic Emergency Obstetrics and Newborn Care Capacity, provides an additional definition of the license requirement for running a birthing facility under AO number 2012-0012. The development of the research framework served to direct both the determination of the variables and the data analysis. In this format, the birthing center's profile, location, date of operation, years of service, the status of compliance, patients' rights and organizational ethics, accessibility to care, implementation of care, and evaluation of care are independent variables. Other independent variables includes leadership and management review, human resource management, human resource planning, staff recruitment, appointment responsibilities, staff training and development, and information management. The DOH standards and guidelines, as well as the birthing centers, birthing facilities' reason for not complying with them were regarded as dependent variables. For the significance of the study, the results of this research will be useful to the clinical service providers, Department of Health, future researchers, general administrative service providers, local government units, and service providers in general.
Scope and the limitations. Participants of this study are delimited to the general administration service providers, which includes administrators, clerk, utility workers, and driver, and clinical service providers, including physicians, nurses, and midwives, and are limited to healthcare volunteers, practice nurses, and practice midwives, which will not be included in the scope of the participants of this study. Variables include the non-compliance to the DOH standards and guidelines, the general administrative service and clinical service, and is limited to the non-compliance of nursing service, auxiliary service, and occupational and recreational unit dietary. Non-compliance will be measured through survey questions, interview questions, and a checklist based on the DOH licensing requirements for birth centers, Administrative Order Number 2012-0012. Survey instruments, including Level 2 and Level 3 healthcare facilities, will not be included in the measurement. For the research design, the research used a mixed method survey for compliance and the interviews to determine the reasons for non-compliance. The researchers used a survey questionnaire to collect baseline data on the DOH licensing requirements for birth centers. As per the locale of the study will be conducted in Ilagan City, Isabela, and Tuguegarao City, Cagayan.
The survey questionnaires will be disseminated to the birthing centers present within the cities indicated. For the respondents in this study will be individuals currently receiving medical care at birth centers, clinical services providers, which include physicians, nurses, and midwives, are also included in the research. Sampling designs, simple random sampling will be for sample selection. As for the research instrument, the instrument used was a checklist and a questionnaire interview to gather the needed data for the study. The questionnaire was formulated based on the DOH licensing standards and guidelines for birthing centers, along with existing research and relevant literature. The designing of the good data collection tool involved consideration to the necessary specifications.
For the data gathering procedure, the phases for data collection in the study are as follows. Phase 1, obtaining consent and approval. Phase 2, request the Community Health Office approval to distribute the questionnaires to the respondents. Phase 3, the questionnaire will be immediately retrieved for tabulation and statistical analysis after each respondent has finished it. Phase 4, the researcher will explain how the in-depth interview was conducted after giving out the interview guide. That's all po. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 11A. Let's now hear from your panel members, their recommendations and suggestions. We start with Ma'am Vea. Are you here?
Ma'am, babasahin ko pa lang. May kinausap ko kasi ako kanina. Last
Sige,
na lang
ma'am.
ako. Thank you.
Sige, ma'am. Let's hear from Ma'am Lily. Since nurse si Ma'am Lily, mas alam niya to on the birthing centers. Ma'am Lily? Nandiyan pa ba si Ma'am Lily? Wala atang gusto magtanong sa inyo Ayan, si Doc na lang. Kasi nurse din si Doc. So, forte niya din tong si ano ninyo, compliance birthing centers.
I have a concern. Why did you choose non-compliance? Birthing center. Kasi upon reading your title pa lang, di ba? Do you think this is publishable? Parang negative agad yung dating.
Kaya hindi talaga kayo papayagan ng Isabela kasi makikita pa lang nila yung letter ninyo about non-compliance.
Pangalawa,
hindi nila papayagan yan.
And also, syempre, ako yung may-ari ng institution, di ba? Do you think I will going to answer your question here? Exposing the credibility ng institution ko? Parang gano'n?
Yeah.
Pangalawa is, what's your, ano ba yung correct term doon? Ano yung power mo to evaluate certain, parang example, taga-CHED ka ba? Para mag-evaluate ka isang curriculum? Parang gano'n. Taga-DOH ka ba to evaluate a certain requirement ng isang birthing center to open for license or something like that? Parang hindi na capacity ng program. And hindi sa inaano we have kasi what we call epistemic trespassing talaga. Meron tayong boundaries lang. Ang public health dito lang siya. Ang nurses dito naman sila. Ang pharmacist dito naman sila. Ganun po yung point ko here. Sa kasi hindi naman tayo pwede nag-overlap ng ating mga duties and responsibilities. So, yun ang concern ko lang dito. Parang, I think, para sa akin I'm not amenable with your title study about reasons for non-compliance. Yun lang po muna for you.
Magde-defend ata si Ma'am Vilma.
Siguro yung siguro pwedeng
qualitative na challenges and struggles ng mga birthing centers
Correct. Mas
siguro.
okay pa sana yun, Ma'am. Mama Jinky. O,
In
yung
line with the
challenges.
compliance siguro, no ma'am?
Opo, ganun, Ma'am.
Yes,
Kesa
parang
yung
hindi
word,
masyadong lumayo, pero
nabigla
not
ka.
the compliance.
Opo, nakakabigla tayo talaga. Siyempre, ayaw talaga nila ito, promise.
Siyempre,
Mahirapan kayo.
oo sir, tama ka din sir. Siyempre, ang isasagot nila dyan, puro yes kasi, di ba?
Opo.
Kasi kung mag-no sila, makukulang attention nila sa DOH. Okay, thank you
Opo.
sir. Thank you
Ganun na
po.
lang, challenges encountered in complying,
yun
parang
na lang.
ganon. Challenges encountered, challenges and experience encountered in complying, ganon. Sige, tulungan namin kayo ni Ma'am V. Okay naman yung gusto ninyo, kaso lang yung pagkakaano negative agad kasi.
Doc, siguro yung questionnaire nila is parang i-paraphrase lang nila, nandun pa rin yung idea, no?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Paraphrase lang nila yung question na mag-base pa rin sa guidelines, parang dagdagan lang nila kung ano yung na-experience nila doon sa guidelines na yun. Parang ganun na lang siguro. Tama ba ako, Ma'am Jinky?
Ma'am, pwedeng
Ay, sige, Ma'am Bea.
Yes, Ma'am Bea.
Sige po. Wait lang po.
Kasi nasa questionnaire po ako. Nasa questionnaire po nila ako, ma'am. Kaya, sabihin ko na rin. The questionnaire is not designed for birthing center, but rather designed for the patients.
O,
so, ano ba talaga?
Napansin ko din yan, ma'am. Parang
yung last na questionnaire ata nila yung for birthing centers, only like 2 pages. Yung pinaka-last lang, ma'am, ang nakikita kong for birthing centers na compliance. Yung meron ba silang PRC at chuchu, mga ganun.
Alam mo, tama si Sir Angelito. Ang gumagawa kasi nito ay mga taga-DOH licensing. Like, for example, meron ka bang licensed physician to oversee? Ano yan? Alam mo, i-check nila, parang RCOT lang ang dating. Okay, present. So, parang hindi natin nga ito dapat gawin. Okay pa ako dito sa first question ninyo for the patients. Have you received such service sa birthing center na yun? Parang ganun ang dating. So, I don't know. Maganda nga itong maganda nga itong intrapartum care niyo.
Parang related to dun sa perinatal, ma'am, kung ganun ang maging tumbukin nila.
Yung isang study, ma'am.
Oo, maging kaparehas na nila.
Center, parang
siguro live experience ng mother na nanganak sa birthing center. Comparison sa hospital.
Maganda yung ma'am, maganda yung questionnaire nila for the intranatal care. Parang ganon. Okay naman siya. Makikita mo yung services ng birthing center. Pero hindi na yung tatanungin nila yung birthing center. Kung meron ba silang ganito, meron ba silang ganyan.
Oo.
Ano po sa palagay?
So more on lang Rod, intranatal and newborn care.
Pwede I don't know.
Ma'am, na yung patients, ang tatanungin nila doon is na-encounter na natin yan, ma'am, noon eh. Kailan mo sila tatanungin? Right after, pagod na pagod sila, mga ganyan. If matagal naman na after ng panganganak nila, it's a recall bias naman, mga ganun.
Siyempre, pag nagtanong ka during labor, during delivery, after delivery, hindi pwedeng papasok sa...
Hindi kita papansinin kapag kapapanganak ko, isusurvey ka sa...
Andali lang, masakit pa!
So true.
Yun na lang, ma'am, yung kanina, yung challenges, yung...
Challenges and struggles na lang, Ma'am V. Kaya mo na yung hindi naman masyadong malayo. Challenges and struggles din sa pag-comply nila sa mga requirements ng
Na
DOH.
nandyan. Oo.
Yes, na andun pa din. Pero it will be a nice, kasi hindi naman nakalagay na compliant sila, not compliant, hindi siya negative, but still, they will give reasons why they are having a hard time complying with the requirements. Pero will not be checking or monitoring or tracking them naman kung sila ay compliant or not compliant. We are just asking kung saan tayo pwede maka-help with regards to the compliance siguro sa requirements. Parang ganun ba?
Oo.
Ang sinasabi ko dito, hindi tayo laging nag-check.
Bali, paano ang sa questionnaire nila, ma'am? Yes or no, not. Kasi you are asking the challenges.
So, sa struggles and challenges.
Quali yun, Ma'am Jinky?
No.
Quali na po siya ang lalabas po.
Okay.
Tapos yung respondent.
Po? Ang respondent sila would be the sino bang mga andun sa birthing centers?
Midwives, doctor, nurses.
Meron silang tool on the compliance.
DOH, hindi po ba administrators yan?
Ang kasi ma'am, papalitan yung title nila. Challenges and na lang daw, not the compliance. Kasi yun nga nabanggit ni Doc Angel kanina, parang out of the blue na yung study na we don't have the right to evaluate other.
Yes,
parang
ma'am.
ganun.
Pero yung title is
Si Doc Cutaneous. Hi!
Oo. Kasi grabe, mamamaloka ako sa naggagawa ko sa world. Bakit
Talagang
ganito?
bright boy.
Para
I have actually 5 na
undertakings today.
Today, sabay-sabay hindi pa nag-end. Anyway, sige, para matapos. Okay, kasi nga judgmental yung topic natin, non-compliance meaning hindi na talaga siya nag-comply, naintindihan. And nilutin naman ito. Siguro pero nag-defend naman na sila, 'di ba? So saka hindi determining the reasons kanyan was, 'di ba? Ano na yan? Status. Ito pa rin naman, pero babalitan lang natin, ma'am. Ha? Status and performance. Kunan na, di ba? So, yung status, o kaya wag status, ma'am, profile na lang. Profile and characterization and kung nanawagin gaya Ma'am Vilma, ang magiging title nito Ma'am Jinky is Characterization, Performance, and Challenges. So character para hindi wala characterization. Character refers to performance. Profile kasi ma'am. Ayoko namang palitan lang natin. Character, ano ba yun? Character, performance, and challenges of. Pwede bang public-private na to, ma'am? O i-private lang natin?
Pag public kasi, sir, isa lang sa tugi. Mas maraming private.
O private na. Private na natin kung yun lang.
Private na lang?
Oo. Gusto tugi ka raw lang ba? Ilan ba ang birthing centers? May
isa
10?
Lang sa tugi, sir.
Hindi, I mean private, ma'am.
Less than 10, sir.
O di wag, di ba, third district, kung natatamot na kasi doon sa third district po, Solana lang naman meron dyan.
Third district, sir?
O third district na lang kasi ang third district mo, konti-konti lang, wala pa sa ibang mga munisipyo, baka dalawa lang mamaya ang mga birthing centers dyan. So ilagay na lang natin malam para pati public na, kasi baka sa ibang walang birthing center na private.
Sige, sir.
Third district para madami. Okay na?
Yes, sir.
So, character, performance, and challenges of birthing centers in the third district of Cagayan. Okay? Tanggalin mo ng Ilagan, Isabela, ganun. Mas mahirap sa kanya yan. Right?
Character.
Okay na? Third district ng Cagayan. Yung grupo ba na ito, taga third district ba muna o taga first or second district? O tatanungin nyo muna.
Miss, may dito ma'am may apo si President dyan.
Saan ito? Anak ko, first district. Anong, mag-isip kayo kasi there are 3 districts of Cagayan. My point, anak, is in Tugigaraw kasi, that's why we are looking at Tugigaraw. It's basically because we have probably less than 10 no na birthing centers only in Tugigaraw. Ang pangit naman ang profile natin, naintindihan? Parang gagawa kayo ng mga ang tinatawag na coffee table book later on tapos 10 lang naman ang laman niya. Right? So yun yung tinitingnan kong anggulo. Kasi kung lalagay ko ng first district, naku baka lilimasan ako, ang pangit, mas pumangit na naman. So kaya ba natin na third district na lang?
Third district na lang.
Okay, so that would be your title up.
Okay.
Character, performance, and challenges of birthing centers in the third district of Cagayan. Okay.
Thank you po.
Tapos, ay hindi pa. Bakit ayaw mo na? Okay, next na Gavin. So,
Siya
what
yung
I'm
apo ni President, sir.
Oh, okay.
Sagot sa'yo.
What I can suggest is that public and private be taken together. Okay? So, number 1, what is the character? Yung character kasi, sa gas-gas na kasing profile. Ayokong gawing profile kasi pangit ang dating. What is the character of birthing centers in terms of the following? Ganon. Meron kayong tool ng, ma'am, may tool na ba ng birthing center na ano dito?
Meron, sir. Kinuha nila sa
profiling
DOH.
niya?
Nag-base po kami sa administrative, sa DOH standards and
Yes,
guidelines po.
Hindi, kasi ang kinuha nyo anak dun sa DOH ay requirements. Asan to? Wait lang ha.
Ay, rules and regulations.
So yun na nga, wala yung profile niya. Right? Correct?
Yes po.
Kasi, for example, ang profile na gusto ko, other than, for example, municipality location, kasi syempre magkakaiba, di ba? Second would be nature. Nature would be public or private. Third would be services offered. Baka may pagkakaiba. Okay? Tapos, 4 would be accreditation. Okay, dun sa accreditation nyo, you have private accreditation, government accreditation. Kasi for example, PhilHealth, no? Matutuwa ka dyan, baka yung iba dyan may accreditation ng ISO, charing lang. Malay mo. Hindi ko alam kung ano accreditation meron siya. Kasi baka may accreditation kayo ng EMAP, may accreditation ka ng DOH, may accreditation kayo ng Tugigaraw City. Kasi even these types needs to have, I think, license to operate, lalo na yung public. Ay, private, sorry.
Sir,
diba? License to operate yan eh. So in other words, business enterprise sila. So meron ding license coming from the LGU. Business permit. Parang ganon, no? Number 4, for example, no, number of deliveries per month. Ganon, ang pag-profile. Okay na? Number of the, letter D would, for example, ang next mo ay manpower. Diba magkakaiba sila? Manpower. Hello? Nakukuha nyo ba?
Yes,
yung advisor, okay. After manpower, budget. Diba? Naintindihan?
Yes,
nakukuha nyo ba? Tapos partnerships. Bakit may partnership? Minsan kailangan ng ambulansya. Minsan kailangan
Referral nila, sir. Referral.
Di ba? Kasi referrals. Gets? So parang ganun yung pag-profile. Yung kaya tinawag kong character kasi kasi other than the years of operation. Years. Kasi hindi date of operation. Ano yan? Nagpa-opera ba siya? Yung tomorrow ginagawa ko pa lang yung lesson. Di ba? Years of service. Bakit tao ba to? Bakit years of service? Diba? Years of operation. Kasi katulad ni Ma'am Jinky, may resort yan. Diba ang tanong mo sa kanya, ilang taon na ba yung resort mo, ma'am? O, diba? Years of operation. Hindi years of service. Diba? Hindi naman si Ma'am Jinky ang magsiservice. Yes. O, ganun. So, yun yung character mo. Nakita nyo yung character, ang dami agad mga profile variables.
Yes.
Ganun, kasi i-compare natin siya. Ang gusto kong mangyari, you come up with a compendium ng facilities.
Okay.
Na wala pa. Kunwari, nakakita na kayo ng compendium. Alam niyo ba yung compendium? For example, parang coffee table book na doon. Pag ganyan, tapos picturean niyo. Birthing facility, yung birthing center, may picture siya. Malaki. Tapos address, ganun naman. Services offered. Kan na history, kung punanan to Giant. Gagawa tayo ng history, hidik, kuridak, kung punanan to di Jai. Naintindihan? O, ganun para pag ibibigay nyo sa tao, ito yung mga birthing center sa 3rd district ng Cagayan. O, di ba? Wala pa tayong ganun. Di ba? Wala kang alam na birthing center, kundi yung birthing center sa Karitan lang ata, yan lang nakikita mo. Di ba? O, pero may birthing center doon sa malapit sa St. Paul Hospital. Di ba? May maraming birthing center. So, dapat may ganun tayo sa 3rd district. Gets? Kasi matutuwa kasi kunwari ako buntis, saan ako manganganak? Baka hindi niya pa alam kung nasaan yung birthing center, yung malapit na birthing center. Okay? So that would be character. Number 2, what is a performance? Naintindihan? Yung performance mo naman is, that is the expected activities which I see in your questionnaire. Pero yung questionnaire mo kasi talks not of a performance but of a compliance. Tama ba ako? So this is a compliance. Bakit ayoko ng compliance? Bakit mo pa gagawin yung compliance? Alam na ng DOH yan. Sila nga dapat gumawa ng compliance, di ba? Bakit ikaw? Trabaho ng DOH ang paggawa ng compliance. So ang sayo naman, performance. Okay na. So yung question ng compliance, gawin yung ang i-measure niya ay performance. Okay. Are you with me?
Yes po.
For example, under provision of respectful maternity care, example ng performance yan, under provision of respectful maternity care. Number 1, how many have had, how many went for their, may prenatal ba ma'am?
Meron, sir.
Yun. Ilan ang nagpa-prenatal? Maintindihan, ilan yung nasa-serve nila, no? Ilan dun sa nagpa-prenatal ang bumabalik para manganak. Baka nag-prenatal tapos ayaw nang bumalik, ang sungit-sungit naman. Kudutin niya yung tetet nung kwan. 'Di ba? Kaya ayaw niya na, sungit na. O kaya mag-IE meter stick ang nilagay niya o di wanya bet. Naintindihan? Ganun. Okay
Meron
na.
din yung nanganganak lang, sir.
Oo. Tapos yun din, yung measure lang, hindi siya nagpe-prenatal, pero nanganak siya dun. Di ba? Meron din yung nanganak, manganganak na natay anak na. Nanganak na successful delivery. Nanganak, hindi pala nanganak, pero manganganak sana, pero ni-refer. Parang ganun, Ma'am Vilma, di ba?
Yes,
yun
sir.
yung kwento ng performance. Another of the performance measure, panganganak pa lang yun ha, yung another of the performance measures, hanapin nyo dito sa questionnaire kung saan mo ilalagay yung procurement. For example, di ba sabing service delivery yung letter A ko, di ba? Yung kanina, that is service delivery. Ang second mo is procurement. Anong procurement? Ito yung mga gamit niya nun, correct? Throughout the years, dumadami yung gamit niya. Procurement, performance yun. Nakukuha nyo ba? Kasi kunwari, ang gunting niya lang noon iisa o 5 na ang gunting niya ngayon. O di ba? Kunwari. Pero hindi, don't take it literal naman, 5 ang gunting. Hindi, pinapasaya ko lang kahit ang lulungkot nyo na. Intindihan? So, yon naintindihan, for example, yon. Nakalagay kasi dito, may mga pwede kang i-recycle. For example, monitoring of pregnant women. Anong pwedeng i-one dyan? No? Ilan yung nanganak, ilan yung namomonitor, ganun lang. Hanapin, di ba, nakikuha nyo itong survey questionnaire nyo, nakikita ko yung survey questionnaire, gawin nyo siyang measure ng performance. Kaya?
Okay.
Okay na? So, you don't necessarily adopt this. You adopt the concept, from there, gawa tayo ng performance measures. So, kahit in each of the parameters, pwedeng 3, 4 na measure lang would be okay. Tapos sabihin nyo na sa amin ni Ma'am Vil, pakita nyo yung questionnaire sa amin kung ano yun, kung pwede na siya sa performance. Gets? Okay na? For example, ito, provision of essential newborn care. Naintindihan? So ano ang pwedeng performance dyan? Huwag mong tanungin kung they immediately and thoroughly provide, kasi yan ay expected of them. Compliance yan. Performance would mean, intindihan, ilan ang, ma'am, may newborn screening ba doon?
Meron, sir.
O yun, ilan ang nag-newborn screening, right? Ilan dun sa newborn screening ang naibigay agad ang resulta, lalo na kung pa-positive. Normally, pag positive yan, nire-refer agad. Correct? Mga ganon. Hanapan nyo to. Okay na? So, ganon siya. Okay. What is the third? The third one would be challenges. So, ito na yung sinasabi ni Ma'am Jinky sa ni Dr. Alvarado na ito ay magiging sequential explanatory design. Ano yung sequential explanatory design? Ito yung performance nila. Ang magiging tanong nyo is, bakit? Ano ba kasing problema? Right? Naintindihan? Hello? Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sabihin niya ito yung performance, yun yung tanong nyo, what are your challenges? So magiging qualitative analysis siya. Quali. Okay na? So qualitative yung number 3. Okay na? So what are the challenges? Ang number 4 nyo would be inferential. Is there an association between the performance and that of the profile? Alam ni Ma'am Jinky yan. She will have to mix, to tie together number 2 and number 3 using association. Okay na? Is there a significant association? So that would be your 4th. Correct? Tapos ang number 5 nyo is come up, no? What is, parang kasi ano to ma'am, di ba descriptive pa rin? What is a, what coffee, hi, bye, thank you very much for the coffee. What, ma'am, anong tawag dito?
What intervention?
Hindi intervention, hindi, wala tayong magagawa sa intervention kasi masyadong bata to mga researchers natin para sa intervention. Siyempre, private pa naman yan. Alam naman, bilhan natin sila ng bed kung yun ang kailangan nila. Bilhan ng ambulansya kung nasa hindi natin kaya yan. Right? Okay. So, ang lagay natin is yung coffee table book lang. No? What, anong tawag natin dun, Ma'am Jinky? What? Documentary? Anong bang tawag sa coffee table book? What documentary? What? Nasa akin na kanina. Lumayas na yung Vietnamese. Kaya hindi ko na tuloy naisip.
Kaya nawala.
Nawala. Kasi umalis yung Vietnamese. Nawala na. What? What? Anong tawag dito? What?
Pagod ka na, sir.
Isa siyang parang coffee table book but we don't call it coffee table book kasi.
Ano yung sir, compendium?
Compendium. What? Learning, what? Ganun na siya, ma'am. What? Learning resource. What learning resource in the form of a compendium? What learning resource in the form of a compendium can be devised? To enhance the awareness of the community, on the profile of birthing centers in the 3rd district of Cagayan.
Is the learning.
Okay?
Okay po. A form of consent.
So, mixed method sila, Ma'am Jinky. Ano pa ba? So, ilan ang birthing centers? Hanapin niyo sa DOH. Okay, you come up with your tool and then I'll check if that would already be good enough. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you po.
Okay na.
Ma'am Jinky, back to you. Ma'am Vilma.
Thank you, Direct. Thank you, Ma'am V. We go next to the second presenter. To the compliance of public schools. Yan naman yung compliance. Compliance of public schools along learners' health services in Bagao, Cagayan. Please start now.
Good afternoon po, ma'am.
Yeah, again, group 6, kindly open your camera.
Wala yung profile niya, right?
And then,
Patay niyo yung camera mo. Sabi niyo na okay. Okay.
hello po, can you start na po?
Yes, you may.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Proposal Defense Panel. We are the Group 6 from BSPH 3B. And on behalf of my group, I extend my warm welcome to each of you and express my sincere gratitude for taking the time to be here in the Zoom meeting. We are honored to have the opportunity to present our proposal before such a distinguished panelist. Thank you for your invaluable expertise, and in these 30 minutes of time, we look forward to engage in a fruitful discussion on our proposal. Once again, welcome, and thank you for being a part of this important milestone in our academic journey. So before I formally start, let me just grab a quotation po tungkol sa research namin. Healthcare facilities are not merely buildings. They are sanctuaries of healing, where compassion meets expertise and hope meets resilience. For the title of our study is Compliance of Public School Along Learners Health Services in Bagao, Cagayan. And for our background of study, let me call on Ms. Sheena May Benito.
For the background of the study, the government rules and standards are used to direct the delivery of student health services in public schools, which are directly supervised by the government. All public schools are required to meet the criteria for personnel, students, and school health services as outlined in the implementing rules and regulations of Chapter 6, Section 11 of the PD 856 of the Code on Sanitation of the Philippines. The specifications include, among other things, guidance and counseling services, annual and physical, mental, and dental exams for personnel and students, school clinics, first aid supplies, and periodic vaccines. Despite this, only 28% of the 47,013 schools nationwide, as reported by the DepEd in 2021, have clinics. This equates to roughly 13,081 of public schools that have no clinics. Further, there are currently no group hand washing facilities at 3,861 schools. Therefore, this is an undeniable shortcoming on the side of the government to create school clinics for the students, especially those in remote locations, to give comprehensive treatment and holistic care to the youth. This suggests that if students and faculty are not physically, cognitively, and socially healthy, the essential purpose of education will be hindered, according to Diri in 2009. Likewise, Austria in 2018 conducted a research about compliance of senior high schools relative to school facilities. However, the study is only limited to a particular school and division. Thus, it cannot be generalized to a larger population in the country. Hence, this study aims to evaluate the level of compliance of public schools regarding the student health services. It shall follow the guidelines set forth by the government for school, clinics, and student health services in terms of specification, criteria, rules, and standards. So for the statement of the problem, the general objective is to assess the level of compliance of public schools in Bagao, Cagayan concerning health services received by the students. The specific objectives includes the profile of the schools in terms of location, population, and level. And number 2, what is the level of compliance in terms of health facility, availability of health professional, provision of dental services, and first aid supplies. Number 3, what are the other health services offered by the school and received by the students? Number 4, is there a significant relationship on the level of compliance in health services with that of the profile of the schools? Number 5, is there a significant association of health services with that of compliance?
The conceptual framework. For our conceptual framework, this figure represents the conceptual paradigm of the study illustrating the dependent variable and dependent variable.
The left-hand side of the framework indicates the independent variables, namely profile of public schools in terms of location, population of students, level, either primary, secondary, or tertiary, level of compliance on the school clinic for students in terms of health facility, availability of health practitioner, for example, the doctor or the nurse, and lastly, provision of dental services. On the other side, the dependent variable, which is compliance of public schools along learners' health services in Bagao, Cagayan.
For the significance of the study, first, to provide information on current health services in public school, which helps to identify areas for improvement. Second, the findings of the study will inform and advise policy decisions. Third, aids in provision of adequate funds for construction of health facilities, equipment, and provision of health practitioners in public schools. Lastly, students will gain better access to the health services, resulting to improve academic performance. The findings of the study will benefit the following. First, government and policymakers, Department of Education, teachers or educators, future researchers, parents, and students. Next. For the scope and the limitations, the study will be limited to 2 public schools in Bagao, Cagayan. Students and teachers are the only respondents. Students must be residing and studying in public schools of Bagao. Teachers must be permanently employed, teaching for 3 or more years and residing in Bagao, Cagayan. Only the municipality of Bagao, Cagayan is the use for the research because it is the area that is most pertinent and directly related to the study. Most importantly, Bagao is a remote town in Cagayan that is challenging to reach due to poor, harsh roads, and some of its locations are only accessible by boat. Next slide.
For our methodology, our research design will be quantitative method, descriptive correlational. Since the researchers will determine the relationship between the profile of schools and level of compliance. Our locale of the study will be Bagao, Cagayan, Bagao National Schools of Arts and Trades, and Bagao South Central Schools. Next. And our respondents would be students and teachers of Bagao National School of Arts and Trades and Bagao South Central School because they are the direct recipients of health services in school. Our sampling design will be stratified random sampling and Slopin's formula for calculation of sample size, and 403 were the computed sample size.
So for the research instruments, research tool are the self-constructed questionnaire composing of 3 parts. For part 1 are the profile of the schools. Part 2 are the questions that assess the level of compliance of public schools in terms of health facility, provision of dental services, first aid supplies, and availability of health practitioner. And the part 3 are consists of questions that will assess significance between compliance and health services. And also, Likert scale will be used to measure respondents' degree of agreement. Next. And for the data gathering, first, the questionnaire content, validation, and reliability testing. So the researchers prepared a self-constructed questionnaire which will go through content validation and reliability testing. Second, application for ethical clearance from an accredited research ethics board. So the researchers will apply for ethical clearance in an accredited research ethics board in the Philippines. Third is the permission and approval for data gathering. So the researchers will seek permission and approval from the administrator for the chosen public schools in Bagao, Cagayan, and to the students and teachers who will participate as respondents in the study. Fourth is the data collection or the informed consent. So the researchers will inform the respondents about the purpose of the study and their right to withdraw at any time. And lastly, the retrieval of questionnaires for tabulation, analysis, and interpretation. Next. So these are the following are some of our references, and this is the end of our presentation. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, group 6B. Sakto. So we listen kay Ma'am Vilma for her suggestions and recommendations on this study.
Good afternoon. Okay, yung title nila, ma'am, are we allowed to have this study on compliance gaya nung kanina?
Same as the last group, ma'am. Siguro.
Oo.
We cannot do and we are not the right people who will assess the compliance of public school. So we revise siguro accordingly.
So, ano kaya ang magandang title natin dyan? Siguro health services available. Na-avail ba nila? Ganun na lang sana. What are the services availed? Ganun sana. O yun, satisfaction daw. Sabi ni Ma'am Bea. Satisfaction on public schools along learning health service. Parang ganun, Ma'am Bea. Okay, so services rendered.
Ano yung mga service na available sa kanila?
Services rendered. Satisfaction services. So, hindi dapat sila mag-limit sa dental services tsaka sa first aid. Kasi there are a lot more services should be given sa mga, especially among children in the public school. No? Nag-monitor ba sila ng weight, nutritional status, one basis for their program, intervention program sa school nila na pwede nilang gawin na to help parents to maintain the health of the children, mga ganun sana. Hindi dapat nag-focus lang sa dental, first aid, other services sana that will benefit the children. Kasi especially at present, ang dami po nating wasted, ano ba yun? Wasted tsaka stunted among LM learners, no? Yung height nila hindi mag-coincide sa age nila. Yung weight nila hindi mag-coincide sa age nila. So parang ganun. So those additional services sana yun. So yun. Ano pa ba? Under introduction, meron kasi dito, you can include what we call yung laws. May mga batas po tayo which serve as the guidelines required by the DepEd on the health services should be given by the public school to all learners. Meron yan. Kung hindi ako magkamali, nakalimutan ko na kasi, it is Administrative Order 004 Series of 2020. So, try ninyong, it talks about the required health services should be given to public school learners. So, pwede ninyong idagdag yun sa introduction. Okay? So, ano pa ba? There are some RRL in your introduction na hindi siya dapat dito nakalagay. Dapat nakalagay siya sa related lit. And pakitanggal, meron kayong 2012, meron pa kayong 2009. So, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, dapat 5 years back. Okay, so guys, saan yun nyo? Okay, so doon pala din sa conceptual framework nyo. Wala kasi kayong discussion doon. Dumiretso kayo sa research paradigm mo. Dapat meron ditong mga laws related or guidelines that required a health standard and basic education and offices and school when it comes to health services. So pwede niyong i-ano ang DepEd order number 014 series of 2020 or Administrative Order 2020-0015. So yun. Then yun, ano pa ba? So pag satisfaction, Ma'am Jinky, kung satisfaction ang i-evaluate nila, mapapalitan yung statement of objective nila if ever. Ano pa ba? Under significance, okay. Dapat ang number 1 ninyo dito, mga pupils. Pupils dapat. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, may tanong po. Satisfaction, papalitan po yung title namin ng satisfaction, ma'am.
May question kasi si Ma'am Bea.
Or sa objectives po yun.
Satisfaction on the services rendered rather than compliance of public school along learners.
Or services rent. Hindi ko alam kung, ayan si Ma'am Lily.
Oh, Ma'am Lily.
Pwede kasing hindi satisfaction din, ma'am.
Ang question ko lang, dun sa AO, ano ba yun? Memo sa DepEd, ano po ba yung mga health services available or accessible, accessed by the students as well as the staff or faculty of sa public schools? May naka-indicate po ba doon na specific health services, ganun?
Meron, ma'am. Ang una is yung sa COVID. O yung COVID protocol nila kasi nga especially usually ang mga bata hindi sila knowledgeable sa 'di ba, yung laya ng ginagawa natin. Ayun, yun yung number 1 kasi doon.
Pero pag ano ba yung sa kanilang definition kasi pag health services like dental, medical.
Yes, ma'am.
Nag-base po kasi kami dun sa administrative orders and yung sa code on sanitation, specifically dun sa school clinics po and yung health services. Meron dun po yung dental services, first aid supplies, ganun po. Tapos yung mga personnel, ganun po.
Ano pang nandun? Dalawa
What are
lang.
indicated there, anak, para makita natin kung ano talaga yung laman ng health services at anong pwede nating gawin doon? Ano yung mga naka-indicate na services available?
Kasi code of sanitation yung sinasabi nila, ma'am, yung PD
Kaya nga
56.
Sanitation, tapos services, paano yun?
So, yun nga ang
medyo, kasi medyo kailangan natin i-clarify, no, kung ano tong mga services na to para makita natin kung tama bang compliance or availability or satisfaction, yun yung i-assess natin.
Ma'am, yung questionnaire din nila, ma'am, is wrong.
Oo nga.
Very wrong.
Siguro, yun. Kaya siguro hindi siya consistent, lalo na from title to SOP to their tool. Dapat kasi consistent yung mga yun. Diba, Ma'am B?
Para kayong nag-compliance. Alam mo yung
wala siyang tinutumbok.
Di ma'am, nag-compliance sila, pero ang respondents nila, students. So, malay ba na estudyante kung merong, ano ba yun? May stethoscope available. Pen light available.
Tapos health services kasi Ma'am V, yung mga yan, facilities yan, ano yan resources, ganun yan. So,
manpower
nila sa atin. Kung ano yung
nila.
Oo, yung definition nila ng health services.
May laman ba yung facilities nila? Baka wala.
At saka wrong yung respondents nila. Whether or not the students or the teachers know yung kung meron o wala man dun sa hindi sila ang magsasabi. Malay mo, the students, hindi pa sila na nagpunta sa clinic ever. O di malamang, i-zero nila yan. Yung parang ganun.
Manila.
So,
Kaya nga, ano ba yung nakalagay
i-revise
sa DepEd
natin.
order? na memo.
Oo nga eh. Definitely, meron yung yung sa height, weight, ganon. Nutrition.
Oh, yun nga sinabi ko kanina, monitoring.
Pero ano ba yung standards nun? For example, the pupils or the students should have monthly or weekly chorbachorba. Yung mga ganun sana makikita doon.
And ano yung mga program na...
Maganda din sana to kasi di ba ma'am Bay, public school students yung mga anak ko. So, tanong ko, asan yung clinic nyo? Yung clinic nyo ba may nurse? Meron bang sabi sa akin, di ang doctor nila nasa division office. Yung tipong ganun eh. So, bakit hindi available dun sa school? Paano kung may mga nangyari? Sinong mag-cater sa mga needs ng mga students?
Yun.
Na high blood si teacher. Na high blood si teacher. O sinong titingin sa kanya? Parang ganun eh, di ba?
Pwede po kayang pwede pong mag-suggest.
Oo, sige.
Pwede pong mag-suggest. Kasi etong teachers kasi sana ng private school ng elementary school, sila yung may basic knowledge sa
first aid.
First aid. First aid kasama dyan pag may nasugatan. Choking. Mga ganon.
BLS.
Baka, hindi, yung BLS kasi ma'am, na yun eh. Isi-CPR mo, ganyan. Hindi yung lang, basic first aid.
Minor lang. Basic lang.
Minor
Wound dressing.
Pag may nilagnat, anong gagawin nila?
Kung may sprain, mapilay.
Oo, yung ganun lang. Very basic lang siya.
Di-assess na lang nila, ma'am, yung may
baka pwedeng ganun para basis natin for ang magiging nila would be
training nila.
Capacity building.
Capacity building.
Oo. I-equip natin, doon na tayo papasok bilang health workers. I-equip natin or i-capacitate natin yung teachers to do basic first aid. Yan.
Kung may lagnat yung yung pupil, anong gagawin? Paano kung walang paracetamol? O, di ba? Yun na lang siguro. So,
pero ma'am, gusto ko rin yung topic nila na health services.
Oo, mali papasok na doon ang first aid, ma'am, siguro. Mag-focus sila sa first aid na lang siguro. Kasi kung sanitation, hindi na nila covered kasi pwede din. Pero
yun ma'am, ano yung nandun sa memorandum or administrative order pa yan?
More on
emphasize on health services.
Ma'am Jinky, kwan muna break. Tomorrow baka hindi tayo ready kasi may statistical training tapos meron pang meron pang futures thinking. Baka pwede yung second schedule mo, i-reschedule mo ng 25?
25?
Kaya?
Ma'am B, kaya 25?
Sige lang, ma'am. Yung 27 ko, Sir Jules, available ka?
Ano yung 27?
Yung final defense ng 4th year.
Ala, defense ni ano yung?
Sabi mo 1 o'clock tayo.
Parang magaan siya. Gawin mo na lang 28, Sunday.
Ay, anong oras, Doc, yun?
Umaga. Kahit 7 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah, it's Sunday, di ba?
Ay, Shem! Oo nga! Alisa pa tayo. I don't like this.
It's Sunday. Mag-rest ka naman.
Hindi, kasi yun yung biyahe ko kasi for Thailand, ma'am, yung Sunday.
Ay, hala. So, dapat gawin na natin.
Hindi, ma'am. Tama. It's like this. 27 ng ilang groups yan?
9 lang, Doc.
Okay, sige. What is... Wait lang, ma'am, ha? Sigit natin. Ano yung... Jennifer Lu yun. Ano yung 2026?
Friday, Doc.
26. Sige ma'am, ikasa mo ng 25 mo itong proposal, no? Tapos ikasa mo ng 26 ng 8 a.m.
8 a.m.? Sige, Doc. Sabihan ko
8
sila.
a.m. yung final.
Sige, Doc.
Ma'am Jinky, okay lang?
Yes, direct okay lang sa akin. Pero what time po ng ano? Ng 25 tayo.
25 ng umaga. Kasi whole day to, di ba? Yung second batch natin.
Second batch po is 8 groups lang direct. If we go as
Okay,
fast
very
as
good. Sige ma'am, we start ng 25 ng 8 a.m. and then in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, we have already the final persons
Final defense.
until SAWA. Oo.
25, Doc?
25, yes. 25 ma'am, Thursday.
Ay, sige.
8 a.m. sharp for the remaining proposals.
Po.
And then 1 o'clock until SAWA. Pag-set na rin ng dinner for the final.
Sige, Doc.
Okay. Kaya na yan, ma'am. Oo, ma'am, sabihan mo na siya dati. Thank
Doc.
you. Sige po.
Sige, Doc. Thank you din. Alam mo, alis na naman siya pa ng Thailand. Pwede
Kaya nga hinahabol natin eh.
Oo nga. Wait lang, si Ma'am Roxanne.
Ma'am V, okay na itong group na to?
Bali, ano ma'am, yung title nila ang ma-revise.
Yes po, kasi medyo allergic na tayo sa compliance ngayon kasi hindi rin tayo papayag. I think nakailang revise kami ng letters niyan kasi ayokong lumabas na they will be monitoring and tracking ang mga health services ng ating mga
Availability and usability, ganun sana. Kanilang health clinic chart.
Oo nga.
Pero obviously yung availability and usability natin for that one.
Accessibility.
The accessible naman
Primary healthcare
yung services ba are
available.
This
satisfaction of students and employees of of public schools on their health services. Parang ganon na lang. Tapos yun pa rin naman yung lalabas sa kanilang mga tools, sa kanilang mga questionnaires. Kung satisfied sila kasi merong doktor, walang doktor, may ganitong health service, walang ganitong. Yes, ma'am.
Quality of health services.
Pwede, quality of health services.
Pwede naman level of quality if there are. Parang satisfaction din yun di ba? Tapos
yes po.
Covered na din niya ang availability at usability.
Yes, covered na rin siya lahat. Pero not compliance naman. Pero mako-cover niya pa rin yung mga yun. Ma'am V, okay tayo doon?
Sige ma'am, nagte-text kasi si guest natin bukas. Ma'am, yun?
I asked her to text you.
Oo ma'am. Sabi ko, mag-prepare ka ng 3 title to defend, sabi ko. Ayaw namin yung meron ka ng chapter 1 to 3.
Very nice yung schedule ni Direk kasi proposal sa umaga at gusto niyang sumama dun, di ba? And then final defense niya ng hapon.
Alam na, final defense siya.
Gusto niya, di ba?
Oo, tama yun. Sige ma'am, dami natin gawin. So,
wala tayong bukas, no?
Guys, nakuha niyo yung bagong title niyo? Wala na yata sila.
Ma'am, pwedeng ba?
Ma'am Jinky, ano daw yun?
Mama ko, wala akong title for them. Suggestion lang yung natin sa kanila.
Quality of health services.
Ayan, si Ma'am Lily.
Quality?
Of
quality
public school clinic, ganun ba? May clinic ba? May clinic naman lahat ng public school, di ba?
Meron. Clinic lang.
Wala.
Pero ano ba yung nasa memo? Malamang dapat meron yan. health
Meron
service.
silang copy ng ano niyan, ng
That's
guideline.
like our clinic here. It's just
Wala
a
kasi akong
clinic.
guideline eh.
Wala ba dito sa paper nila? I
Bakit
think
kasi
meron sa...
PubDepEd? Pwede ba sa Cagayan State University?
Ma'am, meron
Oh,
dito sa
Gia.
kanilang questionnaire, dapat.
Public health, quality of health services of quality of public
Ma'am, quality of health services in public
public schools.
oo, public schools.
Quality of health services
In public school clinics.
in public school clinic in Tugigaraw. Ay, Baggaw pa din sila.
Baggaw sila.
Baggaw pa rin sila, ma'am.
Parang compliance din, ano? Compliance. Nandiyan na kasi lahat ng compliance, satisfaction, usability, availability, basta pag quality.
Oo, ipapasok nila doon naman.
Yes nga, Kaz.
Clinic. Sige na, yan. Sige, quality of health services in public school clinic. Saan sila, ma'am? Anong lokal nila? Baggaw pa din?
Baggaw pa rin, ma'am.
Okay, Baggaw. O ilan ba ang public school sa Baggaw, mga anak?
Yan ang tinanong ata ng advisor nila. Hindi ko alam kung nasagot na nila.
Guys, are you still with us?
May, yung sa high school po, may 5 po. Then yung elementary schools may 20 plus po. May 21 plus.
And then you do random sampling na lang doon.
Oo. Random na lang.
Maganda
You
yun,
need
ma'am.
to have the list
Natin
first.
kung may standard ba? The same ba pag high school at saka elementary school? Baka may difference sila may bias.
DepEd din ang high school, di ba?
Pero yung services nila, bagay, dental, medical, tapos first aid. Yun lang naman sa bagay. Yun lang naman ang dalawang services medical, dental. Okay na, anak. Yun na lang?
Yun na lang? Ma'am V, yun na lang po, quality.
Oo,
health
maganda na
services.
yun para maiba naman.
Ma'am, elementary lang din po yung
Di ba
both.
random kayo, random?
Or both po.
Both.
Both para mas marami.
Ratify nila para may makuha sila sa high school and may makuha sila sa elementary.
So, i-compare pa rin nila yun, ma'am? Di naman. Hindi na.
Hindi will not compare naman. Lalabas naman yun, ma'am, sa nila.
Okay. Okay, one more. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you
Last
po,
group.
ma'am.
Last group. Madali para medyo makarelax-relax. We hear from group 7B. Their title is Tracer Study among the graduates of Bachelor of Science in Public Health from 2018 to 2022.
Go na. Makinig na lang ako dyan. Hindi ko alam kung tama yung pinaglalagay. Start. Alas 5 na.
Start na po kasi 5 na.
May date pa ako. Go.
Wait lang po.
Ala, 25. Wait lang, Ma'am Roxanne. Tawagan ko lang si Ma'am Roxanne. Start na, guys.
Am I audible po?
Oo.
Yes.
Good afternoon to our esteemed panelists and to our research advisor, Ma'am Vilma T. Villaluz. I am Janan Tagib and I'm here today with Cyril Kyle Pascual, Alexandra Nicole Mawanay, and Jennifer Florentino to present our thesis titled A Tracer Study Among the Bachelor of Science in Public Health at Cagayan State University Andrews Campus from 2018 to 2022. Before we start, please allow me to read a quote about tracer study. A tracer study shows not only what changed and why, but when it changed as well. For the background of the study, Cagayan State University, as one of the country's higher education institutions, has produced high-quality experts in various professions, including the Bachelor of Science in Public Health program. However, as part of outcome-based education, graduates' employability is one of the top priorities to monitor. According to a preliminary tracer study conducted in 2019, the employment profile is as follows. 48 or 78.69% are employed, 3 or 4.92% are now unemployed, and 10 or 16.39% prefer not to disclose their employment. To this date, there have been 4 batches of BSPH graduates. 29 graduated in 2017 to 2018, 44 in 2018 to 2019, and 5 registered midwives finished their BSPH degree in 2021 to 2020 to 2021, and 70 in 2021 to 2022 respectively.
For the statement of the problem, generally, the aim of this study is to determine the employability of graduates who completed the Bachelor of Science in Public Health program at Cagayan State University from 2018 to 2022. Specifically, this study will attempt to answer the following questions. What is the demographic profile of the BSPH graduates in terms of age, sex, birth date, location of residence, civil status, and number of children? Secondly, what is the educational background of the respondents in terms of their internship, educational attainment, and eligibility? Thirdly, what is the employment status of the respondents based on their work experience, part-time employment, unemployment, and job and placement? Fourthly, how is the assessment of the graduates' CSU education in terms of the academic curriculum, relevance of the learning environment, adequacy of support services, and develop skills for their job? Lastly, what is the employment rate of the graduates? For the conceptual framework, in this research paradigm, the independent variables include the demographic profile of the respondents, their educational background, employment status, assessment of the graduates' CSU education, and the employment rate of the respondents. The dependent variable considered in this study is a tracer study among the Bachelor of Science in Public Health graduates of Cagayan State University, Andrews Campus from 2018 to 2020. Ako na lang po.
25 na daw. Oo.
For the significance of the study, the result of this study will be beneficial to the following entities: the Bachelor of Science in Public Health program, Cagayan State University, Commission of Higher Education Curriculum Planners, Department of Labor and Employment, faculty members, future public health students, future researchers, and the general public stakeholders and university administrators. For the scope and the limitations,
Participation in this study is delimited to graduates of Bachelor of Science in Public Health from the Cagayan State University Andrews campus who completed their degrees from 2018 to 2022. The study is limited to the perspectives and experiences of BSPH graduates from the said institution and does not include graduates of other health programs. For the research design, in this study, quantitative descriptive research design will be utilized to assess the employability of graduates who completed the Bachelor of Science in Public Health program at Cagayan State University. The study will describe the profile of the respondents in terms of their demographic profile, educational background, employment status, employment rate of the graduates, as well as their assessment of the CSU education. The research type will enable researchers to gather primarily data directly from the participants, which will help them formulate unbiased and well-founded conclusions and recommendations. For the locale of the study will be conducted at Cagayan State University Andrews campus located in the province of Cagayan, specifically in Tuguegarao City.
Am I audible and clear po ba?
Yes.
Okay po. So for the respondents of this study will be all the graduates of Bachelor of Science in Public Health and from the Cagayan State University Andrews campus and who completed their degrees from 2018 to 2022. So for our sampling design, a total enumeration sampling will be employed in this study. In this technique, researchers will gather data from the entire population of BSPH graduates from 2018 to 2022. Next slide, please. So our research instrument, the researchers will adopt the survey questionnaire of tracer study of Cagayan State University. And for part 1, it provides the profile of the respondents. Part 2 is it gathers the educational background of the respondents. And part 3, it focuses on the respondents and employment status of the graduates. And for part 4, it contains the assessment of graduates. Next slide. Under methodology, the data gathering procedure. For the data gathering procedure, we, the researchers, will follow the following steps. Before conducting the study, the researchers will first apply for ethical clearance from the region to trauma and medical center. Then, informed consent will be provided to all respondents. The next step, it involves the administering the survey questionnaire to the graduates. Afterward, the data will be collated. Lastly, the data interpretation phase will take place. Next slide po. Next slide.
Nawala. Are you done?
Oh my God. So
7B?
sorry po, nawala kasi. So, yun lang po and thank you. We are now ready to accept your questions and suggestions. Sorry po.
Okay po. We save the best for last, Sir Julius. This is on tracer study po.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I know that this is a tracer study. This is a requirement, no? But what we need will be data which will be from 2020 to 2022. So the coverage, no, is okay. Yeah, it would be 2018 to 2022 if we did not yet have any tracer study beginning from that. The only question that I have is, did you use the updated tool approved by the BOR as to the tracer study?
Yes po, sir. Ma'am
Yes.
Jinky. Binigay po ni Ma'am Jinky.
Okay, so if that's the case, you bring me to the objective so I will know how to help.
Thank you, Doc. Ay, dali nyo
There.
na hanggang week
So
na
is
to. Alis
this,
dito.
for example, do you have the copy of the tracer study guide with you? Is this
Sir, yung
exactly what is placed there?
sa tool po, sir.
Oo. Ito yung
Yes
laman
po,
niya.
sir. Yan po, sir.
Nakalagay doon, location of residence. Yun yung nakalagay.
Permanent address po.
Iba maraming mga profile variables doon. Bakit aanim lang to? Doon sa educational background niya, sinabi lang ba niya na internship, education attainment, saka eligibility? Mahaba yung tool na pina-approve ko sa board, di ba?
Yes po, sir.
Binawasan.
Subcategory po.
Di wrong. We defy the purpose, Ma'am Jinky. Pag binawasan nyo to, hindi pa rin pupuntos sa public health to.
Bakit nyo binawasan?
Nandun na nga, naintindihan, kunin nyo na, nandyan na nga yung tool, gagawin nyo na rin lang. Ba't pa babawasan?
Ba't nyo
Pareho rin
binawasan?
lang naman.
Wala akong sinabi na bawasan nyo
Kung meron kang graduate, for example, si Ma'am V, di ba siya din tatanungin mo? Ang tanong ay, kompleto ba yung tatanong mo? Babawasan mo pa? Parehong sasagutin niya rin lang yun, di ba? Oh. Kaya sabi ko kanina, kung ito yung tool, hindi ito sa pagkakaalam ko, kasi I was the one who finalized the tool. This is not what I see in the tool. Kaya kami nagpapagawa ng tracer study kasi requirement niya ng accreditation, requirement niya ng SUC leveling. In fact, Ma'am Vilma, I will take that as your final output sa December 2023.
Sige.
Per program tayo. Who
Sige.
among the program chairs did not prepare? Parang ganun. So, si Ma'am Vilma will be saying, yes, I did it. Pero kung hindi ko nakita to ngayon, yes, she did it, but she did it wrongly. Yun ang problema. And she will redo it. So, we don't want it to be redone. Okay? So, the earnest request is take a copy of that particular survey tool that we actually have asked the Board of Regents of CSU to approve, and that is your guide in crafting the objectives. Normally, sa research, nauuna muna ang SOP, bago yung design, bago yung tool. Correct? Ang nangyari sa inyo, hindi. This is a customized research. Ang customized, ibig sabihin, merong tool. From the tool, gawin nyo yung objectives, gawin nyo yung methods, mga ganon. Correct? Do you understand? Yan. Nakalagay number 4. Nakita ko to sa questionnaire in fairness. How is the assessment? The word assessment is already there. Tapos yung 4.1 until 4.4 mo, assessment pa rin ang nababasa ko. Intindihan? As to academic curriculum. Academic curriculum dito, hindi academic curricular. Intindihan? Relevance of learning condition, adequacy. Yeah. Hanapin nyo yung tool, anak. Naintindihan? Okay. Next ay ang kanyang sampling design. Ma'am V, we peg it at total enumeration, but considering that if we will not be able to have it, 80% of the graduate straight would be okay.
Okay, Doc. Doc,
Intindihan?
actually, I have
80%.
already preliminary 2018-2019.
But the
Pero-
tool, ma'am, is a problem
Yes,
kung
Doc, iba.
incomplete.
Okay,
Kasi
okay.
i-rerun natin lahat eh. Paulitin mo na lang, ma'am, yan. Di ba? 2018 naman to, di ba? Ang importante lang naman sa amin at the end of the year, ma'am, is your tracer study from 2020 to 2022.
Okay, Doc.
Yun lang naman. Pero kung dahil sa accreditation nga, kulang ka pa rin ng 2018, konti pa lang naman sila, sayang yung panahon. Kasi habang tumatagal tayo, ma'am, dumadami tayong dumadami, di ba? Habang yung panahong maliit pa, ipatrace mo na.
When, Doc?
Di ba? Okay, so yan, 2018 to 2022, and then revise the SOP based on the questionnaire that is standard already, and then please make sure that in the questionnaire you have to state that that is the tool used by CSU, devised and used, okay, devised and endorsed for use in CSU kunana, because apparently it's not your questionnaire. Let it be total enumeration, pero later on, anak, kung walang total enumeration, tayo ay magkakaroon ng tinatawag na stratified random sampling. Total enumeration muna. Ano yung stratified random sampling? For example, graduates per year. For example, in 2019, ito yung graduate. Hindi kasi natin siya na perfect. For example, ang graduate is 35. 33 lang ang nakuha natin. Hindi na siya total enumeration, correct? Kaya ang i-strive nating total enum, pero baka stratified random. Ang strata ay yung year graduated. Okay? Kasi kaya alam kong kulang talaga yung questionnaire nyo kasi may mga questions na year graduated, how many times siyang na-promote, first, what was the time na first siyang nakaland sa job, kung kunana rigid questions, EJN. Right? So kurang mali talaga yan. Okay, baba mo na. And then, along your research design, it is just patingin nga yung objectives mo, anak. Descriptive survey lang kasi tayo eh. Anong method mo? Ayun, yung baba. Come on. No, research design is descriptive survey. Baba. Yan. O, anong ginawa mo? O, quantitative na alin? O, wala, it doesn't make sense. The design is wrong. Your design is descriptive survey design. Okay na? Descriptive survey ka lang. Okay na? O, itaas mo dun sa SOP natin. So, palitan yung SOP that ang SOP ay galing sa ano. And then, yun, o tinan mo, survey lang siya, walang stat. Walang stat ito Okay, walang stat. Okay, so, ano pa ba? Next would be on the, how do you call it na? Kasi descriptive lang ang statistics ito, walang inferential stat. Okay, descriptive would mean, for example, demographic profile, and then yung 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 would be purely frequency and percentage distribution. Number 4, yung assessment nila that would be mean and standard deviation. Number 5 is employment rate. Then you have to compute for employment. Number of graduates all over number of employed for the past 2 years after their graduation times 100. That is your employment rate. Would you like to go to statistics or wag na? Survey can do. After all, requirement lang naman ng accreditation. But if you like to go for statistics, then you can do statistics for number 4 and number 1. Intindihan? Is there a significant difference on the assessment of graduates' experience of education in CSU when grouped according to profile variables? That would be your number 6. Okay na? Sige, maglagay lang tayo ng number 6. No? Is there a significant difference on the assessment of CSU graduates on the quality of education rendered by CSU when grouped according to profile? Okay na? That's it. And I think, yun na yun. Question lang, warning. Yung introduction ganyan, wag niyong kopyahin, naintindihan yung mga previous, gumawa kayo ng sariling introduction, mga ganun.
Okay, kasi nakita ko na yung mga very familiar sa akin yung mga words na ginamit nyo doon sa early parts. Okay? Sige, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Direct Julius. Ma'am Vilma, advisor pala si Ma'am Vilma. Ma'am Lily? Wait, sorry.
Yes, Ma'am Jinky.
Ma'am Lily, may additional questions ka po, suggestions for the group? Tracer study po?
Na naman na Ma'am Jinky, they can refer na lang to those tracer studies that we had in RT din ata yun, no? Ma'am Ikay?
Yes po, RT.
Oo. So I
Pero
think
bago po yung tool natin. So,
yun, revise.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes po.
Okay, ma'am.
So I think that's all for today's proposal. Day 1 proposal defense. We'll have our day 2 on May 25. Yeah. Ma'am Vilma, closing remarks.
Ako nag-open, ako nag-closing. Okay.
Oo, ganun talaga.
Congratulations
Ganun talaga.
everyone. I would like to extend my gratitude, of course, to Dr. Julius, who is always supporting the PH program. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Doc. Alam ko ang dami mong mga commitment, pero you always find time to be with the public health family. And of course, to Dr. Angel, my former colleagues at St. Ferdinand, ngayon kakasama ko ulit siya. God is really good. Binibigyan niya ako ng mga tao na makakatulong sa public health. And of course, Ma'am Jinky, very thankful ako, sir, kasi bumalik na siya sa public health. Dati iniwan niya kami.
Talaga ako.
Okay. Kasi sa akin palang RT today.
Ano siya noon. So ngayon public health naman siya. So guys, you're very lucky because you have very, very committed teacher just like Ma'am Bea. So Ma'am Lily, thank you, Ma'am Bea. Honestly, Ma'am Bea, nasa tabi
Ma'am Bea is a new approved project with DOST, 1 million. Congratulations, Ma'am Bea.
Ay, mag-join naman sana ako. Kay soon. And congratulations, third year PH. Sana hindi kayo hihinto at tuloy-tuloy yung paggawa nyo ng research nyo. Huwag nyo hintayin ang second sem ng fourth year. Saka nyo gawin ang chapter 4 and 5 ninyo. Okay, so thank you, Lord. Thank you, everyone. And congratulations.
Thank you so much po, Direk.
Okay, thank
Ma'am
you.
Vilma,
Ma'am Lily, thank you very much.
Uwian na. Bye.
Bye. See you on
Bye-bye.
Thursday, May 25th.
Yeah, morning.
Yes
Okay,
po.
bye-bye.
Morning.